Just from looking at this other party's aura, they were absolutely a terrifying opponent. If Lin Ming hadn't been discovered then, he would have chosen to hide away. But now that this other party's divine sense had locked onto him, there was simply no place to run away to. As he looked at Old Man Good Fortune, Lin Ming could see that his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together. It was apparent that he didn't have much assurance against this opponent. It shouldn't be someone from the Sky Spill continent. There are no powerhouses of this level within the Sky Spill continent. Old Man Good Fortune said with a solemn expression. Although he came from the divine realm and could be called the warden of this world, the truth was that he really didn't have much to do with the divine realm anymore. The reason he came to this Temple of Marvels was to seek his own lucky chances. Against this mysterious existence within the Temple of Marvels, his divine realm background could not be used, and even if it could, it wouldn't have worked anyway. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune left the underground mine tunnel together. As they emerged, they saw that the originally dreamy, picturesque blue sky was now awash with billowing dark clouds and sparkling thunder. With a loud bang, a blood-red light perforated the vault of heaven, making it seem as if the sky was being torn apart. A bronze ghost coffin appeared in the skies, and above this coffin were 6 thick chains, each one held by demon-faced Azura spirit. As Lin Ming saw this, his complexion completely changed. It looks like the unexpected events from the 8,000-mile Black Swamp were truly related to the Temple of Marvels. Could it be that the entire Temple of Marvels was itself a trap? Lin Ming's mind raced, and he quickly retold the scene he saw in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp to Old Man Good Fortune with a true essence sound transmission. However, this was simply useless. Old Man Good Fortune just didn't know what the true connection was between the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss. It was impossible for him to draw up any useful information from Lin Ming's description. Those 6 black evil spirits that are drawing that coffin are 6 refined Azura ghost slaves. Those 6 ghost slaves each have a quasi-emperor level strength. After being tempered for such a long time, their bodies are nearly indestructible, and with their strength combined together they are even stronger. This sort of Azura ghost slave is countless times more difficult and precious than those slaughter puppets that the Azura Divine Kingdom created. This is certainly not something that belongs to the inheritances of the Sky Spill continent. And the material of that bronze ghost coffin is a top-quality heavenly metal, great resisting profound bronze. It can even be used to produce a quasi-saint artifact treasure. It's impossible to gather this much of that material even in all the mines of the Sky Spill continent combined. Little friend Lin, we are in deep trouble this time. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was only a very small number of saint artifacts and quasi-saint artifacts. Nearly all of them were left over from ancient times 100,000 years ago. Even Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd and cosmic melting furnace were both found by the Demon Emperor in ancient ruins from 100,000 years past, finally ending up in Lin Ming's hands in the current era. It was nearly impossible for the Sky Spill continent to create saint artifacts and quasi-saint artifacts. One reason was that there weren't the necessary materials, and the second reason was that there weren't the legacy forging skills required. Bang, bang, bang. The ghost coffin shook and the entire dimensional realm seemed to tremble. As the chains struck the bronze coffin, it emitted a deafening clanging sound. Old Man Good Fortune's face was grim. He extracted a 4-foot-long sword from his spatial ring. He already had a foreboding feeling that this battle would be difficult. Kacha! A bloody thunder crashed down from the skies, and the ghost coffin opened. A slender figure appeared from within the dazzling light. This was the strange and pale demon youth. He held a war lance in his hands as he slowly descended to the earth from the ghost coffin. As he walked on the ground, the lance point furrowed the earth, the scratches seeming as if they could cut through the will of all, giving people an uncomfortable feeling that they couldn't identify. Hee. The time for the great hunt has come, the pale youth said with a thoughtful smile. Although he looked around 20-some years old, his voice seemed old and decrepit, tinted with the flavor of the years. Who are you? Old Man Good Fortune stretched out his sword. As the sword tip touched the ground, space seemed to swirl around the sword blade, even twisting the cold light that emitted from the sword. Old Man Good Fortune was completely unable to see the cultivation of this pale youth in front of him. Moreover, this pale youth hadn't bothered to hide it. That only meant there were two possibilities. This pale demon youth's cultivation system was different from that of humanity, or he was a powerhouse above the divine sea realm. Old man, I advise you not to waste your effort. Although you don't have much time left over, your cultivation is still decent for this trash continent. There still might be some uses in keeping you around. As the pale youth spoke, his figure suddenly stormed forwards. The purple lance in his hands pointed forwards, and endless starlight seemed to flow out from his lance point. As his lance thrust out, it made one feel as if they were facing the endless universe. Lin Ming's hands and feet went icy cold, and he felt as if his soul had frozen. If just the pressure from this lance was so horrifying, then how terrifying would it be to directly face this? Old Man Good Fortune's expression was grim. He took a step back, seeming as if he were rewinding. The flow of time seemed to twist around his sword. As he slashed out, his strike carried with it the feeling of the years. The brilliant sword light that followed seemed as if it had come from the nothingness of ancient times. Wherever it went, plants would rapidly grow and blossom, die and bloom once again. Concept of time, glory, and withering of years. The pale youth's lance light intensely collided with Old Man Good Fortune's time-breaking sword light. However, there was no sound or light from that collision. Instead, it seemed as if everything was being annihilated into infinite nihility. Although there wasn't the terrifying explosion that was anticipated, this annihilating energy was even more terrifying. All light and material around this collision seemed to disappear, as if it never existed at all. In that moment, Lin Ming stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and quickly retreated. As Lin Ming turned his head, he saw that the ghostly, black-dressed Yama had grasped a chain, and without any expression on their faces, had pulled it over Lin Ming. These were the evil spirits that pulled the coffin. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. With a sudden flick, the red spear in his hands swapped to the several 100,000 gene great desolate blood halberd. These 6 coffin-pulling evil spirits all had strength equal to a quasi-emperor-level martial artist. If it were Lin Ming from a year ago who had just crossed life destruction, then it would have been impossible to defeat them. But now his strength had increased, and he had also obtained the great desolate blood halberd. With halberd in hand, he was a god-slaughtering demon. Gate of pain open! Lin Ming shouted out, the energy in his body revolving to the limit. The first 4 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates suddenly opened together, and 2 million genes of strength completely burst out in the blink of an eye. A blinding divine light shined out from both of his hands, and 2 black energy-devouring vortexes appeared above his palms. This was exactly where the Gate of Pain was located. Lin Ming grasped the halberd in both hands and steadied his waist. His spine drew backwards like a stretched bow as a great force concentrated up his legs and waist. The several 100,000 gene great desolate blood halberd cut through a perfect arc as it smashed downwards. Bang! The great desolate blood halberd pounded into the chains, emitting a deafening bang as space collapsed and the earth caved apart. The 20-foot-tall ghost slave and the chain it carried were actually swatted backwards by Lin Ming's halberd. But at the same time, the other 5 ghost slaves rushed up together. They held chains in their hands, and these chains were also the same material of the ghost coffin grate, resisting profound bronze. Lin Ming had smashed away a single ghost slave, but it was impossible for him to simultaneously strike away 5 ghost slaves. In this critical life or death moment, Lin Ming exploded with potential that surpassed his limits. Holding the halberd in one hand, he drew a crescent moon in the void. The power of space gathered on the great desolate blood halberd, forming a space storm. Great, countless cracks began to appear in space, as if a black mirror had been shattered. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. A halberd struck out. The power of space condensed into fragments, each filled with the power of a silver battle spirit. As it combined with the howling, annihilating flames, this destructive attack fired towards the 5 ghost slaves. This was the first time Lin Ming had used the great desolate blood halberd to display a martial skill. Before now he hadn't, because using the great desolate blood halberd consumed a great deal of energy. If he were to use a martial skill on top of this, then that would create an immense burden on his body. As for Yaoyue, even she had only driven the movement of the great desolate blood halberd, only using its weight to fight Lin Ming. But now in Lin Ming's hands, with his great 2 million gene strength and his second-stage life destruction cultivation, he was finally able to use a martial skill with the great desolate blood halberd. Pung 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 pung. A series of metallic ringing sounds filled the skies, as if flying swords were striking against great copper bells. The 5-tempered Azura ghost slaves had bodies as tough as divine metal. The space fragments exploded in succession as they slammed into their bodies. This was the superiority of these ghost slave puppets. It was impossible for a flesh and blood being, no matter how they trained, to have such a terrifying defensive power. Let me see just how tough you are. Lin Ming's eyes turned blood red. Not only did he have the space fragment attack of Chain of Stars, but there was also the great desolate blood halberd itself. He took a sudden step forwards as the great desolate blood halberd thundered forwards. A cold, bloody light directly impacted into the skies, illuminating the stars. Ha! With a loud shout, and with the support of a martial skill, the silver battle spirit-infused great desolate blood halberd smashed into the chest of a ghost slave. Just freely dropping the great desolate blood halberd could shatter a mountain ridge. With Lin Ming's enormous strength behind it, the power of this strike could be imagined. Bang! Like a meteor crashing into the ground. A terrifying explosive sound resounded throughout the entire world. The ghost slave's chest collapsed after being pounded by Lin Ming's halberd, all of its organs bursting apart. Its body hurtled backwards, instantly sent back hundreds of miles before colliding into a far-off mountain peak in the dimensional realm. After that, the entire mountain peak collapsed into a rumbling avalanche. Bang bang bang. Countless massive stones plummeted to the ground. That ghost slave had been miserably smashed to death by Lin Ming's halberd. After the strike, Lin Ming's arm was still shaking. The glorious light emitting from the gate of pain on his palms flickered. It was obvious he had consumed a great deal of energy just now. One reason was that using a martial skill with the great desolate blood halberd required a massive amount of energy. But the second and more important reason was that the great desolate blood halberd was not like the long spear that he had been using. It had no flexibility. With every strike he made, he would have to withstand a terrible counter-shaking strength without any buffer. This was also the reason why Yaoyue was shaken to the point of vomiting blood after exchanging several dozen strikes with Lin Ming. Now, even though Lin Ming had opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates, and his strength was as powerful as a dragon with 2 million genes of strength, it was still hard for him to withstand the shock of smashing the halberd against the Azura puppet's body, which was like a massive lump of divine metal. The web of his palm was near the point of cracking apart. At this moment, Old Man Good Fortune's true essence sound transmission suddenly sounded out in his ears. Little friend Lin, you leave, old me can barely defend myself as it is. There is no way I can protect you. Lin Ming looked up and saw that Old Man Good Fortune and that strange ghostly green youth had already flown 10,000 feet in the air, engaged in a vicious battle. Every strike of that strange youth spurred starlight, but every move from Old Man Good Fortune shattered the void. Facing such a level of existence, Lin Ming knew that he would only be a burden if he remained. On the other hand, if he ran away, then Old Man Good Fortune would be able to have fewer scruples. Roar! Roar! The 5 surviving Azura ghost slaves emitted cacophonic cries as they wildly hurtled towards Lin Ming. Although this sort of Azura ghost slave only had the strength of a quasi-emperor, their bodies were as solid as divine iron. Killing them was several times more difficult than killing a normal quasi-emperor. Although Lin Ming had killed an Azura ghost slave, the web of his palm had shaken to the point that it nearly tore apart. If he wanted to kill these 5 ghost slaves, then he might have to trade his right hand in the process. In the current situation, it was absolutely a bad idea to injure himself. As he saw the 5 ghost slaves surround him, he loudly shouted out, and the highly compressed power of thunder and fire within the heretical god Sprout erupted. The burning star flame and the 9 heavens thunder soul joined together. Penetrating rainbow. Whoosh! In that moment, a brilliant divine light lit up the dark and hazy skies. Lin Ming became one with his halberd, turning into a ray of light as he cut across the infinite skies. Bang! With a sound of crackling thunder, a ghost slave was struck in the chest by Lin Ming's halberd. The forceful impact and energy waves blew it away like a piece of flimsy straw. The ghost slave's ribs shattered. Lin Ming felt an intense pain in both of his arms as blood spurted from his palms. His speed suddenly slowed. At this time, he could feel a deep killing intent erupt from behind him. Lin Ming didn't need to turn his head to know that 4 thick chains were already shooting towards him. Lin Ming didn't even have time to receive his weapon and meet this new barrage of attacks. Concept of time. At this critical moment, an invisible energy field erupted from Lin Ming, covering those 4 chains. For a brief period, the chains seemed as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed drastically plummeting. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming didn't even look back. Space shrank beneath his feet. With the gate of wonder opened, his speed reached the extreme. With the gate of wonder combined with golden rock shattering the void, even an early divine sea powerhouse would lose to Lin Ming in speed. By the time the 4 chains struck his location, Lin Ming had already appeared dozens of miles away, instantly leaving their encirclement. And at this time, in the high skies, Old Man Good Fortune's battle with the strange demon youth was reaching a burning crescendo. In terms of true essence magnitude, Old Man Good Fortune was actually inferior to the strange demon youth. But by relying on his elusive time laws, he was able to force the battle into a reluctant tie. This caused the strange demon youth to seethe with anger. Although the strange demon youth had used a secret technique to escape the Sea of Miracles and reach the Sky Spill continent, causing his strength to greatly weaken, it angered him to be halted here by a pathetic old man who couldn't even handle the divine realm. Just die already. A purple tattoo on the back of the strange demon youth lit up with a bright purple light. The true essence currents behind him condensed into the phantom of a giant hydra. So you were part of the Hydra clan. Old Man Good Fortune sucked in a deep breath. The Hydra clan clansmen of the divine realm had the bloodline of the Hydra flowing within them. This could also be called one of the so-called divine bodies of the Sky Spill continent. The Hydra clan could be considered a large influence within the divine realm. Their clansmen were valiant and battle-skilled, with an inborn affinity to the power of stars. Of course, this didn't mean that the strange demon youth in front of him was from the divine realm. The Hydra clan was the same as the ancient Phoenix clan. Because they continued to grow and blossom through the endless years, producing countless children, they had many disciples go to worlds in the lower realms to form minor collateral branches. To force me to use the power of my bloodline, I have actually underestimated you. The strange demon youth had already been weakened by leaving the Sea of Miracles. Using the power of his bloodline at this time would put a tremendous burden on his body. He hadn't wanted to do this, but now that the battle had dragged on until now and he still couldn't overcome Old Man Good Fortune, his temper had finally exploded. Snake swallows the universe. The strange demon youth lifted his lance high up into the air, and the Hydra phantom behind him emitted an earth-shattering roar. At this time, Old Man Good Fortune grimaced. He didn't use his sword. Instead, he took out a pale white bead from his spatial ring. Old Man Good Fortune bit down on the tip of his tongue and sprayed a fine mist of blood on this white bead. With a hissing sound, the blood was absorbed by the white bead. This is... The strange demon youth's eyes immediately widened. A heaven-perishing bead. You actually have a heaven-perishing bead? A heaven-perishing bead was able to massacre a divine sea master and all martial artists below that. Even a divine realm genius that had reached the divine sea might perish if they were not careful. And if one used their blood essence to reinforce it, the might was that much greater. A sense of fear and crisis suddenly rose within the demon youth's heart. This damned old fellow. He suddenly drew backwards. But at this time the heaven-perishing bead exploded. Bang! A flash of blazing white light swept through the skies, encapsulating everything in explosive shockwaves. Ho! Lin Ming broke through several dimensional realms in a single breath. As he reached this new dimensional realm, he had no idea where he was. They aren't chasing me. Lin Ming's speed was too fast. It wasn't a surprise that the Azura ghost slaves hadn't been able to catch him. But could he have just escaped the tracking of the strange demon youth like this? Lin Ming felt this was a bit incredible. For a powerhouse of this level, especially one with such a powerful divine sense, it was possible that they had a method to search him out. It was only because he was fighting Old Man Good Fortune at this time, so he couldn't divert attention to these matters. I must hurry and leave this Temple of Marvels. The strength of the powerhouses in the Temple of Marvels had far surpassed his imagination. If he stayed, there was nothing he could do against them. He wouldn't even be able to raise the smallest of waves. Although he desired to know the secret of the Sea of Miracles, ensuring he survived here was the most important thing. As for whatever secret there was, he could wait until he was powerful enough and then return in the future. I can only return backwards following the road in my memories. If the arrangement of space here hasn't changed, then I can leave, but if it has, then I'll be in danger. Lin Ming grit his teeth, chose the best direction, restrained his energy, and then quickly shuttled through the many-dimensional arrays. One world after another passed before him. Although they seemed similar, they formed a three-dimensional map in Lin Ming's mind, neatly ordered together. After I pass through here, I should reach the dark forest I traveled through before. As Lin Ming thought this, he stepped into a new world. As he saw the scene before him, his complexion changed. In this new world, the skies were gloomy and overcast, with thunder rolling in between them. The ground underneath him was an endless black swamp, and at the farthest distance he could see, there was a great divine tree that pierced through the heavens. The crown of this tree was wreathed in endless arcs of purple electricity. This world simply had no relationship at all with the world he had been in before. This was the first time that Lin Ming had entered into this world. Did I remember incorrectly? Or was I forcefully led to this world by someone else? Or perhaps the arrangement of worlds within the Temple of Marvels was constantly shifting to begin with. Lin Ming's mind raced with all these thoughts, his expression solemn. With his memory, it was highly unlikely that he had remembered incorrectly, leaving only the latter two options. Regardless, either situation was bad for him, particularly if someone led him here with sinister intentions in mind. If so, then he was already a mouse in their cage. There would be no way for him to escape. Lin Ming grit his teeth and flew forwards. This current world was similar to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Although he had a faint foreboding feeling in his heart, he wouldn't just sit here and wait for death to reach him. What a tall and massive tree. It soars straight into the skies and galvanizes the power of thunder within the highest heavens. How mysterious is that? As Lin Ming looked at this great tree, it seemed to connect the heavens and earth. The Sea of Miracles was also named the Ocean of Endless Storms, so it was reasonable to assume that a mammoth amount of power of thunder also flooded the Temple of Marvels. But he never imagined that this would be able to breed such a divine tree. Shit, this old fox's strength is pathetic to the point of being a garbled mess, and even though he's been suppressed by me from all angles, he actually has so many life-maintaining methods and refuses to die. He even put out a heaven-perishing bead in the end, causing me to suffer a great loss. In the underground chamber, the purple-clothed strange demon youth coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was in an extremely miserable situation at this time. The right half of his body was covered in blood, and the skin on the right side of his face was ruined, making him look ferocious and ghastly. This was the fate of being struck by the heaven-perishing bead. The heaven-perishing bead was a one-time disposable explosive treasure produced in the divine realm that could be used to destroy enemies. This treasure even contained the laws of the Great Tao. When a heaven-perishing bead exploded, its terrifying explosive force could even be dangerous for a late divine sea martial artist from the divine realm. Moreover, for added security, Old Man Good Fortune had not cared about losing his lifespan and had spat blood essence onto the heaven-perishing bead. However, Old Man Good Fortune was able to withstand this loss of blood essence. Now that he had obtained a pool of 10,000-year stone milk, That was a loss he could definitely recover from and still extend his life for another 700 years. He had already perfectly achieved the goal he was seeking at the Temple of Marvels. Although it was a pity that he had to spend a heaven-perishing bead, to Old Man Good Fortune there was nothing more precious than extending his life. Mixing his own blood essence with the heaven-perishing bead was Old Man Good Fortune's final trump card and also his strongest attack. In addition, the strange demon youth had been weakened after emerging from the Sea of Miracles. If it weren't for his fast responses, then he wouldn't have suffered something as simple as a grievous injury. Moreover, what sent the strange demon youth into a flying rage was that Old Man Good Fortune was no different from a slippery old cockroach. After wounding him, the old man had relied on his understandings into the concept of space and crazily flew through the dimensional realms. As for the injured demon youth, he actually wasn't able to follow him. The master of the Temple of Marvels had comprehended at least the 5th level of the concept of spatial genesis. Such a ruthless individual was far more formidable than the demon youth had been or would ever be. Thus he felt a great fear towards this Temple of Marvels. Moreover, he didn't understand the layout of the temple. After chasing after Old Man Good Fortune for half an hour, he finally lost him. This caused the strange demon youth's heart to burn with rage. This was simply his life's greatest shame. Before coming here, he had boasted repeatedly about not placing Old Man Good Fortune and Lin Ming in his eyes. To him, they were nothing more than easy prey that could easily be handled. In front of the strange demon youth, the masked man was faintly smiling. You underestimated your opponent too much. If you were a bit more careful, then even if that old man had the heaven-perishing bead, he still wouldn't have been able to wound you. That old man is a very cunning individual and he also has some relationship with the divine realm. After living for so many years, it's natural that he would have some final trump card to preserve his life. Then again, there are many ancient ruins left behind in the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago. If he explored these ancient ruins, then it is possible he could obtain the life-preserving treasures left behind by some ancient powerhouse. That old fool. I will definitely pull out his soul and turn him into an Azura ghost slave, making him regret every decision he ever made. The strange demon youth grit his teeth as he said, "Haha, I'm afraid you won't have this chance. That old fellow has an extremely high understanding into the concept of space. It's likely that he will soon leave the Temple of Marvels. And with your current injuries, you won't be able to catch him now. But none of this matters to begin with. Our main goal here is Lin Longjian. Even if we don't have Old Man Good Fortune, there are still several divine sea powerhouses with similar enough strength. They should be enough." Humph! I just can't swallow this insult. Once the plan is completed, I will leave the Temple of Marvels to find him. As for that Lin Longjian, his strength surpassed my expectations. With his mere second-stage life-destruction cultivation, he actually managed to escape the pursuit of 6 great quasi-emperor-level ghost slaves, even killing 2 of them in the process. His strength is no different from that of a dragon. The strange demon youth was well aware of just how great the defensive power of the Azura ghost slaves he refined was. They were simply like large blocks of divine iron. But 2 of these tough ghost slaves had actually been pounded to death by Lin Ming's halberd. How could he not be surprised by this? This was simply not strength that should be possessed by a human. The masked man was not surprised. Rather, his eyes began to glimmer with excitement. He licked his lips, saying, "Lin Longjian dual cultivates in body and essence, and his achievements in the body transformation path are extremely high. For him to arrive at this step in the Sky Spill continent is already a miracle. But the more spectacular he is, the more he is able to arouse my interest. Rest assured, there is no way that he will be able to escape. Although you weren't able to capture him, you still forced away that bothersome Old Man Good Fortune from his side. Now that they are separated, there is no way for them to contact each other in these isolated dimensional realms that twist together like a maze. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune and Lin Longjian are neither friends nor family. It's already a great act of benevolence for him to create an opportunity for him to escape. It's impossible that he would risk his life to return and save Lin Longjian. That old man treasures nothing more than his life. Although Old Man Good Fortune seemed wizened and disconnected from the world, the truth was that what he valued most in the world was his life. Those that feared death were easy to deal with. The masked man's lips curved up in a thoughtful smile. He looked at that strange demon youth and said, "I will personally go this time. Stay here and recover from your wounds. The heaven-perishing bead contains the laws of the Great Tao. If you leave behind scars of the Great Tao in your body, then it will be difficult for you to recover from them. I alone will be enough. As long as it is in this world, with Lin Longyan's cultivation, there is no way for him to escape my grasp." At this time, within this dimensional realm that looked like the 8,000-mile black swamp, Lin Ming looked at the distant divine thunder tree that pierced into the skies, his heart filled with shock. Although danger was abound, Lin Ming still didn't search for a shortcut to leave the Temple of Marvels. Since he saw this sort of divine tree only several dozen miles away, he certainly had to go and take a look. Perhaps this was a lucky chance that would give him the opportunity to make a turning point. Lin Ming opened the gate of wonder, traveling 10 miles in a single step. In just a few blinks of the eye, he had arrived in front of the divine tree. As he truly saw this divine tree up close, Lin Ming was stunned. This divine tree was thicker than a pagoda and towered upwards for several tens of thousands of feet. Looking up, this divine tree looked like a column that supported the heavens, shooting straight into the skies. Lin Ming found that the so-called crown of the tree had no leaves, but instead was replaced by a tangle of roots. This was a strange tree that kept itself rooted in the skies. These roots were as thick as pythons. They looked like azure dragons that circled around the tree, gripping their thick claws into the billowing dark clouds, sucking in the power of thunder. The power of thunder was absorbed by the divine tree. As it passed down, it caused the entire divine tree to sparkle with lightning, looking like a descending god. Under these twisting roots, there were actually fruits hanging that were 4 or 5 feet wide. These fruits sounded extremely large, but placed on this massive divine tree, they only looked like little dots. If Lin Ming didn't look carefully, then he would have easily passed over them. Lin Ming began to carefully count them. This divine tree had absorbed a massive amount of the power of thunder for countless years, and yet it only bore a total of 12 fruits. He sighed as he thought of just how difficult it must be for these fruits to be bred. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he looked on. These 12 fruits all had strange lines on them, like bolts of lightning that crawled all over the skin of the fruits. Moreover, each line on these fruits was different, mysterious, enigmatic, profound, and filled with a faint flavor of the Great Tao. Lin Ming was dumbfounded, suddenly remembering the Chaos Stones he had seen in time-worn Phoenix City. Those Chaos Stones had been formed at the creation of the universe and then slowly evolved over the countless years. Those Chaos Stone recorded the vicissitudes of the universe, having been marked by chaos energy, a type of energy that preceded all other types of energy, such as the 5 main elemental energies, primal chaos energies, and so forth. They also contained the power of the source laws and were a worldly treasure. As for these lines of thunder, there were similarities. These lines should be marks of the Great Tao that have been naturally left behind through tens of thousands of years by the circulation of the power of thunder from the 9 heavens' thunder dominion. Although they are inferior to the mystical chaos stones, they still deeply reflect the mysterious concept of thunder. Just these lines themselves are a priceless treasure, much less the fruit. When Lin Ming had crossed into life destruction, his body had been tempered by the power of thunder, and every cell in his body had been activated by it. His compatibility with thunder was already inestimable. However, Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder had remained low throughout. Even though he had meditated on the thunder concept jade slips left behind by the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor was still someone from the Sky Spill continent after all. No matter how excellent he had been, in this continent with its limited inheritances, there would always be many flaws and omissions in the system of thunder laws that he established. It was simply incomparable to the God-transforming mirror at time-worn Phoenix City that recorded the concept of fire. But now, these 12 fruits would be able to make up for Lin Ming's weakness. The Sea of Miracles seems to have a 100,000-year history. If that is true, then the history of this Temple of Marvels must surpass 100,000 years. Perhaps it has existed for 120,000 years, and each of these 12 fruits represents the results of 10,000 years. As Lin Ming realized this, he took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Riches always came with danger. Even if he were being pursued by enemies right now, none of them were able to dampen his determination to pick these fruits. Lin Ming moved towards the divine thunder tree. As he reached 10 miles away, he felt all of the hairs on his body stand erect. This was because of the powerful electrical field that emitted from the tree. Around the entire divine thunder tree there was an invisible force field. Because the energy was too intense, the force field naturally twisted, causing the formation of ionized particles in the air that contained a deep power of thunder. If a martial artist that wasn't strong enough were to approach this force field, then they would be immediately incinerated to ash. Even a high-stage life-destruction martial artist would have to consume a great deal of energy to maintain their bodily protective true essence to move within this electric force field. However, this was not a problem at all to Lin Ming. He had a thunder-attribute body, and every cell within him had been tempered by the power of thunder, leading to him having a great affinity with it. In addition, his understandings of the concept of thunder were also decent enough. After entering this thunder force field, he actually felt like he was a tiger in the mountains or a fish swimming in the sea. All the pores throughout his body opened, relaxed as they vigorously absorbed the pure power of thunder. This is a wonderful power of thunder. If I could train here, then the results would be incredible. Lin Ming took a deep breath and looked up at the 12 thunder fruits in the skies. His feet moved as he shot upwards. As Lin Ming approached these thunder fruits, he could increasingly feel the inherent mystical concepts and laws within them. The stems of these fruits were as thick as an arm and extremely tough. Lin Ming took out the great desolate blood halberd, and with his great 2 million gene strength and silver battle spirit poured into the blood halberd, he cut down the first fruit. Lin Ming followed a pattern, soon picking down all 12 fruits. The 4 or 5 foot wide fruits couldn't even be held in both his arms. These thunder Dao fruits were all covered with a purple skin that was etched with lines. Although it was just the skin, one could feel a pure thunder energy coming from them. Lin Ming dropped down and took out a thunder Dao fruit. He hesitated for a moment and then decided to directly cut this fruit apart here. In this strange and unknown space, it was indeed a bit risky to eat a Dao fruit when he had no idea what the effects would be. But now that he was being chased down by others, he had to take every chance possible to increase his strength, in order to increase his chances of escaping by even the tiniest percentage. If he cowered from something like this, then he really would be hopeless. Lin Ming placed the purple fruit on the ground and pried off the stalk with the great desolate blood halberd. A large piece of skin was ripped off with it, revealing the pale white fruit flesh within. A tempting fragrance wafted into the air, carrying with it the taste of the ages. Lin Ming was very particular about what part of the thunder Dao fruit he opened it from. The area around the stalk was the only part that didn't have the law lines engraved onto it, so ripping off this part wouldn't matter too much. He had to keep the rest of the skin peel intact so that he could meditate on the concept of thunder principles contained within. He certainly couldn't touch that part. Smells great. I've eaten a good number of heavenly materials in my time, but most of them are extremely painful and cause the entire body to ache and tear, let alone the taste. This is my first time smelling such a fragrant fruit before. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. He took a dagger and carved out part of the fruit flesh. The fruit flesh was white and translucent, as if it were carved from exquisite jade. As he held a piece in his hands, the sharp and sweet aroma was extremely appealing. What a great rich and pure power of thunder. If a non-thunder attribute martial artist were to eat this, their body would blow up from not being able to withstand this energy. Even a thunder attribute martial artist would perish if their compatibility was lacking. There would be no way they could withstand such a terrible baptism of thunder energy. Lin Ming used his perception to investigate the fruit piece and then directly swallowed it up. As the fruit entered his mouth, it turned into a rich fragrance that spread through all of his inner organs. At the same time, Lin Ming could also feel an incomparably pure power of thunder diffusing throughout his body, rushing into his meridians. This is so comfortable. This thunder energy that would be fatal to others was actually immeasurably pleasurable to Lin Ming. Not to mention the comfort that spread through his body. Even the shaking wounds from his battle with the ghost slaves were instantly healed up. Lin Ming didn't stop at just eating one piece. He continued to eat. This 4 or 5 feet diameter fruit could feed a family for several days. However, for a martial artist, since their consumption of energy was great, their appetite was also great. If they didn't use heaven and earth origin energy to restore themselves and relied on just food, then the amount of food they would have to eat simply couldn't be calculated. Lin Ming ate up a third of this fruit in a single go. As the violet juices flowed out from his mouth, Lin Ming didn't waste this at all. He wiped it up with his fingers and licked them with loud smacking sounds. This is delicious. Lin Ming burped and actually spat out purple thunder. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was filled to the brim with energy, as if he had endless amounts of power within him. Currently, if he were to encounter those several ghost slaves again, Lin Ming was confident he could defeat them all by himself. Moreover, he would also be able to withstand the shaking strength of the great desolate blood halberd. This fruit is so strange. It's causing the power of thunder within my body to become even deeper, to the point that it's tempering my body. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the second stage of life destruction, and I've already reached the limit of energy I can contain. If I take another step forwards, then that will be the third stage of life destruction. I'm confident I will be able to cross the third stage of life destruction now. But doing so in this environment is just too dangerous. The road of martial arts was like this. As long as one's foundation was solid enough, then every breakthrough would bring immeasurable progress and strength at astronomical speeds. When Lin Ming first broken through the late revolving core realm and into life destruction, his foundation had been far too solid. As long as he gathered enough energy, he would be able to cross another stage of life destruction. There wasn't much else he would need to consider. But as for a normal martial artist, their chances of survival, even if they had enough energy, were fraught with dangers and angst. They would have to search for all sorts of precious medicines and materials that would increase their chances of crossing life destruction successfully, otherwise they would simply perish in a cloud of ash. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then dispelled all thoughts of crossing the third stage of life destruction here. To do so, he would need to completely disintegrate his body and temper himself in the energy. This was a highly dangerous process that couldn't tolerate any disturbance. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be bones left of him. In this dimensional realm, it was possible that danger could come at any time. And crossing the third stage of life destruction would also require several days. It was unlikely he would be able to pass those days in peace and quiet. As Lin Ming was about to put away the rest of the fruit, his heart suddenly stirred. This is... At the bottom of the divine thunder tree, because of the electric energy field that surrounded this area, there had been a great deal of interference towards Lin Ming's perception. But after eating the thunder Dao fruit, his perception here had increased by a great deal, and he discovered that there was something strange at the back of this divine thunder tree. Lin Ming walked around the divine thunder tree. The trunk of this divine tree was thick, nearly circling for half a mile. As Lin Ming reached the other side, he discovered that there was a human skeleton sitting cross-legged within the roots at the base. This skeleton was translucent and sparkled with light, as if it were carved from the most precious jade. There was a 7-colored gem embedded between the eyebrows of the skeleton that sent out gorgeous, dazzling lights. This sort of gem was certainly not used for decoration. It was obviously produced from some type of cultivation method. I wonder what sort of mystic cultivation method this is that it can produce a divine crystal between the eyes. Although Lin Ming wanted to pry off the divine crystal and study it, he didn't let his greed get the best of him. This skeleton was currently emitting a faint yet powerful aura. Lin Ming knew that this sort of aura was an energy field. Even though the owner of this skeleton had been dead for tens of thousands of years by now, the energy field around him still lingered here, not dispersing. It was hard to imagine just what boundary he had reached before his death. He had no idea why such an extraordinary figure would be sitting here. Could he have reached the end of his life and was trying to make a final breakthrough? Or had he been sabotaged by others and had died here from fatal wounds? But no matter what happened, Lin Ming maintained a deep reverence and respect towards such an amazing character. He naturally wouldn't do something so dastardly as destroying this person's skeleton. He shouldn't be the temple master of the Temple of Marvels. Lin Ming discovered that there was a spatial ring and bracer on the left hand of the skeleton. The bracer shined with a faint light. Even after 100,000 years, its magnificent light still hadn't dimmed. This was obviously a type of treasure. Lin Ming deeply bowed to the skeleton and then carefully took the spatial ring and bracer off. This bracer is a saint artifact. After Lin Ming investigated the bracer, he came to this conclusion that left him floored. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen a bracer-shaped saint artifact. All of the saint artifacts and normal treasures that appeared in the Sky Spill continent had mostly been weapons or armor. There were very, very few accessory-type treasures, and nearly no saint artifacts of that kind. It's too bad Demon Shine isn't here, otherwise I could ask him about this. Lin Ming shook his head and strapped the bracer onto his wrist. He could immediately feel a deep tranquility emerge from deep within his heart, as if his very soul was being gently cleansed. In that instant, Lin Ming's perception became sharper and his thoughts became much more agile and clear. As he thought back to some insights about the time laws that Old Man Good Fortune had left for him that he hadn't yet been able to comprehend, he suddenly developed some insights and positive directions in his mind. This caused him to be overjoyed. This is a saint artifact that can enhance soul force. It can even increase perception to an extent. He had never heard of a saint artifact with such an effect in the Sky Spill continent. He had never even imagined one containing such beneficial effects. Even in the divine realm, saint artifacts that conferred special effects were relatively scarce. Their value was much higher than that of a normal offensive or defensive type saint artifact. Among saint artifacts, those with the lowest value were offensive saint artifacts. Defensive saint artifacts were several times more valuable, and saint effects with special effects were several times more valuable above that. But this sort of saint artifact normally increased defensive or offensive abilities. As for increasing soul force and perception, there were very few of these types of saint artifacts. If the Supreme Elder that died here could have such a bracer, then his strength before his death surpassed even Lin Ming's lofty imagination. The intensity of soul force wasn't related to perception, but that didn't mean that was the only relationship between them. Currently, Lin Ming's perception was considered good, but not at the peak of talent. He could be considered just decent enough. As for this saint artifact, although it couldn't increase perception by too much, it was still extremely precious. The effect that this would have on Lin Ming's future meditations on the laws could be imagined. Of the 8 inner hidden gates, last 4 gates, the gate of opening is located at the brain. After opening it, it can also similarly increase my perception. With this bracer on top of that, I'll have a much better grasp of contemplating time and space laws in the future. As Lin Ming thought this, he began to investigate the spatial ring left behind on the skeleton. As he looked through it, he immediately sucked in a deep breath. This ring, this was a spatial ring? For an ordinary spatial ring, there was a miniature space locked within it. This space could be called a minor dimension, but the truth was that it was far worse than a true minor dimension. The space within a spatial ring wasn't able to hold life. Moreover, it was highly unstable. Depending on the quality of a spatial ring, the space within would collapse after hundreds or thousands of years. But as for the spatial ring in Lin Ming's hand, there was actually a true world contained within. This world had grass, sunlight, rivers and lakes, and even trees without a doubt. This spatial ring had the ability to contain living beings. This was a complete minor world. A minor world contained within a spatial ring. Lin Ming couldn't help but praise such a mighty force that could do this. This is the 5th level of the concept of space, spatial genesis. Lin Ming suddenly recalled Old Man Good Fortune's words. Without mistake, this spatial ring must have been forged by a supreme elder with an astoundingly high comprehension in space laws. There was a possibility that it was the owner of these bones. As Lin Ming was about to search the spatial ring some more, at this time his heart suddenly went cold. He turned around to see the shades of several people appearing miles away. Ghost slaves? Lin Ming's first reaction was to think that those chasing after him had finally caught up. But with some shock, he looked closer to see that these figures actually weren't ghost slaves, but were rather martial artists from the 4 divine kingdoms. They were several of the martial artists that had initially entered the Temple of Marvels ahead of Lin Ming. To a high-stage life-destruction martial artist and above, their eyesight allowed them to see everything a dozen miles away as if it were happening right in front of them. In other words, they had seen everything that Lin Ming had done just now. This caused Lin Ming to furrow his eyebrows together. When it rains, it pours. He hadn't solved the problem of the ghost slaves, but now another problem had arrived. In this danger-ridden temple, Lin Ming couldn't afford to waste his time here. At this time, Lin Ming didn't want to get himself snarled into a mess with anyone else. He quickly received the Thunder Dao fruit into his spatial ring, as well as putting away the spatial ring that he didn't have time to look at now. As he was about to leave, several figures flashed and appeared in front of him. So it was little friend Lin. "Why don't you stay for a moment?" Lin Ming frowned. He looked and saw that there was a total of 4 people standing in front of him. This group included the heroic young 7th stage life destruction Yang Mu from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom, as well as the half-step divine Si Uya Kun from the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. There was also a young man that Lin Ming didn't know. Although this youth's cultivation was only at the 6th stage of life destruction, his foundation was exceedingly deep. He was much stronger than Situ Luosha had been. These were 3 of the most astounding young elites of the Sky Spill continent. They were led by a blue-clothed middle-aged person, whose cultivation was impressively at the early divine sea. Lin Ming had a faint impression of this middle-aged man. He came from a Holy Land-level family clan that was vassal to the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. Their family clan was surnamed Sun, and this middle-aged Sun fellow was an important figure in his family clan. Although this elder son's cultivation was at the early divine sea, his foundation couldn't be considered too deep. He was much worse than Shirbai. He had likely only managed to break through to the divine sea by stumbling on some lucky chance. This type of person wasn't too scary. Either way, Lin Ming still wouldn't underestimate him. The 4 of them all had wounds covering their bodies, as if they had come from some brutal battle. Those from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom and Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom had entered in 2 separate groups, but now they had gathered together and these 4 had been scattered out from their original groups. It was likely they had experienced many fierce battles, and their losses were probably not too small. "Greetings to you all. Do you have some matter to ask me?" Although Lin Ming's tone was peaceful, it was still a bit cold. During this sensitive time, he didn't think that this party of people would stop him just to greet him. "Haha, little friend Lin. I was wondering what that skeleton behind you was." Elder Sun had lived for 1,700 to 1,800 years already. His sight wasn't any worse than Lin Ming's. He could sense the amazing pressure exuded from the force field around the skeleton that hadn't dispersed even after tens of thousands of years. This person that had died must have had a terrifying level of strength while they were still alive. And just what rank of treasures would the relics be that such an amazing powerhouse left behind? It was simply hard to imagine. And right before now, he had clearly seen Lin Ming take away the skeleton's treasures. Although Elder Sun maintained a suitable amount of restraint, the 3 youths beside him already had shining eyes. As they looked at Lin Ming, drool nearly dripped down their chins. If they could obtain the inheritance of such a character, that would be an immense lucky chance. They might even be able to rely on that to become the highest under the heavens. If it were possible, they certainly wouldn't want to offend Lin Ming. But with such massive benefits hanging in front of them, the situation had changed. Moreover, in their opinion, in this last year Lin Ming may have broken through to the 2nd stage of life destruction, but just a little jump in his cultivation wouldn't make him a match for a divine sea powerhouse. And the 3 youths weren't some random cabbage weaklings either. If the 4 joined forces, it was more or less assured that they would be able to defeat Lin Ming and steal away his treasures. If they could kill Lin Ming, that would be even more perfect. Then they wouldn't have to worry that they would draw Lin Ming's retaliation in the future. This skeleton was left behind by a senior supreme elder that died here. What else is there to say about it? Lin Ming calmly traced his spatial ring. He had a faint feeling that today's matters wouldn't end peacefully. Elder Sun laughed as his eyes swept the surrounding areas. How come I don't see Senior Good Fortune here? Since Elder Sun didn't see Old Man Good Fortune, he always had some doubts in his mind. If Old Man Good Fortune were here, then he could kill him with a single palm. Senior Good Fortune is in a neighboring dimensional realm. If there's some matter you wish to consult with him about, then you may go over and see him, Lin Ming casually said, hoping to use Old Man Good Fortune's reputation to frighten Elder Sun. Lin Ming wasn't afraid of these people in front of him, but he also didn't want to fight. Any battle would cause energy to surge in the surrounding areas. It might be enough to draw the notice of that strange demon youth and his Azura ghost slaves. Ha ha! Elder Sun traced his long beard. I truly am looking for Senior Good Fortune about some matters. How about little friend Lin escorts this old man to see Senior Good Fortune? Elder Sun wasn't an idiot for having lived for such a long time. He certainly wouldn't be deceived by Lin Ming's little tricks. Just this probing sentence was enough. If Old Man Good Fortune hadn't really been separated from Lin Ming, and Lin Ming wished to avoid a battle, then he would definitely lead him to see Old Man Good Fortune. Otherwise, his earlier words would be a lie. Lin Ming's complexion sank. He icily said, I do not have the time. He didn't want to fight here, but if he was forced to, then he would. His situation was not the same as it was a year ago. After breaking through the second stage of life destruction and opening the gate of pain, and even eating up the Thunder Dao fruit, his entire body was now filled with an uncontainable, overflowing energy. How could he be afraid of battle? Hee hee. Elder Sun simply ignored the icy disdain in Lin Ming's words. His lips curved up in a smile. He was already able to confirm that because of some unknown reasons, Old Man Good Fortune had been separated from Lin Ming. Patriarch Sun, this boy is clearly putting on an act. If we act together, then it doesn't matter how talented he is. In the presence of a true divine sea powerhouse, whatever genius he will become in the future will be useless once we kill him. Patriarch Sun, you also have to have a heaven-sealing pagoda that can lock down an area, making it so that this boy cannot display his true speed. There will be no way for him to escape then. Wuxia-kun licked his lips as he sent out a true essence sound transmission. He had a 6-stage life destruction cultivation and was also a half-step into the divine sea. With his inborn purple yang meridians, he had full confidence in his own combat strength. A 6-stage life destruction half-step divine sea martial artist was stronger than a 7th-stage life destruction martial artist. In addition, with Wuxia-kun's purple yang meridians and his comprehension of laws and concepts, he had full faith he could easily defeat someone like Situ Yaoyue. He wouldn't be like Lin Ming, who would narrowly squeak by with a victory. Although Lin Ming had now broken through to the 2nd stage of life destruction, that didn't mean he was unstoppable. Even if Wuxia-kun couldn't defeat Lin Ming, he still wouldn't be defeated either. Moreover, there was Yang Mu here who was no weaker than he was, as well as the most powerful Patriarch Sunday. If the three of them attacked together, then with the heaven-sealing pagoda cutting off Lin Ming's range of movement, defeating him was already a settled matter. Even killing Lin Ming shouldn't be too difficult. I know, Elder Sun said with a smile hanging on his face. He continued saying to Lin Ming, little friend Lin, mortals equally divide money and martial artists equally divide treasures. This is all according to the customs of righteous sects. If many martial artists find treasures together, they will distribute the treasures according to rank of strength. Little friend Lin, we currently have 5 people here, and you obtained 3 treasures. There was a strange fruit, a bracer, as well as a spatial ring. Since I am the strongest one here, how about you allow me the opportunity to choose which treasure to take first? Since it seems you ate part of that strange fruit, we'll completely turn that over to you. As for the other treasure, that will be handed to the 3 juniors. How about it? As Elder Sun slowly spoke, Wuxia-kun was overjoyed. Elder Sun would definitely choose that Dead Master's spatial ring. There was bound to be even more treasures within, and he would be able to divide a part of those benefits too. As for that strange fruit, it seemed to be a thunder attribute fruit that wouldn't benefit him too much, so it didn't matter if he obtained it or not. Ha ha ha! Lin Ming suddenly laughed out loud. This shameless attitude was truly an eye-opening experience. Why are you laughing? Elder Sun's voice suddenly turned icy. Find treasures together? Only someone like you can say such pathetically shameless words. You have truly broadened my mind today. Hee hee? Elder Sun sinisterly chuckled a few times before saying, The four of us were caught by a crowd of vicious beasts in a nearby dimensional realm. If it weren't for us blocking them for you, then you would have been caught in their trap. Perhaps you might have been torn apart and used to fill their stomachs by now. How would you still have such a lucky chance? You obtaining these treasures was just luck on your part, but the greater credit belongs to us. You have really confused right and wrong and twisted what is black and white. You were chased by that crowd of vicious beasts and separated from your main groups, miserably making your way here, and yet you managed to change all of that into saying that you blocked the enemy for me. To think that a piece of garbage like you that only managed to break into the divine sea by a lucky chance actually dares to call themselves the strongest. That is completely laughable. And for trash like you to say that you will choose which treasure to take first, haha. I have walked down the road of martial arts for many years and have seen many thieves and murderers, killing others for their treasure. But as for thinking of competing for treasures like you are now and even doing something so sad and pathetic and using the so-called righteous path to convince me, this is truly the first time that I have seen that. The skin of your face is already so thick and tough that it can be used as material for a saint artifact-level armor. Lin Ming's heart burned with anger. Thus every word he spoke was filled with ruthless and merciless taunting. As he finished, Elder Sun's blood swelled up to his face as a thick killing intent billowed out from him. Humph, you ignorant junior. You think that just because you have some talent, you are unrivaled in this world? Let me tell you, compared to a true divine sea powerhouse, you are still far from being able to match. Since you dare to break the customs and insult your seniors, then let me teach you a good lesson for your reckless behavior today. I will let you experience the disparity between you and a divine sea powerhouse. As Elder Sun spoke, he swiped his spatial ring and threw out a pagoda. This pagoda rose with a gale of wind, instantly expanding to dozens of feet high. This pagoda suppressed the heavens, immediately locking down the nearby area. The reason that Elder Sun dared to attack Lin Ming was because of this treasure. Otherwise, Lin Ming's speed would have been an immense headache for him. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming, then there would be no end to his future troubles. At the same time, Lin Ming directly took out the 800,000 gene Great Desolate Blood Halberd. As the Great Desolate Blood Halberd fell into Lin Ming's hands, it felt just right. Humph, if you want to fight Patriarch Sun, then you must pass me first. Before Elder Sun did anything, Wuxia-kun already moved first. Wuxia-kun was an extremely haughty and arrogant individual. Before now, Lin Ming's limelight was far too overwhelming. It had completely suppressed him. Compared to Lin Ming, he was nothing but a tiny star shining near a blazing moon. He simply looked ordinary and not special at all. How could the arrogant him possibly be happy about this? He had long been wanting to test out Lin Ming's strength. Sword of the Great Tao. Wuxia-kun flourished a white long sword from his spatial ring. Sword light surged outwards, stretching endlessly. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the advantage in this battle. But it was enough as long as he didn't lose to Lin Ming. In his opinion, he alone would be able to reluctantly contend with Lin Ming, much less with a divine sea powerhouse added onto it. This battle was already won. At the end, the only truth that mattered was that Lin Ming would die under his hands. Sword light soared to the heavens. Wuxia-kun ferociously grinned. Screw off. Lin Ming's heart was burning with a raging anger at this moment. Against Wuxia-kun's infinite sword light, all he did was simply wave his halberd. With his silver battle spirit and the strength of the gate of pain poured into it, the terror of 2 million genes of strength could be imagined. With an explosive sound, the sword light was torn apart like paper. Wuxia-kun's pupils instantly contracted. He had never imagined this would happen. How could his sword light be so fragile that it would crumble at first contact? He sharply cried out in alarm, but there was no time for him to make an effective response before the halberd light smashed into his chest. Wuxia-kun's body suddenly shook as all of his ribs shattered and his organs burst apart. His body flew backwards, plopping onto the ground like a bag of mushy meat. In just a single strike, Wuxia-kun had been injured to the brink of death, completely unable to resist. Wuxia-kun's limp body flew 10 miles back before crashing into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to be stirred up. It was unknown whether or not he was still alive. As Elder Sun saw this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wuxia-kun was an important figure of the sublime smelting divine kingdom, and he had even taken a half-step into the divine sea. In just several more years, he would have become a divine sea supreme elder, and moreover, he would be someone that relied on his own momentum to reach the divine sea. That was a true divine sea powerhouse. If anything happened to Wuxia-kun here, he would be the one to take responsibility for it. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength had far exceeded his imagination. How could this be? In just a year, his cultivation only rose by a small boundary, so how could his strength be so great? If this continues, then in another 1 or 2 years when his cultivation rises by another small boundary, won't he be able to defeat an ordinary divine sea powerhouse? Not only was Elder Sun bewildered, but even Yongmu felt a lingering fear from what he just witnessed. He was glad he didn't do anything a moment ago. Otherwise, he would have shared Wuxia-kun's fate. The rate at which Lin Ming grew was too terrifying. The most difficult period for a genius was the time when they were still growing. It was possible for them to die while they were exploring a mystic realm, or perhaps they would be killed by others. Lin Ming didn't have any background, so it was even easier for him to stumble into dangerous accidents. In particular, he had provoked a great enemy in the Azura Divine Kingdom. But now it seemed that in another 2 years at most, he would have the strength to become an unrivaled emperor. Elder Sun felt the situation had become a bit thorny. He had jumped on top of the tiger, and there was no way for him to back down. But at this moment, Lin Ming took the initiative to attack. This was the first time that Lin Ming had directly faced a divine sea powerhouse. Energy revolved through his entire body as the gate of pain opened. 2 million genes of strength combined with the true essence of a peak second-stage life-destruction martial artist ran up his body. A terrifying electric current filled the edge of the great desolate blood halberd, while simultaneously mixing with the power of fire. With Lin Ming's current strength, he could easily use martial skills with the great desolate blood halberd. Penetrating rainbow. The halberd stabbed out and a halberd light passed through the void of several miles. It was like a falling mountain, unstoppable and irresistible. Bold Jr., do you really think you can overcome me? Elder Sun erupted with a loud roar. He flourished a 3-foot-long saber from his spatial ring and violently cut down at Lin Ming's halberd light. He didn't dare to hold back with this saber strike. The saber wind slashed out like raging waves, tumultuous and savage. Bang! With an earth-shaking explosion, thunder and fire twined together. There was a terrifying detonation as the sun seemed to rise between the heavens and earth. Lin Ming's concepts of thunder and fire had become deeper, and in addition to the increase of his cultivation, his current penetrating rainbow was on a completely different level from how it was in the past. As for Elder Sun, he was still a divine sea powerhouse. Even though he was the weakest of divine sea powerhouses, he wasn't some weakling waiting to be chopped. His saber cut through the billowing flames with unstoppable force, dividing that rising sun in half. The explosive energy was split apart, still sweeping towards Elder Sunday. A severe light flashed in Elder Sun's eyes. His saber flashed twice, scattering the energy. As for Lin Ming, he smashed his halberd against the greatly weakened saber light, breaking it apart and then quickly retreating backwards. This exchange of moves was evenly matched. Elder Sun felt a numbing sensation crawl up his arm, horror beginning to fill his heart as panic overtook his mind. He was actually evenly matched with Lin Ming? Did this mean that divine sea powerhouses weaker than him would have fallen under Lin Ming's hands? It had to be known that although Elder Sun had relied on lucky chances to cross in the divine sea with just a 5th-stage life-destruction cultivation, and he was considered one of the weakest divine sea masters, the truth was there were those even worse than him. That is, those fifth-stage life-destruction martial artists that had also relied on lucky chances to enter the Divine Sea, and were also nearing the end of their lives. That kind of Divine Sea powerhouse would have been defeated by Lin Ming. In other words, the current Lin Ming already had strength equal to an emperor. That meant he was the same as the eighth-stage life-destruction masters that once lived. As Elder Sun came to this conclusion, he was incredulous with disbelief. How could Lin Ming have made so much progress from just going from the first stage to the second stage of life destruction? This was the same as others making 3 or more increases in small cultivation boundaries. He was already sick with regret for choosing to fight Lin Ming. If Lin Ming were a normal life destruction powerhouse, then he could at least rely on the deeper true essence reserves of the Divine Sea realm as well as the greater endurance to defeat him. But Lin Ming's endurance had become famous to the point of being terrifying. Elder Sun simply didn't have the least bit of an advantage here. Since he offended Lin Ming and couldn't kill him, this was indeed catastrophic news for him. As Elder Sun was trying to figure out how to deal with the aftermath of his choices, Lin Ming attacked once again. The great desolate blood halberd slashed out and a cold light surged from the halberd edge. Before the move was sent out, all of the surrounding space suddenly cracked like a broken mirror as a massive amount of the power of space gushed out from the space cracks, gathering together to form a horrifying space storm. This space storm fused together with the power of fire from the burning star flame, forming a calamity of wind and fire. Bury the heavens. Damn it all! Elder Sun was also stirred into a blazing anger. He slashed out his saber and a snow-white saber light formed a wave 1,000 feet tall, containing a deep concept of water. Elder Sun had been at the Divine Sea for many years now, and he wasn't without his own successes. At least, his concept of water had reached an extremely high degree. White Dragon Driving Stream. A strike went out and everything within a 10-mile range froze, turning the world into a winter wonderland. However, even though Elder Sun's attack finally managed to freeze the shattered void, the ice still broke apart as the great desolate blood halberd and its 800,000 gene weight crushed through the ice. Unstoppable. Bang! Elder Sun was sent flying backwards, blood tumbling in his body. As for Lin Ming, he also felt his arm go numb with shock. If this battle continued then, he might not be able to win. And even if he narrowly came out victorious, it would still exhaust all of his strength. If the ghost slaves were to come at that time, then he would have no ability to resist them. Lin Ming suddenly reversed his halberd light. The power of space mixed together with the concept of annihilating flames and the burning star flame erupted outwards, howling as it shot out into the world. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. With a loud ringing explosive sound, the force field from the heaven-sealing pagoda that locked down this area suddenly shattered. Elder Sun also shook, his face paling. His soul had been connected to the force field. In that previous strike, he had been forced to transfer all of his strength resist Lin Ming's attack, so he hadn't been able to maintain the power of the heaven-sealing pagoda. Thus, the energy enchantment was naturally demolished by Lin Ming. I will remember what happened today. Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, flashing 10 miles away with a single step. This was simply beyond Elder Sun's ability to react. In frontal combat, he was evenly matched with Lin Ming, but in terms of speed, he would forever occupy the inferior role. Lin Ming's step just happened to lead him right beside the half-dead Wuxia. Elder Sun's complexion completely changed as he saw this. No! He wanted to slash out with his saber light to intercept Lin Ming, but it was already too late. The great desolate blood halberd smashed down with the force of mountains and rivers. Bang! The earth ruptured as if a meteor has crashed into it. A massive hole appeared in the ground. Wuxia had taken the brunt of this deadly attack. After losing all of his bodily true essence, it was impossible for his fragile mortal body to possibly withstand such an impact. His body directly turned to ashes without a single piece of his skeleton left. You dare to kill a prince of the sublime smelting divine kingdom? He is a future divine sea powerhouse of the sublime smelting divine kingdom. Elder Sun felt his entire body turn ice cold. Lin Ming already had an unquenchable blood feud with the Azura divine kingdom, and now he even wanted to offend the sublime smelting divine kingdom. A half-step divine sea master that was only several years off from becoming a true divine sea king had been eliminated by Lin Ming here, turned to nothing but ash. A martial artist that could step into the divine sea with their own strength had inestimable value to a divine kingdom. Even 10 million spirit essence stones couldn't be traded for one. Interesting. So if he wants to kill me, I can't kill him in return? If it weren't for my strength surpassing that idiot's expectations, I fear that the one dead now would be me. Should I just sit here and let you fools do as you wish to me and not think of retaliating? Do you think I can swallow such an insult? As for offending the sublime smelting divine kingdom? Humph! If the sublime smelting divine kingdom wants to do anything to me, they must first carefully weigh up the dire consequences of hunting me down. Lin Ming did not fear offending the sublime smelting divine kingdom. If this were a year ago, he truly would have swallowed the insult and allowed Wuxia to live. Otherwise, if the sublime smelting divine kingdom joined forces with the Azura divine kingdom, even the Forsaken God clan wouldn't be able to stop them from doing as they pleased. But the current Lin Ming had opened the gate of pain and his cultivation had also risen. Moreover, he would soon break into the third stage of life destruction. Once he finally stepped into the third stage of life destruction, bottom-tier divine sea powerhouses would no longer be his match. As for top-level characters like Situ Haotian, while he was still far from being their opponent, Lin Ming would still be able to rely on his ghostly and extraordinary speed to escape. There was also a massive number of top-grade spirit essence stones in his spatial ring. It was more than enough to break into the fourth stage of life destruction. At that time, there wouldn't be many divine sea powerhouses in the Sky Spill continent that would be able to pose a threat to him. The sublime, smelting divine kingdom chasing him down? Let's see if they had the guts to try that first. And as for today's matters, Lin Ming was the one in the right. He was the one that occupied the platform of truth and reasoning here. Killing Wuxia was a perfectly justifiable response. The sublime smelting divine kingdom could only suck in this grievance. You? Elder Sun gulped, not knowing what to say. The four divine kingdoms were gargantuan monsters. It had always been them bullying others, when had others ever been the ones to bully them? But now, Lin Ming had directly slapped the sublime smelting divine kingdom in the face. And the high-level figures of the sublime smelting divine kingdom would likely hold up their noses and excuse this matter. They had already learnt from watching the suffering of the Azura divine kingdom. In fact, they might even desperately try to cover up what had happened here. After all, even if Lin Ming's actions were in the right, this was still a shameful matter. And there's you too. I will record down this grudge. 2 years from now, I will come to take your head. Lin Ming sneered at Elder Sunday. Although he couldn't kill him now, killing him 2 years from now would be easy. You! In that moment, Elder Sun felt as if he had fallen into the Nine Nether abyss. He was simply helpless against this nakedly blatant threat. Let alone 2 years, he might not even be Lin Ming's opponent anymore in 1 year. No, I cannot just sit here and wait for this monster to seek revenge. Otherwise, I'll just be waiting to die. I must go deep into seclusion. I have to find some distant isolated island to run to and not emerge for 3,000 years. Elder Sun already made up his mind. Even if his family clan was exterminated, he still wouldn't appear in the world. To him, living his days in fear and trepidation, hiding like a bug, that was still better than dying. Towards Lin Ming, he felt nothing but a deep and foreboding fear. At this moment, Elder Sun saw Lin Ming's finger move. Then, a force field quickly passed over him, as if it had left something within his body. What have you done? Elder Sun was immensely shocked. Lin Ming had quietly left something within his body, and yet he wasn't able to discover it? It's a tracing mark. Can't you feel it? Did you think I would just let you escape as you wished? Oh, that's right, I've forgotten. You still haven't managed to comprehend a battle spirit. Thus you have no way of sensing it. Lin Ming said without demur. A battle spirit was the manifestation of the martial arts will. It could live on for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years without fading. In this current world, There was no one capable of undoing this silver battle spirit tracing mark, and that was because no one in the Sky Spill continent had a grade of battle spirit comparable to Lin Ming's. T-tracing mark? As Elder Sun met Lin Ming's gaze, he felt his entire body turn ice cold. For better or worse, he was still someone that had lived for over 1,000 years and had experienced many methods of tracking others, but he had never experienced such a tracing mark before. He could only faintly feel that something was wrong with his body. But as for what exactly Lin Ming had done to him, he had no idea. Do you think your tracing mark can last forever? Elder Sun said, his forehead wet with sweat. All of Lin Ming's abilities were far too strange. Since Lin Ming didn't hide that he had left a tracing mark on him, this was likely extremely difficult to undo. However, he was still holding out for some possible hope. If a late Divine Sea Supreme Elder that was close to the highest under the heavens was willing to help, then they might be able to undo this tracing mark. It was like Lin Ming had seen through Elder Sun's thoughts. He faintly smiled and said, "It looks like your family clan has some decent relations with the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. Are you thinking about asking the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle Wuxia Hua to undo my tracing mark? Well, you can try." Lin Ming sneered. Undoing his battle spirit mark was essentially a struggle between battle spirits. In terms of battle spirit combat, who could defeat him in the Sky Spill continent? You? Elder Sun trembled as he heard the brisk confidence lacing Lin Ming's words. It was quite obvious that he believed Wuxia Hua didn't have the ability to help him. After suffering losses under Lin Ming because he had underestimated him too much, Elder Sun no longer dared to look down on him. Since Lin Ming dared to speak these words, he must be sure of himself. And nearby Elder Sun, Yang Mu and the other young elites were also dripping with sweat. To tell the truth, it would have been wrong to say that they didn't feel tempted by greed after finding out that Lin Ming had obtained the relics left behind by an ancient supreme elder. But Yang Mu was not someone from the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, so Elder Sun likely wouldn't give him much, if any, of the benefits. This was the reason that he hadn't attacked Lin Ming. Now that he witnessed Elder Sun's pitiful fate and Wuxia Kun's miserable demise, he was scared witless. He counted his lucky stars that he didn't decided to do anything rash. Otherwise he would have died without a burial. What do you want? Elder Sun's voice had gone completely limp. He simply didn't have the ability to resist Lin Ming. If begging on his knees would have worked, then he would have ignored his own dignity and done so. Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with this Elder Sunday. With a quick thought, he carefully received the ancient Supreme Elder's skeleton into his spatial ring, preparing to leave. If he left the skeleton here, then it was likely that it would be robbed and ruined by these people. Whether it was the divine crystal on the skeleton's skull or the skeleton itself, everything was a top treasure. They could be used to forge a mystic weapon or even refined into alchemy materials. If others were going to commit sacrilege against the skeleton, then he might as well take it away himself. I will buy my life with spirit essence stones. 5 million. No, 8 million spirit essence stones. Don't kill me. Elder Sun's eyes widened. After speaking out a price of 8 million spirit essence stones, he bit his lips to the point of bleeding. His family clan did not have the same deep background as the Azura Divine Kingdom. To him, 8 million spirit essence stones was a massive amount. It was extremely damaging to take out so much wealth. Although a Divine Sea powerhouse's life far surpassed 10 million spirit essence stones in value, that didn't mean that a Divine Sea powerhouse was able to come up with 10 million spirit essence stones or some other equivalent materials. Lin Ming didn't bother speaking to Elder Sunday. After obtaining over 20 top-grade spirit essence stones, he no longer needed too many spirit essence stones. A massive amount of spirit essence stones would only be useful for buying relatively ordinary medicines to concoct a myriad spirit pill. But refining such a pill was extremely time-consuming, and this sort of divine pill was most useful the first time it was used. It wouldn't be too effective the second time. It would be impossible to rely on this pill to open the second half of the 8 inner hidden gates, which were far more difficult to open. 9 million, 10 million spirit essence stones. Elder Sun nearly bit off his tongue as all his intestines twisted together. This sky-high price was the limit that he could offer, and he would also need to borrow a massive amount in order to gather that much. But Lin Ming didn't even seem to care about such a price. Lin Ming only looked up at the divine thunder tree that reached into the skies, sighing within that he couldn't take away this divine tree. This divine tree had already gained a spiritual consciousness. After absorbing the purest power of thunder for all these tens of thousands of years, its strength far surpassed any divine sea powerhouses. It was simply impossible for Lin Ming to take it away with his current strength. Lin Lonjian, don't push things too far. Elder Sun's voice began to sound hysterical. No matter what he said, Lin Ming seemed to ignore him, not even deigning to spare him a glance. This made him angry but also anxious at the same time. Lin Ming used his perception to check again that he didn't miss anything, and then his feet stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, instantly disappearing. You! Elder Sun's eyes turned red. Wait, don't go. Elder Sun's despairing voice echoed out from behind him, but Lin Ming didn't care. Towards such a weak divine sea powerhouse, Lin Ming simply didn't place him in his heart. After several blinks of an eye, Lin Ming vanished without a trace. There was no way for Elder Sun to ever catch up to him. The left-behind Elder Sun seemed as if he had lost his soul. He plopped to the ground, his eyes dazed and sluggish. It's over for me. This thought echoed in Elder Sun's mind again and again. Martial artists valued their lives greatly, and divine sea powerhouses even more so. They had crossed the most sad and painful realm of life destruction, and had managed to acquire a long life and lofty status. In this great world, as long as they didn't manage to offend a powerful existence, they could do as they pleased. Who was willing to die? Dying was already a painful matter, but not knowing just when he would die was even worse. These last 2 years of his life would be filled with fear and anxiety that crept underneath every moment. Every day that passed meant he would have one less day to live. And to a martial artist like him, this wasn't even time to finish a single round of seclusion. This was just the blink of an eye. Elder Sun really wanted to slap himself. How could he have been hot-headed for a moment and offended Lin Ming? Now he could only regret his own actions. Beside Elder Sun, Yang Mu and the other young elites didn't speak for fear that they would overly stimulate this old fellow whose nerves were fraying. They discovered that Lin Ming was a much more terrifying existence than they had imagined. His speed of growth was simply unimaginable. They had kept thinking about how fierce Lin Ming would be in the future, but now they had suddenly realized that future they thought about had already arrived in front of them. Now, none of them dared to provoke Lin Ming anymore. Even the 4 divine kingdoms or any other divine sea supreme elder had to be afraid of him. The Azura divine kingdom and this elder son already served as good examples of why. Oh! At this time, in a desolate and glum far-off dimensional realm, the skies were filled with red clouds, thick and murky like blood. The ground was covered with shattered stone tablets, and these tablets were all engraved with mysterious ancient letters. Even though these stone tablets were extremely hard, the writing on them was blurred, a testament to the extremely long time that had passed. This isn't the common language of the divine realm, but some other type of language system. I really have no idea just what happened in the Sky Spill continents past. Lin Ming shook his head. It was very difficult to investigate these matters that had been buried in the sands of time. Even going to the divine realm wouldn't help much. After all, the divine realm was just far too broad. There were countless worlds in the lower realms. Just which influence of the Sky Spill continent had connections with the divine realm. As Lin Ming casually sat on a stone tablet, he began to investigate the spatial ring left behind by the ancient Supreme Elder. Within this spatial ring, there was a line of small letters. These letters were fortunately written in the language of the divine realm. Thus Lin Ming was able to understand them. It said, Electric Violet Clan Shadeless Lightning Vindicator Zhang Ziji. Zhang Ziji. That's the name of the Supreme Elder that died sitting? Electric Violet Kirin Clan. That should be the clan he originated from. The Electric Violet Kirin was one of the god beasts from the divine realm. It was a similar existence to a phoenix, true dragon, and golden-winged roc. There was more than a single type of god beast in the divine realm. For instance, there were several kinds of true dragons. The reverse-scale blood that Lin Ming had inherited had come from the Azure Dragon bloodline, and it also contained the attribute of endlessness. In addition, there was a red dragon, blood dragon, five-clawed gold dragon, all with their own unique attributes. As for the electric violet Kirin, that was a thunder attribute god beast. Jiang Ziji came from the electric violet Kirin clan, so he must be skilled in the concept of thunder and the concept of space. I wonder just how this clan compares with the ancient Phoenix clan. Can they stand on even ground in the divine realm? A clan with the bloodline of a god beast wouldn't be inferior. At least, they should be one of the greater powers of the divine realm. This shadeless lightning vindicator, in the middle, should be his title. He might have been called Emperor Shadeless or Emperor Lightning Vindicator. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Of course, the kind of emperor he referred to was not the divine sea powerhouse of the Sky Spill continent. That sort of emperor could only be used to describe a top powerhouse of the lower realms. An emperor-level powerhouse of the Sky Spill continent was a completely different concept from an emperor of the divine realm. After using his perception to explore the spatial ring, Lin Ming began to probe what was inside. This was a true sealed minor dimension. In this world, there was sunlight, grass, lakes, rivers, and heaven and earth origin energy. This origin energy was even somewhat richer than it was in the outside. It was apparent that this small world had the ability to gather heaven and earth origin energy. Thus, a martial artist could definitely enter this spatial ring for practice. And since Lin Ming could carry this spatial ring around, the functions of it could be imagined. At the center of this minor dimension, there was impressively a palace carved from spirit jade. And behind this palace was a large medicine garden. As Lin Ming saw this, he sighed with emotion. This was the essential difference between a common spatial ring and one created with spatial genesis. This special type of spatial ring could contain a medicine garden, meaning that a martial artist could carry a medicine garden with them. Thus, any types of medicinal plants they found could instantly be placed inside this medicine garden. This sort of treasure was something a common alchemist could only dream of. As Lin Ming's perception entered the medicine garden, he actually discovered that most of the medicinal plants there had died because no one had cared for them. After all, most medicinal plants couldn't survive for tens of thousands of years, and they also had extremely harsh conditions for growth. They needed to consume a massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy, and if they weren't fed, they would die. Wanting them to reproduce before they died in this situation was simply impossible. However, even though over 90% of the medicinal plants had died, there was still less than 10% that had survived. These types of medicinal plants were the types that could live for a terrifyingly long time. They could grow for 100,000 years without dying. Some had fallen into a deep slumber, and some were even filled with life vitality. The spirit energy released by the dead and dying medicinal herbs had all been absorbed by them. Humanity's martial artists, animals vicious beasts, plants medicinal herbs. All of these were existences that defied the will of the heavens. They fiercely competed with each other and followed the survival of the fittest. In this extremely brutal competition, the winners would live and the losers would be used for nutrients. Thus, although there weren't many medicinal plants left here, each of them was vividly growing with an astonishing heaven and earth origin energy contained within. These divine medicinal plants had all been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Even though the heaven and earth origin energy in the spatial ring was lacking due to neglect, because of the immense amount of time that had passed, it was more than enough to successfully raise the wonderful treasures. 120,000-year Bodhi immortal vine, 110,000 devil ghost bamboo, 110,000 sacred heaven dragon fruit. Lin Ming had a deep understanding of how valuable these heavenly materials were. He felt his heart rapidly racing as he looked at all of them. This was truly a great harvest. It had to be known that even in the divine realm, 100,000-year medicinal herbs were still extremely hard to find. This was because they were simply far too time-consuming to cultivate. Only those great sects with hundreds of thousands or millions of years of inheritance would raise these types of medicinal herbs so that their descendants could make use of them. This method of passing these legacies down generations again and again was a way of blessing their descendants. With these medicinal herbs, I'll finally have some chances of opening the second half of the 8 inner hidden gates. The difficulty of opening the last 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates was much higher than opening the first 4. In particular, the gate of life and the gate of death. Those were the 2 hardest gates to open. In the divine realm, there were many lofty and heaven-gifted geniuses of the greatest sex that dual cultivated in body and essence. But even for them, once they encountered these last 2 gates, they would find it far too difficult to open them. Of course, after the gate of death, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were on a completely different level of difficulty. One didn't need just heavenly materials, but they also needed comprehensions of the Tao. If I use up all of these medicinal herbs, then it should be enough for me to open another 2 or 3 more gates. Well, hopefully it will be enough for at least 2 gates. Such a great harvest had solved one of Lin Ming's greatest problems. He wouldn't need to worry about needing medicinal herbs for a long time now, so how could he not be excited about this? Lin Ming's perception soon passed over this incomparably precious medicine garden and then entered the palace at the center of the minor dimension. This palace had an extremely simple layout. There were only a few large rooms inside. Among them, a study room caught Lin Ming's attention. In this study room there was a row of bookshelves, all of them filled with jade slips. Lin Ming casually looked over a jade slip. Divine Realm 3000 Worlds Light-Shaking World. As he looked through this jade slip, he discovered that it detailed the various sects and influences of the light-shaking world. It also included local customs, trade environments, regional mystic realms, details of seas, forests, deserts, grasslands, levels of vicious beasts and wild beasts that appeared there, as well as possible god beasts. There was even listed every possible heavenly material that could be produced on that world, as well as its value and how it could be obtained. There was information about astronomy, geography, and various knowledge and histories of that world. This was truly an all-encompassing index of information. The amount of information contained within was extremely rich. A jade slip could contain information billions of times greater than a vast encyclopedia. Because the jade slips Jiang Ziji made were crafted from special material, the information capacity was even greater. However, to record the information of the light-shaking world, this single jade slip was far, far from being able to do so. The light-shaking world was far too broad. It far exceeded the size of the planet that the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent were located on. If one wished to fully record the information of the light-shaking world, they would need countless more of these jade slips. And for just this jade slip, even with Lin Ming's extreme speed reading abilities, it would still take him several days to finish reading through it. As he looked again, all of the jade slips on the bookshelves pertained to the Divine Realm. Divine Realm 3000 Worlds Mantle World. Divine Realm 3000 Worlds 7-Star World. Divine Light World. Snowfall World. Skycloud World. Of the introduction to these divine worlds, some were detailed and some were vague. This was because the Divine Realm was far too broad, and some worlds were still shrouded in mystery or were too far away. Even the Electric Violet Kirin clan couldn't have detailed materials about all worlds. Lin Ming counted the jade slips. There were a total of 3,600 jade slips, recording the information of 3,600 worlds. The truth was that the so-called Divine Realm 3000 worlds didn't really mean 3,000. 3,000 was just an empty term. The true number far surpassed 3,000. Here, there were 3,600 great worlds recorded, but there were many smaller worlds that weren't counted. Even in the lower realms, where the 3,000 boundless universe referred to 1 billion worlds, even that 1 billion worlds was just an empty term. In truth, there were far, far more worlds in the lower realms than 1 billion worlds. The true number was immeasurable. As for the world that the Sky Spill continent was on, the planet was over 100 million miles wide, so this was a relatively large world that could be included in one of the billion worlds of the 3,000 boundless universe. But there were far more smaller worlds which only had a diameter of several 100,000 miles or even several million miles. These worlds were much smaller than the world of the Sky Spill continent, thus they were all ignored. Although these neglected worlds seemed small in comparison, The truth was that these worlds all had a population of several trillion individuals. If one added these innumerable worlds together, the number of lives was immeasurable. Lin Ming laid down these jade slips and continued to look around. The jade slips on another shelf caught Lin Ming's attention. There were very few jade slips on these shelf, just a bit more than 20, but all of them recorded down martial arts inheritances. These were all the inheritances of the Electric Violet Kirin clan. Lin Ming's mind stirred and he took a deep breath. How did the Electric Violet Kirin clan compare to the ancient Phoenix clan in the Divine Realm? He estimated that even if they were inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan, they shouldn't be much worse. That meant that the Thunder Attribute concept legacies of the Electric Violet Kirin clan represented one of the highest inheritances of the Divine Realm. The value of obtaining such mystic skills could be imagined. Lin Ming hurriedly swept over these jade slips with his perception, but as he looked through them, there were 2 points that caused him to feel disappointed. The first point was that in order to practice the cultivation method inheritances of the Electric Violet Kirin clan to a high boundary, one needed the bloodline of the Electric Violet Kirin. Although this Electric Violet Kirin bloodline could be transplanted, obtaining it wasn't easy at all. The second point was that these Electric Violet Kirin mystic techniques were only introductory cultivation method manuals. They didn't record the later layers of these cultivation methods. All of these cultivation methods were extremely core inheritances only passed down to important personages. It was unlikely they would be randomly placed here. Even so, Lin Ming's harvests were still great, particularly concerning the concept of thunder inheritances. One didn't need the Electric Violet Kirin bloodline to comprehend the concept of thunder. These jade slips contained insights into the concept of thunder that far surpassed what the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had left behind. It was enough for Lin Ming to meditate over for a very long time. After I enter the Divine Realm, I should be able to have the support of the ancient Phoenix clan to study fire laws, so I don't need to worry about that. Now I have the Electric Violet Kirin clan's jade slips on the concept of thunder, so I should have some guarantee there. Now all I'm missing are jade slips about the concepts of space and time. Of course, if I could obtain some jade slips on the concept of wind, then that would be even better. Lin Ming didn't have high demands concerning the concept of wind. He just needed enough to help him use golden rock shattering the void. After putting down these jade slips, Lin Ming continued to explore this heavenly abode. He soon discovered a medicine room. This medicine room had many materials for healing, detoxification, strengthening, and many other medical pills for cultivation, recovery, and so forth. Many of the pill bottles had been opened and most of the pills had been eaten. In Lin Ming's estimation, nearly all of the truly good pills had been eaten, leaving behind only the most basic pills. This was also reasonable. Jiang Ziji had died sitting, and it was unlikely that he had died of old age. Most likely, he had been severely wounded after a brutal battle. Most of the good pills should have already been eaten by him, and the other saint artifacts he carried were probably destroyed. These leftover pills were much lower in quality than the heavenly materials in the medicine garden. But even so, within the Sky Spill continent, these pills were still incomparably precious medicines. Lin Ming took these medicines out and put them away in a separate spatial ring. Then, after he didn't discover anything else, his perception left the minor dimension. He prepared to leave the Temple of Marvels as soon as possible. Because of his battle with Elder Sun, as well as him organizing the treasures he found, he had been delayed here for a long time already. He had to find the path to leave the Temple of Marvels as soon as possible, otherwise he would become increasingly in danger. At this time, in another distant dimensional realm, Elder Sun, who had Lin Ming's tracing mark embedded within him, had an expression of pain and grief etched on his face. He was currently looking at a purple-robed man with a pleading light in his eyes. This purple-robed man had his eyes tightly closed shut. A faint trace of his will had condensed into thin needles that entered Elder Sun's body, probing within him. This continued for a quarter hour. The purple-robed man opened his eyes and let out a light sigh. How is it? How is it? Elder Sun was like a drowning man that had seized upon a final piece of straw tossed to him. He impatiently asked this question again and again. This purple-robed man in front of him was a good friend of his. He had relied on his own ability and cultivation to enter the Divine Sea realm, and was now at the Middle Divine Sea. He also had extremely high achievements in terms of a battle spirit. Elder Sun was counting on this purple-robed man to help him undo the battle spirit tracing mark that Lin Ming left in his body. I cannot unravel this tracing mark. In terms of battle spirits, the disparity between me and Lin Lanjian is simply too great. He is truly a monstrous genius. The purple-robed man shook his head as he spoke. His words were like a bucket of cold water that washed over Elder Sun, making him feel as if he had been dumped in a freezing sea. Elder Sun begged, saying, "Brother Liang, you must save me. Lin Lanjian has already threatened to take my head in 2 years. If he doesn't die, then that means I only have 2 years left to live. Moreover, Lin Lanjian has obtained a massive inheritance. It is definitely from an ancient supreme elder. It might even be from the temple master of the Temple of Marvels. If you can kill him and obtain that inheritance, you will surely become the future highest under the heavens." Elder Sun first begged and then tried temptation. However, the purple-robed man wasn't moved. The purple-robed man shook his head, saying, "You weren't able to do anything against Lin Lanjian. Although I am stronger than you, I would only be able to suppress him. If he decided to escape, then with his speed there is nothing I could do to stop him. Let alone me. I fear that even a true Middle Divine Sea powerhouse would find themselves at the end of their rope chasing him around. For him to stumble upon the inheritance of an ancient supreme elder, that proves that his destiny is that of an unrivaled emperor. He is already fated to become the highest under the heavens. If I try to defy the will of the heavens and attempt to go against Lin Lanjian's destiny, then I fear even I will die. Even the sublime smelting divine kingdom will likely swallow the insult of Uyakun's death and not say anything. Lin Lanjian has already grown into an unshakable tree. With his strength, he can already be considered an emperor." The purple-robed man sighed as he spoke to hear. He looked at Elder Sun's extremely pitiable expression and said, "If you want to save yourself, then your only choice is to inform the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the sublime smelting imperial granduncle that Lin Lanjian has obtained the inheritance of the Temple of Marvel's Temple Master. If the two of them join forces, you have a slim chance of survival." Although the inheritance of the Temple of Marvel's Temple Master was tempting, to the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the sublime smelting imperial granduncle, what they cared about the most were pills that could extend their lives. If this inheritance did not include those pills, then they wouldn't risk arousing Lin Ming's ire. Moreover, Lin Ming also had Old Man Good Fortune, who was closely behind him. As the purple-robed man spoke to hear, Elder Sun became increasingly depressed. If he had just been more humble when he saw Lin Ming, then everything would have been fine. Thinking back to it, it was laughable how he had threatened to show Lin Ming the difference between a life-destruction martial artist and a true divine sea powerhouse. Now, the result was that he had ended up in an extremely miserable state. Elder Sun's body suddenly went cold, and the purple-robed man was also shocked, his forehead instantly turning wet with sweat. Just now, for a brief moment, he had felt an incomparably chilling perception passing over him. The master of this perception was absolutely a terrifying existence. Who is it? The two of them held their breaths, not even daring to move. After that perception swept past them, it didn't pause, and had now gone far away. They both let out deep breaths of relief, feeling like they had just survived the apocalypse. That perception had just covered them for a brief moment, and yet it felt as if their souls had frozen. Just who was that? In the high skies, a voice muttered, "The one with the lower cultivation has seen Lin Lanjian. That means that Lin Lanjian should be in a world not too far away. With my speed, it should take at most a quarter hour to find him. Humph, your luck is over. You couldn't escape even if you grew wings. It's this world. I've finally returned to this world." As Lin Ming looked at the dark forest around him, he determined that he had come here once before. In this Temple of Marvels, every dimensional realm was different. It wasn't just different scenery, but even the frequency of spatial fluctuations was different. This type of spatial fluctuation was like a person's fingerprints. If one was skilled in the concept of space, They could rely on this to judge whether or not they had come to this world before. Although I found a familiar space here, that doesn't mean I'll be able to find the road out. The Temple of Marvels had a very strange and enigmatic spatial arrangement. It was like a massive maze. With Lin Ming's understandings towards the concept of space, he would slowly have to feel his way out. As Lin Ming flew, he also began to quietly refine the spatial ring in his hand. This ring had been named by Jiang Ziji, and it was called the Extreme Violet Ring. The Extreme Violet Ring was already a masterless object. Configuring it for his own use wouldn't be difficult. This ring actually turned into a seal mark. Lin Ming discovered that the Extreme Violet Ring suddenly vanished as he put his spirit mark on it. It turned into a little purple tattoo on his finger. It seems some quasi-saint or true saint artifact-level treasures can be directly integrated into the body. The cosmic melting furnace is the same. Lin Ming was overjoyed. If he wore the ring on his hand, then it would be easy to damage, but if it turned into a seal tattoo on his body, then it would be much more secure as well as hidden. Each dimensional realm of the Temple of Marvels was only the size of a province of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. They were around 1,000 to 2,000 miles wide. Lin Ming was able to quickly fly from one end to the other with his speed. After this dark forest dimensional realm, I should arrive at those strange islands. However, I'm afraid the spatial arrangements might have changed, making it more difficult to leave. As Lin Ming spoke to himself, he was about to leave through the space barrier of the dark forest world. But at this moment he was suddenly startled. All of the hairs on his body stood on end as he rapidly drew backwards. As Lin Ming helplessly watched the scene unfolding in front of him, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. Before him, the space barrier was torn apart. A man wearing white clothes and a wood spirit jade mask suddenly strolled out from the void. This person's aura was deep like a fathomless ocean. His strength was impossible to estimate. He might even be more powerful than Old Man Good Fortune. Without a doubt, this white-clothed masked man was a partner of that strange demon youth. This mysterious influence that was targeting him had likely come from the Sea of Miracles. As his eyes locked on that wood spirit mask and he looked at its peculiar style and unique shape, Lin Ming was flooded with a horrifying realization. His heart thumped in his chest. He remembered the model of this mask. He had seen it many times before. It was a design worn by the Nine Furnace Guard, and one that only the most upper-level figures could wear. Could it be? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The Nine Furnace Guard was a military regiment directly under the political control of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. They had authority over all prisons in the nation. Later, they had been thoroughly controlled by Crown Prince Yang Yun and subordinated for his desires. Such a link already caused Lin Ming to correctly guess just who this masked man was. Yang Yun, it's you? Lin Ming's voice was icy cold, and in front of him, the masked man only faintly smiled as he took off his wood spirit jade mask, revealing a handsome and exquisite face. This man was Yang Yun. Ha! Brother Lin, how have you been? Yang Yun smiled. It wasn't surprising that Lin Ming had seen through his identity, nor had he been planning to conceal his status anyways. As Lin Ming looked at the Yang Yun in front of him, his eyes flashed with an odd light. He had always felt that Yang Yun was extremely deep and impenetrable, not revealing just what he was hiding. And what was most peculiar was that he never understood just what Yang Yun's cultivation was. Lin Ming had first come to know of Yang Yun because of his matters with the Heavencraft Trading Company. Yang Yun had sent forth the Nine Furnace Guard to thoroughly investigate all 3 trading companies of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, as well as the 2 great banks and the 100 Treasures auction house. He had planned to completely control these 6 great commercial organizations. It had to be known that once an economic organization was grasped in the hands of a nation, it was easy for corruption to multiply there, making it so that all gains and profits would slowly slip away. Thus, doing so was not a wise move. Even so, Yang Yun insisted on doing this, even moving against a tremendous pressure to do so. This had caused the successor of the Heavencraft Trading Company, Heavencraft Xiaoxiao, to enter his room late at night and beg Lin Ming to request mercy for the Heavencraft Trading Company, using her own body as the price to do so. At the time, Lin Ming had thought something had felt wrong. Yang Yun's actions were simply too abrupt and forceful. Moreover, he had also called Xiao over to attend the Nine Flowers banquet. It was likely that Yang Yun had planned to use her as a chip to win him over as a subordinate. Throughout this entire process, Yang Yun had never revealed his hand, and although Lin Ming had some faint suspicions, he still wasn't sure of them. This had caused Lin Ming to always guard his mind and remain vigilant against him. Although Yang Yun repeatedly sent out great gifts to him, he maintained an appropriate distance throughout. He had always felt that Yang Yun was simply too deep, with too many secrets. Lin Ming didn't understand. Just why did Yang Yun wish to control such a great portion of the economy? The 3 trading companies, 2 great banks, and the 100 Treasures auction house accounted for a total of 10% of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's economy. In addition, with the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom controlling all natural resource production such as mines, with spirit jade lodes, medicine gardens, and so forth, over half of the nation's economy had fallen into Yang Yun's hands. Even so, he had managed to smoothly carry out all of his plans with no high-level figures from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom stopping him, or even trying to slow him down. This only showed just how meticulous and perfect Yang Yun's methods were. Regardless of what it was, this proved that Yang Yun's status in the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom was unshakable. But no matter how deep Yang Yun's abilities were hidden, Lin Ming never imagined that it would be to this degree. Today, Lin Ming could finally clearly see Yang Yun's cultivation. He was at the early Divine Sea, but that was actually an 8th stage Life Destruction Master's early Divine Sea. In the entire 100,000-year history of the Sky Spill continent, the number of 8th stage Life Destruction martial artists could be counted on a single hand. The highest under the heavens didn't need to be at the 8th stage of life destruction, but every 8th stage life destruction martial artist was assured to become the highest under the heavens. Yang Yun's early Divine Sea cultivation by itself was already able to sweep away the entire world. That was someone close to the highest under the heavens. After breaking through to the middle Divine Sea, he would truly be the highest under the heavens. This was a matter that could immeasurably raise the prestige of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. It was completely different from Situ Yaoyue, who had to fear assassination before she grew. But Yang Yun had hidden all the time until now. He certainly had some scheme he was plotting. Yang Yun had actually managed to reach the 8th stage of life destruction without raising any waves. This was simply unimaginable. He was only 40 years old. Lin Ming remembered that Yang Yun was a genius that crossed into life destruction at 30 years of age. This was a cultivation speed that wasn't too fast for a peak emperor-level talent that aspired to reach the Divine Sea. Even Situ Luosha or Situ Chuan could achieve something like this. But to first cross life destruction at 30 years of age and then reach the 8th stage life destruction Divine Sea by 40 years of age, that was simply impossible. There was only one possibility. That was that the true Yang Yun had already died. Who are you? Lin Ming's guard and mind were concentrated to an unbelievable degree. In the face of such danger, even his own palms were wet with sweat. This was because he couldn't imagine a single scenario in which he could win or escape. If Old Man Good Fortune were here, then they might be able to use some tricky means to escape, but now there was absolutely no hope. I am truly Yang Yun. That is nothing but the truth. Yang Yun had already guessed what Lin Ming was thinking. Then tell me, just how were you able to reach the Divine Sea after only 10 years in life destruction? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he silently took out the great desolate blood halberd. Although there was nearly no hope of escape, he still had to struggle with everything he had. Ha ha! Yang Yun congenially smiled. The cultivation I showed before was purposely to mislead the public. It was simply an illusion. My cultivation can't really be considered much. Brother Lin is only 23 to 24 years old. And with your speed you have high hopes of reaching the Divine Sea by the time you are 30 years old. In fact, there is even an extreme chance that you will become a 9th stage life destruction Divine Sea Master. 9th stage life destruction in the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent. There had never appeared a 9th stage life destruction martial artist since ancient times. It is a concept that only exists in the most ancient of records. Once Ninefall appears, the heavens and earth will change. Even in the divine realm, that is an extraordinary character. But as for me, I only reached the 8th stage life destruction divine C by 40 years of age. I cannot even hold a candle to Brother Lin's achievements. Yang Yun casually spoke, not even drawing out a weapon. His entire body was relaxed, as if he were speaking to an old friend that he had run into. With his cultivation, he truly had the capital to be confident and lax. You entered the sea of miracles and came out alive? Lin Ming suddenly thought of this possibility. Only such a lucky chance could explain everything that was happening now. You're half right. Yang Yun deeply sighed. Brother Lin, your destiny is a rising rainbow. You have the life of an unrivaled emperor. This is the destiny that you have accumulated through countless dangerous battles and life or death experiences. I simply cannot be compared to you. All I could do was use some evil methods to betray myself, giving away everything I had in exchange for power. As Yang Yun spoke to hear, his eyes began to twinkle, causing Lin Ming to be stricken. Lin Ming was able to faintly guess some things. He had been especially shocked upon hearing Yang Yun say that he had given everything away. Yang Yun was burdened with far too many secrets. Brother Lin, although we are enemies, I still see you as my close friend. Everyone knows that I, Yang Yun, have a rare heaven-blessed talent, and I began rising to prominence at 12 years of age, never slowing down and finally becoming a once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the nine-furnace divine kingdom. But no one actually knows just what I experienced when I was 12 years old. As Yang Yun spoke to hear, he shook his head as if he didn't wish to remember the events of the past. No matter how deep his secrets were, he still had to pour out his heart to others after binding these secrets within himself for far too long. Otherwise, it would cause psychological problems for him. I was born a bastard to a beautiful woman when my father visited one of his many imperial harems. For a son like me, in my father's several thousand years of life, if there weren't 5,000 there were at least 3,000 of them. And that didn't even account for all the other bastards he sired elsewhere in the world. A common mortal emperor only lives for a few dozen years and has a harem of 3,000 beauties. But for a divine kingdom's divine emperor, as well as the high prince and all the collateral royal dukes, marquises, princes, and others, the number of imperial concubines is inestimable. There are at least 1 million possible male heirs. I was nothing but one person in an army of 1 million. Yang Yun had a bit of a mocking tone in his voice as he spoke. Describing the royal clan juniors of a divine kingdom with an army of 1 million was truly a joke. With so many sons, those without strength were no different than ants. Their status would be no higher than a maid's. My mother was even worse off. Because of my weakness, she had no status, and afterwards she died tragically in the palace harem. Yang Yun's nonchalant words sounded as if he wasn't sad at all. But the more calm his expression was, the more Lin Ming was actually able to sense the deeply rooted hatred in his heart, simmering with blazing heat for eternity. In order for the royal families of the 4 divine kingdoms to maintain their thriving bloodlines, they also had to have a massive number of talents and a correspondingly massive amount of heirs. Even if their bloodline was amazing, they would need a large base of talents to screen out the most extraordinary amongst them. And humanity's ability to multiply was extremely terrifying. The 4 divine kingdoms had a history of over 10,000 years, and the number of royal family juniors had grown by a near exponential rate. In every generation, the most astounding talents of the bloodline would be screened out. All martial artists with ordinary talent would be eliminated, becoming nothing more than sacrifices for the rest. Although Lin Ming was already aware of these matters and also deeply understood just how brutal the battles behind a harem could be, he was still secretly shocked upon hearing Yang Yun's words. Yang Yun, I can imagine and empathize with just how tragic your childhood was, because I too was unhappy in my youth. But do you really plan on retaliating against the world just because of this? Retaliate against this world? Yang Yun chuckled. Why would I retaliate against this world? Not only will I not do that, but I will instead usher in a new golden era. I wish to establish my own legacy of glory and have my name etched eternally into the annals of history. You have probably heard this before, but the Sky Spill continent is on a cursed world that has been sealed. I will break the curse over the sky-spill continent and restore it to its previous majesty from 100,000 years ago. As Yang Yun said this, his eyes flashed with a trace of demented madness. Lin Ming was taken aback. He never imagined that this would be Yang Yun's goal. Those with a dream, and the perseverance, intelligence, and ability to accomplish them were the most terrifying opponents. They had no weakness, nor would they be confused. They had a clear and defined purpose that they would chase to the ends of the world. If that's true, then why do you want to kill me? It doesn't seem as if I conflict with your dream. That's right, you indeed do not conflict with my plans. In fact, I do not envy your strength. Only when more and more peerless talents arise can they complete my dream of ushering in a new golden age. But before then, I will actually need your body. There is an ancient soul within me that wishes to possess you. You are simply too extraordinary. Dual body and essence cultivation, your body has a 100% tempered spirit body as well as abnormal strength. It is the most suitable body for this spirit. I had originally wanted to take you in as my subordinate and train you until you grew further, but unfortunately, you did not agree. Now, you have grown far too quickly. I have no choice but to begin my plan ahead of time. Otherwise, I will lose the ability to control you in the future. As Yang Yun spoke to hear, the space behind him twisted and the phantom of a titanic devil began to slowly spear. It blocked out the skies, releasing an old and deep laugh that echoed through the world. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and watched all that was happening behind Yang Yun. He finally understood that there was an ancient soul in Yang Yun's body, and what Yang Yun meant by selling everything he had was the deal he made with this ancient soul. The reason that Yang Yun was able to obtain such strength was all because of this ancient soul, a soul that had survived for 100,000 years. Could it be in existence from the Sea of Miracles? Lin Ming's mind rapidly raced. But at this time, the normally placid and genteel Yang Yun's eyes turned blood red. He roared out like a savage beast as his white robes tore off from his body, his face becoming disgustingly ferocious. It was obvious that Yang Yun had already become one with the ancient devil in his body. With Yang Yun's strength combined with that devil body, his combat strength had reached a point that Lin Ming could not imagine. Mortal, to become my body will be your honor. Roar. Yang Yun's speed reached an incredulous degree. He turned into a blur. Although it seemed that he was still standing in place, his claws had already caught up to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. He stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and drew backwards. Facing such a powerful enemy, it was simply impossible to frontally contend with him. His only choice was to run away. He had to take advantage of his understanding into the concept of space as well as his abnormal speed to run as far as he could. Whoosh! A single step took him over a dozen miles away. Lin Ming opened the gate of wonder, reaching the pinnacle of speed. However, just as he emerged from the distorted space, he actually felt a maddening killing intent enveloping him from behind. As he looked back, he was shocked to see that Yang Yun was close behind, his icy claws reaching for him again. This speed that crossed over a dozen miles in just a split second didn't require any understandings of concepts or laws at all. It was simply brute strength. For Yang Yun to be able to follow Lin Ming like this after he had opened the gate of wonder and used golden rock shattering the void, such speed was horrifying. Ho! Seeing that it was impossible to dodge this claw strike, Lin Ming erupted in a loud bellow and opened the gate of pain. The heretical god force was revolved to the limit as 2 million genes of strength erupted from his body. The power of thunder and fire howled out as the great desolate blood halberd pounded downwards. Pong! The great desolate blood halberd violently clashed with Yang Yun's claw phantom. Lin Ming felt a savage force wash through his body as he was sent flying backwards like a broken leaf in a storm. He was unable to control his body as the crazy and rampant energy blew him around. His blood vitality tumbled in his body as many of his organs began to break apart. No matter how formidable his body was, he was simply unable to withstand Yang Yun's terrifying energy attack. Give me your body! Yang Yun grasped out with his claw. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue, and the flame mark between his eyebrows ignited with a blazing bloody light. The phantom of a phoenix appeared behind Lin Ming as he burned all 100 drops of the ancient phoenix blood within his body. Who? The phoenix's cry pierced through the world. At that moment it was like a fiery sun had been born within Lin Ming. As Yang Yun's demon claw approached, it seemed to be lit up by the sun, sending out chi-chi-chi sounds as it was melted away by the phoenix's flames. That brief delay bought Lin Ming valuable time. He brought the great desolate blood halberd forth, the power of fire and thunder twisting together on the halberd edge. Penetrating rainbow, Lin Ming roared out as the heretical god Sprout's burning star flame and 9 heavens' divine thunder were released without reservation. A potent and violent explosion blowing up. Pong! The demon claw shattered apart even as Yang Yun's lips curved up in a hideous grin. Lin Ming was far from being Yang Yun's opponent. However, the ancient devil in his body was only a soul form. As long as a soul didn't have a true body, it would fear thunder. When ancient monsters had to cross heavenly tribulation in their cultivations, their divine souls would find this pass difficult to cross. In a thunderstorm, a single thunderclap would send infinite ghosts scattered out, none of them daring to appear. This was because they feared the thunder. Moreover, Lin Ming's attack contained no ordinary thunder, but the top-grade heaven step 9 heavens divine thunder. Not just that, but the ancient devil in Yang Yun's body was a Yin energy form, but the blazing phoenix produced from burning the ancient phoenix blood was actually the Yang energy-filled 9 Yang flames. It was the nemesis of all Yin energy. With both of these forces combined, the demon claw sent out by Yang Yun was forcefully broken apart. 9 heavens divine thunder, burning star flame, and you even have the ancient phoenix saint body. That is the most powerful physique from the sky spill continent of 100,000 years ago that was able to stand on par with the electric violet Kirin saint body. If I can obtain your pure yang body, then that will be the greatest nourishment to restore my deteriorating soul. You are truly the greatest possible gift that the heavens could bless me with. Yang Yun cackled with strange jejejage sounds. Although he was restrained in terms of attributes, he had injured Lin Ming without being touched at all. The difference in strength was simply too great. Yang Yun's strength already approached old man good fortunes, and now with the ancient devil possessing him, he was no weaker than a top-level character like the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor. In other words, he was on the same level as the highest under the heavens. Resistance is futile. Join me. Assimilate with me. Become one with me. Turn into the foundation to bring forth an eternal golden age. Yang Yun had already fallen into depravity. After being possessed by the ancient devil, he had lost all rationality. Lin Ming didn't run. After witnessing Yang Yun's terrifying speed, he was now well aware that running was useless. Instead, it would only weaken his own momentum. Although the gap between them was insurmountable, he wouldn't sit idly by and be captured. He did not give up hope or his will. Since this ancient devil wished to seize his body, then there was no way it could avoid a battle of soul and will. In terms of combat strength, Lin Ming was not a match, but if this ancient devil tried to possess his body, then he had a faint chance of survival. With such a thread of hope hanging in front of him, how could he give up? After having burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming's strength had reached the peak. But this was unable to continue forever. With his current strength, he was only able to burn all of the ancient phoenix blood for a brief moment before it faded away. During this time, he had to use his highest combat strength and wound that ancient soul so that it would give him that much greater a chance of survival. Thunder battle form. See, the power of thunder in the entire world stirred up, completely gathering towards Lin Ming. This energy attached to his body, forming a purple-scaled war armor. He was mighty and majestic like a god of thunder born unto the world. This was a technique created by the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor. It was able to greatly enhance one's defensive power and combat strength. Now that Lin Ming had stepped into the second stage of life destruction and also opened the gate of pain, his thunder battle form had risen to a new level. Although he wasn't yet able to reach the world-domineering might of the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor, he was still able to show off some of its true valor. Hee, it's true that I am only a soul form, but do you think that with your little power of thunder you can actually harm me? And do you think that if you injure me, you can rely on your silver battle spirit to contend with me when I possess your body, and even swallow me in return? Haha, dream on, boy. I have lived a life thousands of times longer than your own. How could I not see through every single thought you have? Any resistance you put up will be meaningless. You are destined to become my body. Yang Yun faced the skies and wildly laughed. At this time there wasn't any hint of Yang Yun left. He had devolved into an avatar of that cruel ancient devil. Lin Ming was a man of determination and a hardened will. Even so, his heart sank as he heard the ancient devil's words, a feeling of despair beginning to gush up from within him. That was right. When he fought Sita Yaoyue, he had to put out every single hidden card he had and had displayed the limit of his strength. His opponent was keenly aware of every possible move he could make. Moreover, he was up against an old monster of ancient times who had been plotting and planning all for today. It was even possible that the appearance of the Temple of Marvels was all a part of its plans, so how could it not be prepared for anything Lin Ming could try? This feeling of anguish and despair grew within him like a weed, spreading through Lin Ming's entire body like a fast-acting disease. His fighting spirit immediately plummeted. It was as if he knew all resistance was useless. Perhaps it was better to just let himself be captured and possessed. This gloomy and disheartening feeling that made Lin Ming want to give up and wait for his doom left him startled. This was demonic charm. This was to use an invisible soul force and confuse and poison the mind of an opponent, causing them to lose all strength to resist. Even though Lin Ming had comprehended a silver battle spirit, he had still almost fallen for this move. This devil, whether it was combat experience or trickery, everything it did far surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. Lin Ming fiercely bit down on his tongue, using the pain to shake himself from the shadow of this demonic charm. But at this moment, Yang Yun had already made his move. How could he possibly miss such an opportunity? The demon claw grasped out, covering the world. An endlessly stretching demon claw fired towards Lin Ming like a twister. A terrifying aura completely locked down the surrounding space, making it so that Lin Ming couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils contracted and he suddenly thrust out the great desolate blood halberd in his hands. Oh! The flaming phoenix cried out. The 9 heavens' divine thunder impacted straight into the dark skies. The intense collision caused all of the space around Lin Ming to explode. The intertwining power of thunder and fire was actually unable to resist the power of that demon claw. This was the disparity of absolute strength. When coupled with the creeping influence of that demonic charm, even if Lin Ming's attributes repelled Yang Yun, he still wasn't his match. Bang! Thunder and fire were forcefully torn apart. Although part of that demon claw was melted away, it still grasped down on Lin Ming's body. His protective true essence ripped apart along with his clothes, revealing the Demon Emperor armor beneath. Although the quasi-saint artifact level Demon Emperor armor was tough, it still had a fatal flaw in the hole at the chest. The ancient devil was treacherous and cunning. All of the attack's energy slipped past that flaw. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire chest covered in red. The thunder battle form nearly completely vanished. The disparity was just too great. Yang Yun chased forwards, sending out another claw. Lin Ming wasn't able to gather himself. He simply wasn't able to resist. Hee. Be a good little boy and obediently let me seize your body. This claw easily enveloped Lin Ming. Lin Ming was caught in this hand as if he would be crushed at any moment. Essence, energy, soul, devour all. That massive devil phantom appeared behind Yang Yun once again. The devil opened its great maw and a black vortex appeared, beginning to attract everything towards it. Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea become restless. The blood vitality within him raged and his true essence trembled as if it would be pulled out from him at any moment. Essence, energy, and soul were the 3 treasures that comprised a human being, the life vigor of an individual. Essence was vitality, power of the bloodline, the very basis of the mortal body. Energy was origin energy and the Dantian's true essence. The soul was the primordial spirit, the marriage of spirit and will. The ancient devil wanted to swallow up Lin Ming's essence, energy, and soul. Once he lost those three things, he would lose everything that he was. At this life or death moment, Lin Ming's mind was still unbelievably calm. That ancient devil didn't dare to directly seize his body because it wasn't willing to engage in a showdown of will and soul. First, he would suck away his vital essence and weaken him to increase its strength. At that time, it would have a much higher assurance of possessing Lin Ming. In other words, even if the ancient devil knew that Lin Ming's final trump card was his silver battle spirit, it still didn't have anything it could do. This was because in order to possess Lin Ming's body, it had no choice but to engage in a showdown of will. In that instant, the silver battle spirit within Lin Ming's spiritual sea howled forth. His originally restless soul force was immediately suppressed and his will stabilized. But the power of blood and all of the energy within his body seemed as if it would break out at any moment. Silver battle spirit, sword of will. Lin Ming shouted out loud, and a silver-white sword of will shot out from between his eyebrows. This sword of will had the power of thunder poured into it. This projection of will mixed with the power of thunder thrust straight towards the ancient devil behind Yang Yun. The sword of will could only be used to extinguish bodies of will, spiritual beings that had no physical existence. For instance, when Lin Ming had crossed life destruction and the purple lion thunder source had attacked him, it had been injured by the battle spirit manifestation of his will. And this current ancient devil soul in front of him was also a kind of will body. Hee, how naive. Although I am not afraid of your silver battle spirit, that doesn't mean that I'll freely engage you in a battle of wills. Return. In that moment, the giant devil phantom behind Yang Yun was sucked back into his body without the least bit outside. When the ancient devil still had a mortal form, its cultivation had been extremely high and its battle spirit accomplishments were no worse than Lin Ming's. It was only because its soul was incomplete so its will was slightly weakened. Thus it didn't want to give Lin Ming even the slightest chance. Lin Ming could feel the ancient devil stop absorbing his life vigor. And at the same time, Lin Ming's sword of will chopped through the void. Once a soul entered a body, that soul would only enter the world of will for a will showdown if they so decided on their own initiative. Otherwise, it was impossible to use a battle spirit to directly kill the life of another. This was the reason that a battle spirit had to be attached to a material object. With his true essence moving restlessly and his blood vitality also suppressed, Yang Yun suddenly stretched out his demon claw and grasped out at Lin Ming. Jejejej, I do not need to swallow your essence, energy, and soul in order to kill you all the same. In front of me you are nothing more than a little baby. Useless and weak. Netherworld demon claw. Monstrous ghosts filled the skies and space itself was torn apart like paper. Lin Ming tightly guarded his mind and the power of thunder within the heretical god sprout burst out without hesitation. Power of death. Sword of judgment. Purple lightning condensed into the phantom of a divine sword, slashing through the infinite skies. This was also one of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's famed unique techniques. The power of thunder was most effective at suppressing ghosts and demons. The Sword of Judgment was Lin Ming's most effective attack method. Humph, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's Sword of Judgment? Even if the Eightfall Thunder Emperor were to personally arrive here, he still might not be able to harm me. Your cultivation is simply far too low to the point that it doesn't even matter at all. Break for me. The ancient devil could sift through Yang Yun's memories. It was well aware of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor and his Sword of Judgment, and simply didn't place it in his eyes at all. The Netherworld Demon Claw smashed into the Sword of Judgment. A tiny bit of that demon claw was melted away by the power of thunder. But the Sword of Judgment was directly grasped by that Netherworld Demon Claw and shattered to bits. The Sword of Judgment was connected to Lin Ming's will. As it shattered, his face turned paper white. At this time, the power from burning the ancient phoenix blood had nearly all faded away. Burning the ancient phoenix blood simply required too much true essence. Even if his true essence reserves were extremely deep right now, he still couldn't sustain this continued combustion of the ancient phoenix blood. When he fought Situ Yaoyue, he had only burnt this blood for a very short time. Once Lin Ming lost the support of the ancient phoenix blood, It would no longer be possible for him to resist the ancient devil. Is your strength almost gone? What a pity. If you had the electric violet Kirin Saint body and could reach the same degree as your ancient Phoenix Saint body, as well as reach a third stage life destruction cultivation, your power of thunder might pose a little bit of a threat to me. But now, everything you're doing is merely the useless struggles of the dying. Yang Yun attacked once again. The only reason that the fight had dragged on to this point was that the ancient devil wanted to possess Lin Ming's body. Otherwise, if it wanted to kill Lin Ming, he would have been long dead by now. As Lin Ming saw Yang Yun rushing at him, his eyes flashed with a crazed light. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, burning the blood of the ancient phoenix even as he spat forth his blood essence. Instead of having his body seized by others, he might as well burn his soul, combust his life source, and desperately fight with every last ounce he had. You want to combust your life source? Your body is already mine. How can I let you ruin it? Time laws, concept of stagnation. In that moment when Lin Ming was about to burn his soul, he suddenly felt the flow of time slow down around him. The fluttering of his fires of life, his heartbeat, his nerves, his will, his divine soul, everything slowed down, nearly coming to a screeching halt. It was like he was an old wooden puppet that was thickened with age and dirt. Time laws. Lin Ming's consciousness sobered in that moment. He wanted to use his own understanding of the concept of time to break through this time cage, but compared to the ancient devil, his strength was like a little gust of wind blowing against a titanic tree. The disparity was too great. The ancient devil before him had a boundary that was far too high. It was an existence that Lin Ming could hardly even look up to. It's over. Yang Yun waved his hands and an infinite darkness came falling down. Lin Ming felt like the space around him had condensed into reality and he was mired in this thick darkness. He was unable to breathe, unable to even hear his own heartbeat. Concept of darkness. This ancient devil was a fierce elite from 100,000 years ago. It was both skilled in the concept of time and the concept of darkness. It was exactly because it could change the flow of time with its concept of time that it could survive for 100,000 years in the sea or miracles. In terms of just its understandings towards the concept of time, the ancient devil surpassed even old man good fortune. Lin Ming gradually lost control of his body. His limbs turned cold, his heart paused, and he found it hard to even have a single thought. He poured the entirety of his will into his spiritual sea, tenaciously clinging onto that last bit of clarity in his mind. He waited for the ancient devil to enter and attempt to seize his body so that he could carry on the final battle of wills. This would be Lin Ming's last chance to make a comeback. If he lost this battle, then he would turn to nothing, leaving nothing behind but a zombie corpse. In this world, this body of his would no longer have anything to do with him. You want to cling to your body and attempt a final battle with me in a struggle for your body? I do not fear you. Let me tell you, when I still had a body, my cultivation had reached a boundary that you cannot possibly imagine. My true form's battle spirit has already reached silver perfection, just a single step from becoming a gold battle spirit. That is far higher than your elementary silver level. Do you actually think you can win? How stupid of you. Ha 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 ha. The ancient devil's voice clearly resounded in Lin Ming's ear. But Lin Ming tightly maintained his spiritual sea, no longer allowing his will and belief to be shaken by these words. He had already suffered a loss to this demonic charm, and he wouldn't fall for it a second time. He was well aware that the reason the ancient devil was wasting so much strength to weaken him was because this being didn't have a complete assurance it could steal his body. Otherwise, there was no reason it would spout so much crap, all in order to tear down his own confidence and will. Even this current blabbering was the same. Perhaps it might have really achieved a perfect silver battle spirit, but after 100,000 years of being sealed in the Sea of Miracles, its soul must have been severely wounded. The soul was the vessel of will. Once the soul was damaged, one's will would inevitably weaken. Although those ancient supreme elders' wills could endure for over 100,000 years without extinguishing, that will was incomparable to how it was in their peak form. Fight! I must win this fight! Lin Ming's mind was incomparably firm and filled with determination. In that moment, His silver battle spirit howled, faintly seeming as if it would evolve to the silver small success level. This brat actually isn't fooled by me, but that doesn't matter. All that means is that I will have to consume some of my vital primordial essence. Victory is already guaranteed. The ancient devil had already spent an immense amount of effort creating his plans. It had been preparing for this for thousands of years already in the Sea of Miracles. It started with Yangyun, and then came to the Sky Spill continent and continued the next steps in its grand plan. Finally, it had chosen Lin Ming to be its mortal vessel. How could it possibly fail at the final step? "Give me your mortal body," the ancient devil roared and split its soul in two. The more formidable part thrust through the chaotic darkness, penetrating into Lin Ming's body. The ancient devil left behind a third of its soul as support. In these last 100,000 years, the ancient devil had developed a character that could not be more cautious. It left behind a third of its soul in Yangyun to control him. The ancient devil did not trust anyone. If Yangyun decided to do something to him while it was seizing Lin Ming's body and it finally became the victim in all this, then it truly would be an idiot. Another reason was to guard against any helper of Lin Ming's. It would be able to call upon this leftover soul to support it at any time. "Die for me!" As the ancient devil rushed into Lin Ming's body, it manifested into a fierce avatar. Its entire body was covered with spines like an ancient vicious beast. It rushed towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea with an unimaginable speed. In the world with this, every step this ancient vicious beast took shook the world. Such a terrible momentum made one feel small and powerless. It really is a silver battle spirit of a higher rank than my own. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his pupils shrinking. He tightly grasped his spiritual sea, waiting for this oncoming storm. This was the final battle he had been waiting for. The struggle to seize his body. "Boy, go die!" The ancient devil suddenly launched into the air, making a life or death attack. This momentum had gathered for such a long time that in this world of will, this attack was able to sunder mountains and split seas. However, just as that ancient devil sprung into the air, it actually felt a massive suction force pulling on its body. This traction was endless, mysterious, and colossal, as if it were an unmatched force that would brook no resistance. Compared to this terrifying aura, the ancient devil was nothing but a little ant in front of a dragon, lacking all ability to revolt. "What?" The ancient devil was shocked. It swiveled its head to see that behind it was a titanic black vortex. This vortex covered the entire world of will, seeming as if there were a door behind it that led to all the mysteries of the great Tao. The black vortex swirled at an extremely slow speed. However, as it spun around, it seemed as if it were able to crush apart all laws and principles. In front of this black vortex, all power was meaningless, as if one were facing the boundless universe itself. This is. The ancient devil's eyes widened in shock. Before it even had time to think, its body that had just jumped up was like a leaf in a storm, uncontrollably flying towards the black vortex. "Ah!" The ancient devil roared out with panic and horror as it desperately tried to rid itself from the shackles of the suction force. But, using his body to withstand the power that seemed to encompass the entire universe couldn't even be considered as a breath of wind against a massive tree. "Ah! Break for me!" The ancient devil's eyes turned blood red as it split its soul form in half. One half suddenly accelerated towards the black vortex, but the other half tried to desperately flee by using the knockback from the explosion. At this moment, it could only endure discarding part of its soul to preserve the rest of it. This was his divine soul. One he lost even just a part of it, he would never be able to restore it. The soul-tearing pain caused the ancient devil to go crazy with pain. But what was even more maddening was that even with the support of rupturing its own soul, it still couldn't escape the suction of this black vortex. Not only did that black vortex swallow his soul, but it also swallowed all will and space, blocking off every avenue of escape. "No!" The ancient devil emitted a cry of unwilling rage. Finally, its body was slowly swallowed up into that black vortex, like a tiny wisp of smoke despairing into the endless sea, not even worth mentioning. After swallowing this soul, The black vortex still slowly revolved at its own pace as if nothing had happened at all. From beginning to end, Lin Ming, who had been stubbornly defending his spiritual sea, hadn't been moved in the least. He had planned to fight until the bitter end and had even psychologically prepared himself to suicide into that ancient devil. But now he merely stood there, stunned. He stared blankly on as that ancient devil roared like a rabid dog as it rushed over to him. Then, he also witnessed the crazy scene of it being sucked into that black vortex without even the slightest bit of a chance. That black vortex was the magic cube. Lin Ming gulped. As he looked at the magic cube black vortex in the world of will, he was simply speechless. He felt as if all of this had been a dream. The magic cube seemed as if it contained the source laws of the great Tao. However, he was unable to delve into its secrets with his current boundary. Such a thing had actually stayed in his body? Lin Ming remembered when the Saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Land had activated the supernatural powers of the magic cube, causing the 10,000 Divine Realm Supreme Elders to disintegrate and sucking all of their souls into the magic cube. Those Divine Realm Supreme Elders were not random weaklings and minions. They had been powerhouses from all over the universe that Tian Mingzi had recruited. The Demon Emperor was one of them. Although the Demon Emperor couldn't be considered as a heaven-defying character in the Divine Realm, he was still an outstanding elite of his era. Even if he couldn't compare with a top-level character like Fairy Feng, he shouldn't have been too far off. Moreover, the Demon Emperor wasn't even the strongest of the group. And those stronger powerhouses had still been swallowed up by the magic cube, all of their souls cleanly devoured without anything remaining. Although Lin Ming didn't know what boundary this devil that wanted to seize his body had reached, no matter how amazing it was, it still shouldn't have reached the level of the Demon Emperor. Even that assumption was already grossly overestimating it. As all of these thoughts rapidly cut through Lin Ming's mind, he suddenly awoke to consciousness again. At this time, he had to break through the cage of darkness as quickly as he could. Oh! Ah! Outside in the real world, the possessed Yang Yun issued a miserable scream. 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul had been lost in Lin Ming's body without even a speck remaining. Moreover, after its soul had been swallowed up by that mysterious black vortex, its spirit mark had immediately been erased, becoming nothing but pure memories. At that moment when its spirit mark had been erased, the excruciating pain had caused the ancient devil to go mad. And at this time, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes within the cage of darkness. After the cage of darkness lost the control from the ancient devil, it became incomparably fragile. Lin Ming roared, bringing up the great desolate blood halberd as he planned to rip apart this cage of darkness. Ka-ka-ka. The condensed darkness that had manifested into substance began cracking like a shattered mirror. Lin Ming was like a beast as he flushed outside. He slammed his teeth against the tip of his tongue without hesitation, instantly spitting out his life's blood essence. In this life or death crisis, he naturally couldn't be cheap about spending his blood essence. After all, his life source and blood vitality were vivid and potent, and he also had a massive amount of heavenly materials on him. He could restore this lost blood essence at a later date. But if he lost his life, then everything he had would be lost. 9 heavens, divine thunder, burning star flame, 8 inner hidden gates, heretical god force. Light began to flash between Lin Ming's eyebrows as he burned the last of the ancient phoenix blood within him. He roared out, and with over 100% of his strength, the power of thunderfire twisted together on the great desolate blood halberd, erupting in a violent explosion. Penetrating rainbow. The great desolate blood halberd's halberd light crossed through 10 miles of the void. A blinding light lit up the dimensional realm for thousands of miles, fiery and radiant. And at this time, the ancient devil that controlled Yang Yun's body was in a spasmodic state. Even though Yang Yun's cultivation was at the early divine sea and he had also crossed 8 stages of life destruction, he still wasn't able to resist this. It was impossible to rely on just his mortal body to resist the great desolate blood halberd that was being wielded with 2 million genes of strength. The body of an essence-gathering martial artist was extremely frail. At this crucial moment, Yang Yun's own divine soul shot out from his spiritual sea, as he tried to forcibly take control over his body. But at this time, because 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul had been torn away and the soul mark also erased by the magic cube, it had simply lost all control and rationale. In this state, Yang Yun's soul was still inferior to the great power of the ancient devil. It would be difficult to wrest control of his body quickly. Damn it! Yang Yun crazily shouted out, as he saw Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd falling down on him. He desperately and decisively burnt a part of his soul source, forcibly taking control over most of his body and recalling half of his energy. There was no time to take a weapon out from his spatial ring. Yang Yun's claw smashed against Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd. Yang Yun was not the same as the ancient devil. The ancient devil had used its claws originally, and with its powerful energy it could contend with the great desolate blood halberd. But as for Yang Yun, he leaned towards using the sword. Although he had studied some claw techniques from the ancient devil, in a condition where he had to hastily resort to this claw attack and where he only had control of half his body, how could he possibly resist Lin Ming's strike? Ah! Yang Yun exploded with a roar as his entire right arm burst apart. He vomited a great mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying backwards like a broken sack. He had lost his hand in a single exchange. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At this time, his eyes were already red with killing rage. Now that his attack had succeeded, how could he possibly stop? His feet trod upon golden rock, shattering the void as he flashed in front of Yang Yun. His halberd falling once again. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Bang! The space around Lin Ming shattered, turning into countless space fragments that swept towards Yang Yun like a cloud. Yang Yun's right had a stump of meat and bone that had been burst apart, with blood pouring out. As he saw Lin Ming's halberd cut down at him, he finally let out a long laugh. Good. Very good. Lin Lanjian. You truly have the destiny of an unrivaled emperor. Even now you haven't died. Then, let me meet your halberd. Yang Yun used his left hand to extract a sword. The sword howled forth, slanting as it slashed against the halberd light. Bang! A violent explosion caused the world to pale and mountains to collapse. Yang Yun and Lin Ming both flew backwards. Yang Yun was covered with layers of wounds, but Lin Ming's blood vitality was also tumbling within him, making it hard for him to sustain himself. The combustion of the ancient phoenix blood had reached its end, as well as the blood essence he burned. Although he had the gate of healing to restore his strength, he still couldn't withstand such consumption of energy. But Yang Yun was in an even worse condition than Lin Ming. Not only had been seriously wounded by the previous attack, but the ancient devil in his mind was maniacally rampaging about, making it impossible to fully control his body. Yang Yun, I will remember this. As Lin Ming spoke this, he turned around and fled at full speed. Most of his strength had been spent. Although Yang Yun was in an extremely poor state, once that ancient demon recovered its consciousness, Lin Ming would die if he stayed. The ancient devil knew that he had a mystic object within his body that could devour souls. It wouldn't walk into that trap again and try to do something as stupid as seizing his body. If they fought, Lin Ming would most assuredly be the one to die. Moreover, Lin Ming had no idea where that strange demon youth was. If that demon youth suddenly appeared, then Lin Ming would have no ability to resist. Although he very much wanted to take this chance to kill Yang Yun, Lin Ming had no choice but to suppress this unrealistic and fanciful thought, instead turning around to escape. With the speed at which his strength grew, he simply didn't need to take such a risk. It was better to escape this Temple of Marvels and then rely on the lucky chances he had found here, find a secure location, and then cross another 2 or 3 stages of life destruction, keeping hidden from the world for 3 years. At that time, once he emerged from his seclusion, he could laugh at the entire world with arrogant disdain. After opening the Gate of Wonder, Lin Ming was like a meteor as he shot into the distant horizon. As for Yang Yun, with his severe wounds and also not being in full control of his body, it was impossible for him to give chase. Failure at the end. Yang Yun grit his teeth as he saw Lin Ming vanish. Yang Yun looked in at the ancient devil in his spiritual sea that was crazily struggling. It had only 1/3 of its strength left. Yang Yun suddenly gave birth to the thought of swallowing it up instead, but after a moment's hesitation he put down that thought. First, he didn't have full assurance he could do so, and secondly, facing this archenemy Lin Ming, he needed a helper. Lin Ming rapidly fled past the dimensional realms. Because his speed was too fast, a strong heavenly wind violently blew into him, causing sparks to fly off his bodily protective true essence. Burning the ancient phoenix blood greatly exhausted Lin Ming's true essence, leaving him with no choice but to use pills to supplement it. He had already collected many types of pills and medicines that could restore his strength. These were all high-grade goods. High-grade true essence restoring pills were relatively pure, but eating too many of them could lead to the energy mixing up and becoming impure, which would lead to a drop in his combat strength. He flew past many worlds in a single breath, his mind constantly constructing and deducing a map of space in his mind. By relying on his understandings of the concept of space, Lin Ming was finally able to find the exit from the Temple of Marvels. It's here. I've finally escaped. Lin Ming summoned his true essence and rushed out from the Temple of Marvels. As he saw the dark and gloomy 8,000-mile black swamp before him, he was overjoyed like someone that had just survived the apocalypse. This adventure into the Temple of Marvels had been filled with dangers. I have to leave here immediately. That sharp-eared strange demon youth isn't that much different from the ancient devil that possessed Yang Yun. Both of them have strength near the highest under the heavens. If they join forces, they can turn any divine kingdom upside down. In addition, not only did I offend the Azura divine kingdom, but now I've even formed a grudge with the sublime smelting divine kingdom. To make matters worse, I don't even know what sort of plot that ancient devil and Yang Yun have in mind. If they really plan on controlling this world, then by the time they come looking for me, that will make the entire world my enemy. Lin Ming didn't know what the result of the strange demon youth's fight with Old Man Good Fortune was like. He also didn't know that Old Man Good Fortune had unexpectedly managed to severely wound the strange demon youth. Not knowing what happened caused Lin Ming to be even more anxious. After entering the 8,000-mile black swamp, he immediately flew into the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, wildly flying through the fields of lightning. This was the third time that Lin Ming had come to the 8,000-mile black swamp. At this point, he was already familiar with the terrain. In addition, he ate less than half of a thunder Dao fruit, causing his compatibility with thunder to increase even more. With his free and unimpeded movements in the Thunder Dominion, it took him only 1 hour to fly out of the 8,000-mile black swamp. Not just that, but when he passed through the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, he also had the heretical god Sprout absorb the golden red lightning to its limits. This was his final preparation for breaking through to the third stage of life destruction. Using this method would save him a great deal of top-grade spirit essence stones. The 8,000-mile black swamp was surrounded by the 4 divine kingdoms. Lin Ming chose the direction of the weakest of them, the 7-star divine kingdom, and shot towards it. In terms of speed, Lin Ming was just a bit slower than top characters like the strange demon youth, Yang Yun, and Old Man Good Fortune. At this time, not even Situ Haoyan would be able to chase after him, and with his outstanding endurance, he could maintain this extreme speed for most of a day. The civilians of the 7-star divine kingdom only saw a faint blue ray of light streak through the skies, but they were unable to see just what it was. Lin Ming shot through the 7 stars divine kingdom in a single go. As he left their borders, he put on a wood spirit jade mask and changed directions several times before finally choosing a distant and desolate hill. The Sky Spill continent was an incomparably vast land. No matter how monstrous or exquisite Yang Yun's methods were, it would still be extremely difficult for him to find Lin Ming. Not even a needle in a haystack was a good enough analogy. At this time, in the Temple of Marvels, the strange demon youth finally awoke from his deep sleep. He had been restoring his wounds in his bronze ghost coffin. As for Yang Yun, the ancient devil had finally restored his consciousness after surviving the unbearable pain of having his soul torn apart. Damn it all! Kill! 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 Lin Lanjian, I will annihilate your body and soul. Oh! Bang! The ancient devil thrust out a claw and a distant mountain burst apart. A terrifying energy exploded outwards, causing this part of the world to shake, as if it couldn't withstand the ancient devil's rage and was about to rupture at any moment. Yang Yun was in his own spiritual sea, coldly and closely watching as the ancient devil rampaged like a madman. In fact, his relation with the ancient devil wasn't harmonious at all. Yang Yun was a man filled with his own ambitions who needed to control his destiny, just like ancient devil. The two of them had joined forces due to mutual benefit, but the truth was that they always kept their guard up against the other. My soul. 2/3 of my soul. That damned little beast. Just what kind of treasure does he have on him? Is it a spirit artifact? How is this possible? A saint artifact was not the peak of all magic treasures. A saint artifact could be divided into 3 different grades, and above a high-grade saint artifact were even higher ranks of mystical treasures. It was obvious that a high-grade saint artifact was nowhere near enough to describe the terrifying black vortex in Lin Ming's body. Spirit artifact? Yang Yun's heart stirred, but he remained silent. He only secretly paid attention, his mind on full alert. It was apparent that the ancient devil had encountered some mysterious force when it tried to seize Lin Ming's body and had ended up suffering for it. No, that's not right. I couldn't even feel the existence of that thing. That black vortex seemed like the power of pure laws that were fused with endless divine power. I was simply unable to resist it at all. Just what can that possibly be? Fear flashed in the ancient devil's eyes. When it was being swallowed up by that energy, it felt more minuscule and helpless than a little ant facing the entire universe. This was a feeling it would never forget in its life. After this fear had reached its peak, the ancient devil's eyes began to fill with greed. This mysterious item seemed to be some sort of soul treasure. Not just that, but it was able to instantly erase a spirit mark. This was an ability that it had never heard of before. Normally speaking, a spirit mark was an extremely profound concept. A spirit mark was deeply branded into the very foundation of a soul. Erasing a spirit mark was simple. One could simply use a battle spirit to destroy a person's will, and also wipe off their spirit mark. Of course, this would also destroy their soul in the process. If the soul were compared to the brain, then a spirit mark was like every single nerve and vessel in the brain. No matter how skilled a doctor was, it was impossible for them to pull out all of these nerves and vessels without damaging the brain. When erasing a spirit mark, the soul would crumble before the spirit mark did, ultimately causing the soul to shatter and turn into nothingness. The ancient devil had never heard of any divine treasure in the universe that could easily erase a spirit mark but keep the complete and intact soul form. If it could obtain this item, then it could restore the injuries to its soul and return to its peak strength. After its strength returned, it would be able to reform its physical body and wouldn't need to do something so dangerous as seizing the body of others. No matter how good a body it possessed would be, it still wouldn't be the ancient devil's body. After seizing this body, because of incompatibilities between the soul and body, that body's life would also be affected, lowering the natural lifespan of it. The only advantage of possessing a body was that after slowly adapting to that body, the ancient devil would be able to slowly cultivate. Although it wouldn't be its own body and cultivation would be difficult, with its powerful soul and deep breadth of experience, it was still possible to cultivate back to its peak form. Yang Yun. Although that boy Lin Lonjian managed to run away, our original plan must continue. We'll use those 2 old geezers, Wuxia Hua and Yang Laotians, blood essence as a sacrifice to restore my strength. The ancient devil licked its lips as it spoke. As a soul form, the best nourishment it could have was blood essence. This was also the reason why Demon Shine and the soul residing in the magic cube would swallow blood essence. Of course, Yang Yun said without the slightest change in expression. His eyebrows didn't even furrow in the least. Ha ha ha. As the ancient devil saw Yang Yun's response, it suddenly chuckled. Wuxia Hua doesn't matter too much. After all, their sublime smelting divine kingdom is always struggling with your 9-furnace divine kingdom, so if such an old man dies, then so be it. But Yang Laotian is your 9-furnace divine kingdom's highest divine emperor, as well as your great-grandfather. Although you suffered humiliation and sorrow as a child, to not even bat an eye and offer your own great-grandfather as a blood sacrifice, you are truly heartless. Yang Yun was the son of the Nine-Furnace Divine Emperor, and the Nine-Furnace Divine Emperor was Yang Laotian's grandson. Not only did the children of the royal family include the first generation like the Divine Emperor and High Princess, but it even included the second generation, third generation, fourth generation, and so on. A Divine Emperor had a life of 6,000 to 7,000 years, sometimes even 10,000 years. In their long lives, they would have countless children. It wasn't strange if their grandchildren or great-grandchildren were thousands of years older than their own children. This was the reason why the number of juniors in the royal family would increase at such exponential rates. It also caused the various ranks and relations between all of them to be an utter mess. Yang Yun calmly replied, "My father, grandfather, and great-grandfather have an inestimable number of descendants. The strong among them become princes, and the weak among them live lives worse than slaves. If I didn't have enough strength, I would have died like a stray dog or chicken with my body wrapped up in sheets and randomly buried in some random hill that belongs to the royal family. Nobody would know or care. In order for the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom to grow just a bit stronger, they're willing to sacrifice hundreds, if not thousands, of their descendants without the slightest hesitation. To them, compared to the national destiny of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, all sacrifices of family and fellowship is worth it. If I can lead the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom to rule the world as well as restore the golden age of the sky-spill continent of 100,000 years ago, then even if my great-grandfather has to sacrifice the remaining last bits of his life, he would happily agree." As Yang Yun spoke to hear, his voice suddenly turned icy. Even the ancient devil paused for a moment before cackling. Since ancient times, ruthlessness has always been the mark of a truly great man. All important matters should be conducted like so. Very well. Then let us continue with our plans. When Whiteman's injuries are healed, we shall immediately commence. At that time, when we join forces, Yang Laotian and Uyahua will be nothing more than prey. White Demon was that strange demon youth. In terms of strength, Yang Laotian and Uyahua were both weaker than Old Man Good Fortune, and their final life-preserving cards were also worse than Old Man Good Fortune's. If they came face to face with White Demon and Yang Yun, it was unlikely any of them would be able to escape. Oh! Lin Ming had already flew beyond the borders of the seven-star Divine Kingdom. He changed his appearance and continuously used several long-distance transmission arrays to travel 1,000,000 miles away. He then changed direction, flew another 200,000 miles, passed through a jungle quietly for a period of time, and then found a barren hill where he began to cut open his own cave dwelling. In the forest surrounding this hill, the strongest vicious beasts were only equal to a human early revolving core martial artist. They weren't even the least bit of a threat to Lin Ming. Of course, correspondingly the spirit energy here was extremely thin. It was even worse than the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house. But this didn't matter much to Lin Ming. He already had over 20 top-grade spirit essence stones. What he needed here was absolute safety. A lack of spirit energy could be tolerated in return. A spear thrust formed a 1,000-foot deep cave, finally connecting to the center of the hill. He left 4 exits and began to arrange a variety of array formations all around. There were concealing arrays, defensive arrays, alarm arrays, and many more. After finishing these preparations, Lin Ming opened up his own martial arts training chamber in the center of the hill and casually carved a stone bed there. He sat on the bed and began to take inventory of everything he obtained from the Temple of Marvels. This was all in preparation to break through to the 3rd stage of life destruction. When Lin Ming had swallowed the Thunder Dao fruit in the Temple of Marvel's dimensional realms, he had gained the ability to impact the 3rd stage of life destruction. The only reason he had been forced to give up that idea was that the situation at the time had been far too dangerous. Otherwise, although Lin Ming still wouldn't have been Yang Yun's opponent, he wouldn't have had to escape in such a distressed and desperate manner. I wonder just what sort of ancient species the divine tree that gave birth to those 12 Thunder Dao fruits is. Perhaps Demon Shine might have known. As Lin Ming was fleeing, he had already sent Demon Shine a message to have him return to the South Sea immediately and personally oversee the giant Leviathan. having it travel deep into the South Sea. According to Old Man Good Fortune, the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent were both landmasses on the opposite sides of a single planet. There was an immeasurably vast distance that separated the two. Theoretically speaking, as long as the giant Leviathan continued deep through the South Sea for a long enough time, it could even arrive at the borders of the Holy Demon continent. But the deeper one went into the South Sea, the more strange and mysterious existences there would be. Although the giant Leviathan had extraordinary defensive capabilities, it still had its limits. It was a creature that only contained a light bloodline of an ancient desolate saint beast. It couldn't be compared to a true Leviathan or rock god beast. If the giant Leviathan met some mystical existence deep in the South Sea, it was likely that it would experience danger. If that old dog Demonshine was personally commanding the giant Leviathan, then Lin Ming would feel much more at ease. Lin Ming placed all his harvests on the stone bed and began to slowly organize them. 12 Thunder Dao fruits, of which Lin Ming had eaten a part of one. The mysterious thunder lines on the skin were the most precious treasures. 22 top-grade spirit essence stones, each one of them a treasure that a divine sea supreme elder would savagely wrestle others for. The extreme violet ring, which had a massive amount of jade slips inside, of which the concept of thunder jade slips were the most useful to Lin Ming. In addition, there was also a medicine garden that had many spiritual herbs that were over 100,000 years old. These were the treasures that Lin Ming would be relying on to further open the 8 inner hidden gates. As for the pills left behind by Jiang Ziji, Lin Ming hadn't looked over them too carefully in his haste to leave the Temple of Marvels. As he looked over the pills, he was actually disappointed to discover that even if these pills had been sealed in with spirit jade bottles, after 100,000 years had passed, they had lost most of their spiritual nature, causing their medicinal efficacy to sharply drop. Some of them were even completely useless by now. 100,000 years was simply far too great a span of time. Those plants in the medicine garden were able to absorb the spirit energy of the heavens and earth, constantly growing, but dead objects like these pills weren't as well off. Before obtaining the top-grade spirit essence stones, Lin Ming had also gathered a massive amount of 1,000-year or even 10,000-year medicinal herbs in the dimensional realm. Old Man Good Fortune had lent Lin Ming a profound spirit pot so that he could maintain the life of these medicinal herbs, but afterwards Lin Ming had completely transported all of them into the extreme violet ring. This was just how important a transportable medicine garden was to Lin Ming. There was no need to mention the high-level medicinal herbs, but even the lower-level ones could be used for practice. The most precious of the medicinal plants he had gathered in the dimensional realm had been a crimson and sturdy tree called a dragonheart tree. It was 50,000 years old, and the fruits on its crown beat like living hearts. This was a miracle medicine particularly used for body transformation. It was no worse than those medicinal herbs found in the extreme violet ring's medicine garden. There was Jiang Ziji's bracelet that was able to enhance his soul and perception. This would be immensely valuable for his future comprehension of laws. And last of all, there were Jiang Ziji's remains. The shining crystal skeleton had been completely preserved, not even decaying a bit after 100,000 years of time. The divine crystal that was embedded in the skull was like a rainbow gem, constantly emitting a gorgeous and dazzling radiance. It's time to start breaking into the third stage of life destruction. After Lin Ming reorganized his possessions, he took a top-grade spirit essence stone in his hands. When Shibai had given Lin Ming a top-grade spirit essence stone, it was only 1/6 the size of a regular one, causing some of its charm to be lost. Its mystical nature was far from being comparable to this complete spirit essence stone. This top-grade spirit essence stone had mysterious patterns covering its entire surface. It unexpectedly seemed similar to the Chaos Stones at time-worn Phoenix City. Although its intricacy wasn't comparable to the Chaos Stones, it still had several points of their charm. This was the extraordinary nature of a top-grade spirit essence stone. It contained a part of the great Tao laws and the aura of source energy. This was the reason that so many divine sea powerhouses were obsessed with it. Lin Ming placed the top-grade spirit essence stone between his eyebrows and began to absorb the energy. This sort of scene was a top luxury that a divine sea supreme elder would curse to the heavens if they saw. It had to be said that a top-grade spirit essence stone was the very source of a spirit essence stone mine. It was even able to increase the chances of an early Divine Sea martial artist reaching the middle Divine Sea. And yet it was wasted by Lin Ming in order to cross the third stage of life destruction. This was simply an obscene extravagance. Of course, Lin Ming also had his reasons for doing this. The energy he would need to break through to the third stage of life destruction far surpassed the requirements of an ordinary martial artist, and no one had ever complained about their foundation being too solid. The reason that Lin Ming was able to attack the third stage of life destruction was all because his foundation had reached the limit of solidity. This was truly an example of preparation being the key to success. Of course, there would always be some drawbacks in advancing one's cultivation too quickly. Using the pure origin energy of a top-grade spirit essence stone to break through to the third stage of life destruction would be able to eliminate those drawbacks to a certain degree, once again allowing him to develop a stable foundation. The energy from the top-grade spirit essence stone rapidly flowed into Lin Ming's body. At that same time, he also galvanized the golden red lightning within the heretical god Sprout, and chose 81 acupoints of his body to crazily absorb the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. In the dark chamber, one could clearly see the top-grade spirit essence stone between Lin Ming's eyebrows shining with a brilliant light, separating into 81 wisps of energy, each as thick as a finger, that flowed into his acupoints. These acupoints were like stars in the endless night sky, quietly sparkling. The energy of a top-grade spirit essence stone was far too pure. In fact, it couldn't even be described with the word pure. Rather, one could say that this energy was close to the source energy of the universe. Before the formation of the universe, all that existed was utter chaos. Then the world opened and yin and yang formed. Thus there was energy. This energy was also known as source energy. Afterwards, the 5 main elements gradually came into existence and the variation energies differentiated from each other. All of these energies scattered throughout the universe, forming all matter and life. Since then, the energy of the universe had become diluted and polluted, far from being comparable to the pure energy of the forming universe. This was also why the Chaos Stones were so valuable. They were engraved with the trace lines from the source energy of the forming universe. A top-grade spirit essence stone's energy was close to the universal source energy. Even a tiny bit of this source energy could increase one's understanding of the world. Sucking in a bit of this energy would refresh and revitalize the body, even purifying the dantian. This absorption process continued for 2 hours. Lin Ming had long ago entered the ethereal martial intent, delving into a completely concentrated state. He felt as if his body had turned into a pure energy form without the least bit of impurities. Pong! With a light cracking sound, the top-grade spirit essence stone split apart. It lost its lustrous crystal sheen and turned into ordinary white jade. At this time, the energy within Lin Ming's body was stored to the limit. Break apart! As Lin Ming quietly said these words, golden red lightning shot out from the heretical god Sprout. It combined with the top-grade spirit essence stone energy within his body and then erupted. There was no great explosive sound as one would expect. Instead, the detonating energy expanded outwards, swallowing up Lin Ming's entire body. Every inch of his meridians shattered and his body disintegrated into an incomparably fine blood fog, fusing together with the pure heaven and earth origin energy. A moment later, the crimson blood fog vanished and Lin Ming's body disappeared without a trace. But the truth was that he hadn't really disappeared. Instead, his body had been disintegrated into tiny particles that were even smaller than dust, completely invisible to the naked eye. These particles fluttered about in the chamber as they withstood the baptism of energy. This was the third life destruction as well as the last time that the physical body was tempered. The 4th to 6th stages of life destruction focused on tempering the dantian. And this tempering was far more thorough than that of the first 2 times. Lin Ming's consciousness wandered about this sea of energy. As he watched his own body vanish, his mind and perception were extremely clear. This feeling of being separated from his body gave him many insights as to the nature of energy itself. At that moment, it was like he had become a pure energy life form. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days passed, those tiny particles that fluttered in the heaven and earth origin energy began to gather together, condensing. From forming small pieces to forming large pieces, Lin Ming's body began to slowly take form. First was the crystalline skeleton that seemed carved from the finest jade. Then, the blood vessels began to form as gushing crimson blood filled them, as viscous and potent as liquid mercury. Then, powerful and tight muscles formed, covering his body with a layer of beautiful flesh. Every muscle striation seemed to flow like a river, appearing like art itself. While Lin Ming's muscles contained an aesthetic beauty, they also contained a crazy explosive force. His back was broad, his spine strong. His legs were long and filled with potent power. His eyelashes were thick and his eyes were like priceless black gems. His nose was straight and his face seemed to be carved by the sword of a master. After being decomposed and reformed 3 times, Lin Ming's body had reached perfection. Even his hair shone with brilliance. From the countless pores on his body, pure heaven and earth energy freely flowed outwards. Every breath he exhaled was fragrant and his saliva was sweet like honey. His entire body appeared clean and refreshed. This was the true meaning of being otherworldly and untouched by the smoke of the world. Even bathing couldn't clean him any more than he was right now. Lin Ming's spirit body completely formed. As his handsome naked form stood in the darkness of the chamber, a bright light flashed through his eyes like a bolt of lightning, making one unable to look directly at him. With a casual wave of his hands, countless rays of thunder collected together, forming a loose robe that draped around him. He had finally completed the 3rd stage of life destruction. At this time, Lin Ming even had a feeling that if someone managed to cut off his hands and feet, he could regrow them. Of course, this was only an illusion of the mind. Even a divine sea martial artist didn't have this ability. When crossing life destruction, the energy laws that were involved were extremely special. In a situation where there was no external force disturbing it, the physical body could disintegrate and then reform. But this was only reforming. True regeneration was impossible. It was easy to rejoin a cut-off limb, but wanting to regrow a lost limb would require a great deal of effort. Also, a newly regrown limb would have to be tempered all over again, otherwise it would become a martial artist's great weakness. However, if Lin Ming could open the gate of life of the 8 inner hidden gates, then he really would gain the ability to regenerate his limbs. Moreover, doing so would only consume Lin Ming's energy. It would still be the same as his original body. This was a special characteristic of the body transformation cultivation route. In the legends, it was even said that if one could open the natal life Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then one could be reborn from a single drop of blood. As long as their energy did not fade and their will remained immortal, then that person would never die. Such an opponent was difficult to defeat and even harder to kill. After breaking through to the 3rd stage of life destruction, Lin Ming didn't plan to immediately set out. Instead, he planned to close up for a further period of time. Once the coming storm finally blew over, he would leave, and with his strength having risen again, it would be much safer for him. Lin Ming had continuously taken pills, heavenly materials, and had even absorbed a top-grade spirit essence stone. His cultivation had skyrocketed, and now he needed time to stabilize and fully digest everything that had happened, otherwise there would be negative effects. It was even possible that he could fall into obsession. This was the reason why so many martial artists that fervently cultivated the demonic path would so easily fall to obsession. Besides Lin Ming's cultivation rate having been too fast and his spirit body having reached perfection, there was just too much energy contained in his body. He was finding it difficult to control so much true essence in his body with his soul force. The truth was that Lin Ming's soul force was actually extremely formidable, and he also had alchemy and the overbearing soul tactic to help him temper it. Even so, his cultivation speed was too fast. After crossing into life destruction, he had crossed 3 small boundaries in just less than a year. Statically and slowly cultivating in seclusion was a boring and tedious process. If one did this, then their enhancement in strength would eventually slow down. Wanting to eat everything in a single go was simply impossible. Lin Ming prepared to spend a period of time perceiving the concepts as well as fusing the laws into his being. It was a pity that the magic cube had absorbed 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul and still hadn't opened. It seemed that the magic cube needed the blood essence of masters no matter what. The last time Lin Ming had opened the magic cube had been with the blood essence of a life-destruction realm powerhouse. Naturally, the next step would be to use the blood essence of a divine sea realm powerhouse. If he could kill a divine sea supreme elder and then open the magic cube again, he was highly interested in absorbing the soul fragments of the ancient devil. Each soul fragment was 1/3 of the size of the original soul and much larger than most soul fragments in the magic cube. Moreover, the ancient devil was skilled in the concept of darkness and the concept of time. If Lin Ming could obtain memories related to these two concepts, then it would save him a great deal of effort and time in his meditation. The easiest divine sea powerhouse for me to kill now should be that Elder Sunday. I planted a battle spirit mark in his body and can feel his approximate position. He should have left the Temple of Marvels by now. However, although I might have broken through to the 3rd stage of life destruction and my strength has risen yet again, while defeating him is easy, killing him will be quite difficult. Moreover, if Yang Yun has already controlled the situation, he'll have ordered the entire continent to hunt me down. That elder son isn't an idiot. He should have told Yang Yun about the tracing mark in his body to seek shelter with him. If I go to kill that elder son, then it will be the same as walking into a trap. Lin Ming shook his head, abandoning that idea. With the same reasoning, Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin, who had similar strength to Elder Sun, were also ignored. Although he wanted to take revenge on them for what they had done, it wouldn't be at this time. There was still a divine sea supreme elder that had a grudge with Lin Ming. Or, it was more accurate to say that he was not a divine sea powerhouse, but rather a demon emperor equal to a divine sea powerhouse. That was the Steppes Master of the Blood Slaughter Steppes. The Steppes Master was from the giant demon race, and his cultivation system was different from humanity's. When a giant demon martial artist was in the Demon General and Demon King realms, their physicality was much better than a human's. They could hold much more energy within them, so their strength surpassed human martial artists at their level. But before a human reached the Divine Sea, they would have to cross 5 to 6 stages of life destruction, reforming and tempering a spirit body. At this time, the disparity between a human and giant demon would level out. And if a human could cross 7 stages of life destruction before reaching the Divine Sea, then their strength would even surpass the giant demon race's demon emperor powerhouses. There was no need to even mention an 8th stage life destruction master. When Lin Ming had looked at the battle array discs left behind of the Eightfall War Emperor, the Eightfall War Emperor had been able to fight against several quasi-emperor powerhouses before stepping into the Divine Sea, instantly killing all of them as if it were as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. With the Eightfall War Emperor's strength at the time, he could even have faced a true demon emperor in frontal combat. Thus, Lin Ming wasn't too worried about the Steppes Master's strength. He estimated that it was about the same as a 6th-stage life destruction middle divine sea powerhouses. The difference couldn't be that far off. Of course, it was impossible for the current Lin Ming to kill the blood slaughter Steppes Master. But he still had the Road of Emperor. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was strong enough to cross the Road of Emperor. Once he completed the Road of Emperor and obtained the strongest force field of the heavenly demon martial intent, the Prime Emperor force field, his strength would dramatically soar. At that time, he would have gained the capital to kill the Steppes Master. If he could slay the Steppes Master and use his blood to open the magic cube once more, and obtain the memories of the ancient devil, he would be able to learn all of the weaknesses and strengths of the ancient devil. At that time, he would know the ancient devil as well as the ancient devil knew itself. As they said, know your enemy and be undefeated. Lin Ming had laid down this plan in order to increase his strength at the fastest rate possible. Lin Ming took a thunder jade slip that Zhang Ziji had left behind and began to meditate on the thunder concepts. The first level concept of thunder was the power of death. The second level concept of thunder was the power of life. There was no need to speak of the power of death. Lightning could char a man to cinders, annihilate forests, and exterminate all life. But the power of life was because thunder could temper the body and temper the divine soul. In the most ancient of times, It was said that the world bred life when lightning struck the endless oceans. These two concepts had been comprehended from the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's legacies. Of course, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had completely relied on his own talent and genius to comprehend these two concepts, leading to inevitable flaws in his understandings. Although Lin Ming still had to make up for these missing parts and flaws at some time, he wasn't too anxious about it. What he desired most was to comprehend the third-level concept of thunder, extreme speed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Of these 7 types of energies, wind attribute energy was renowned for its speed. Even the infamous golden rock shattering the void contained wind laws. But wind actually wasn't the fastest. That honor belonged to thunder. The power of thunder could pass several 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Even though the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent were so far apart, a bolt of lightning would only need an incense stick of time to pass between them. This could be called the ultimate speed of the world. Of course, it was impossible for a martial artist to achieve this speed. They could only comprehend the concepts and laws, fusing them into their movements until they reached speed that resembled a flash of lightning. After opening the Gate of Wonder, stepping on golden rock shattering the void, and even fusing the concept of thunder into his movements, just how fast would he become? It was hard to imagine. Mystic Lighting Shade. This is a thunder attribute movement technique that I can practice without the electric violet Kirin bloodline. The Mystic Lightning Shade was more accurately not a movement technique, but rather a secret supportive skill. After gathering various types of divine thunder from the world, a martial artist could turn these divine thunders into numerous threads of lightning, condensing them into 12 vital thunder symbols. These thunder symbols could turn into an invisible power of thunder that could fuse into the body, significantly increasing a martial artist's speed. This Mystic Lightning Shade actually suits me best. If it were a movement martial skill, then I wouldn't be able to use it in conjunction with golden rock shattering the void. With these 12 vital thunder symbols, I will be able to use golden rock shattering the void and further speed up with the support of these thunder symbols. Lin Ming placed the Mystic Lightning Shade jade slip between his eyebrows and began to remember everything within, carefully perceiving the concepts and laws within. Wishing to comprehend a new concept through meditation was extremely difficult, much less that this was the third concept of thunder. The difficulty would be far higher than that of the first two concepts. Even if Lin Ming had the support of the heretical god Sprout, it would be immeasurably difficult for him. He immersed himself in the ethereal martial intent, forgetting the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days passed like this. Every time that Lin Ming felt his mind nearing the point of utter exhaustion, he would feel a cool feeling transmit up from the Saint Artifact bracer on his wrist, clearing and cleansing his thoughts. He even felt as if his soul was being gently washed and vitalized. Often at that moment, Lin Ming would receive a flash of inspiration and gain new directions for further insights. 7 days, 10 days, 15 days, Lin Ming remained deep in the ethereal martial intent throughout. Even after perceiving the jade slip for such a long time, not only were his thoughts not chaotic or in confusion, but his perception actually became much clearer and his thoughts much faster. This was the effect of the Saint Artifact bracer. Although this bracer didn't have any offensive or defensive power, it was truly a divine treasure for enlightenment. After the 20th day arrived, a faint outline of the extreme speed thunder concept finally began to slowly form in Lin Ming's mind. To touch upon the edge of the extreme speed concept in just 20 days, this sort of speed would be enough to shock and horrify the geniuses of the divine realm if they were to learn of it. The reason that Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was partly because of the Saint Artifact bracer supporting him, but the most important reason was the heretical god Sprout within his body. With the heretical god Sprout that could control all power of thunder and fire, and in addition to his body that had been 100% tempered by thunder when he crossed life destruction, this made it so that it seemed he had divine assistance when comprehending any type of thunder laws. The current Lin Ming was no different from a son of thunder. On the 21st day, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open from his deep meditation. A bolt of brilliant lightning seemed to cut across the darkness of his eyes. He raised his index finger, and from the heretical god Sprout, the purple flood dragon divine thunder, blood-extinguishing demon thunder, disenchanting dream light, and 9 heavens divine thunder all rushed outwards. The several types of divine thunder gathered onto his fingertip and slowly began to shape themselves into strands of thunder threads. These thunder threads ranged from purple to red to purple gold to various other colors, even as they shifted into different hues. Lin Ming's mind stirred. A small thread of golden red thunder silk rushed out from the heretical god Sprout. This golden red thunder silk was divine thunder gathered by Lin Ming from the 9 heavens thunder dominion. This power of thunder was a driving force that Lin Ming had depended on to cross life destruction. After crossing the 3rd stage of life destruction, there was still a tiny bit of this golden red lightning left over, thus it was also called out by Lin Ming. 5 different types of lightning gathered in his hands. Lightning instantly formed several hundred seals. Because his movements were too quick, his hands and fingers blended together in a blur, like overlapping shadows, mysterious and eye-catching. Several hundred thunder threads violently spun around, condensing into mysterious symbols in the sky. This was a bit similar to inscription. With Lin Ming's current strength, accomplishing all this was far too easy. Thunder escape symbol. Form. Shua. Thunder symbols that contained multiple colors began appearing in the air, sparkling and dazzling to the point where it was hard to directly look at them. After this formless thunder was condensed into thunder symbols, it actually turned into something that resembled colored metal. As Lin Ming took these thunder symbols into his hands, he could feel they were quite weighty. This was a phenomenon that occurred once energy reached a highly condensed state, because energy and mass were originally the same. Receive. Lin Ming waved his right hand and a thunder escape symbol sank into his right leg, disappearing without a trace. As he looked within his body, he could sense that this thunder symbol had long turned into energy laws, fusing together with his body. This was the most primitive form of thunder symbols. In the future, Lin Ming could gather more types of divine thunder to improve it, allowing his speed to become that much faster. As for his extreme speed concept, he had only just touched the threshold. In order to be skilled at this concept or even reach perfection, he still had a very long road to travel down. However, this only made Lin Ming more excited. He wasn't afraid to take a difficult path, he only feared that his path would be limited. Luckily, this mystic lightning shade had an immense space for improvement. In the future, Lin Ming's speed would become faster and faster. After he fully comprehended the extreme speed concept and reached perfection, he wouldn't even need to use a secret skill to reach lightning-like speeds, traveling thousands of miles in a second. After creating the first thunder escape symbol, Lin Ming repeated the process, soon forming 11 thunder escape symbols. After receiving all of them into his body, he had finally cultivated the mystic lightning shade. The thunder law's extreme speed concept is really mysterious. With this ability, combined with the Gate of Wonder and Golden Rock shattering the void, even if I encounter Wuxia and Yang Laotian together, I should still be able to easily retreat. But if I run into that strange demon youth or the ancient devil-possessed Yang Yun, I still don't think I'll be able to escape. Wuxia and Yang Laotian were people with strength close to the highest under the heavens. Old Man Good Fortune was stronger than these two, but he wouldn't be able to fight the two of them together. In the end, Old Man Good Fortune was also a martial artist with strength closest to the highest under the heavens. But the strange demon youth and the ancient devil-possessed Yang Yun truly did have strength equal to the highest under the heavens. If Old Man Good Fortune didn't use his heaven-perishing bead without reservation, then he would likely have died to the demon youth. As Lin Ming was thinking, what he didn't know was that at this time, Wuxia and Yang Laotian were already near death. In the completely dark divine palace, over 20 divine sea powerhouses were standing in the great hall. All of them had pale faces that were dripping with a frightened sweat. Sitting in front of them were 2 people. At the front was a white-clothed youth who sat regally on a pitch-black throne. A suppressive and ghastly aura exuded from his body, covering all of the divine sea powerhouses present and forcing them into absolute silence. This white-clothed youth was Yang Yun. And sitting beside Yang Yun was the strange demon youth, a sinister smile crossing his lips. Even so, he seemed like a 15 to 16-year-old youth. This was White Demon. Back before the Sea of Miracles, White Demon had been the ancient devil's little brother. Now, with the ancient devil occupying Yang Yun's body, White Demon naturally gave over the prime seat of honor to Yang Yun. The compelling aura of these two was one of the reasons that over 20 divine sea powerhouses felt a strong fear in their hearts. But it wasn't the main reason. What truly caused them to shiver in a cold sweat was that behind Yang Yun there were 2 torture racks. Each torture rack was as tall as 3 people, and its entire frame was an inky black that didn't seem to reflect any light. There even seemed to be some sort of rust on it. As one looked carefully, one could faintly make out that this was dark, dried blood. The main body of these torture racks was a large square pillar in the center. Countless chains as thick as a man's thigh coiled around the pillar, each of them with sharp and ferocious-looking barbs jutting out from them as if they had been used to nail countless demons. At this time, there was an old man tied up on each of these 2 torture racks. These 2 old men both wore purple-gold imperial robes. Those purple-gold imperial robes that were crafted with countless heavenly materials were already damaged and frayed, having long lost all the dignity and majesty they once had. 8 cruel iron hooks stabbed into these old men's shoulders and collar bones. They hung there unconscious like dead dogs. In addition, there were a number of iron thorns jabbed into the important acupoints of these 2 old men, completely sealing up all their energy. The chains that wrapped around them seemed to be alive, quietly sucking away their blood essence. Blood essence slowly dripped down the chains, finally gathering into a small crimson pool within a goblet carved of bone. These 2 old men had shaken the foundations of the sky-spill continent for several thousand years. They were great characters that were able to recklessly stomp through all 4 divine kingdoms, Wuxia and Yanglaotian. With their fame and glory having accumulated for so many years, the immeasurable influence they wielded, as well as their strength that was close to being the highest under the heavens, they were existences that terrified all others. Even other divine sea powerhouses had to tremble and be meek when facing them. Even a top character like Situ Haoyan feared them from his heart. But now, these 2 old men that had stood at the very peak of the sky-spill continent were like pieces of pork hung on a street market stall. Their faces were haggard and their eyes were listless and glossed over. There was nothing coming from them but despair, as if all their hopes had already faded away. As a massive amount of blood essence was sucked away from them, their fires of life had weakened to the point of collapse, about to extinguish at any moment. And the ones who had accomplished all of this were Yang Yun and the strange demon youth. How could these divine sea powerhouses not remain silent? Even a character like Situ Haoyan would instantly die if he tried to resist them. At this time, Situ Haoyan was indeed one of the strongest of the divine sea powerhouses present. He never imagined that Yang Yun's ability and secrets would have been hidden so deeply. There were simply no words to describe it. He thought that Yang Yun was an interesting character, but he had never really placed this crown prince in his eyes. No matter how talented he was, or even if he would become the next Yanglaotian, that was still a matter that would happen in 1,000 to 2,000 years. There was just nothing to worry about for the moment. He never expected that today, Yanglaotian, Yang Yun's own great-grandfather, would actually have all of his cultivation sealed away, hung on a torture rack to have his blood essence sucked out. Situ Haoyan had originally only feared Lin Ming, but compared to the present Yang Yun, Lin Ming had been completely overshadowed. There was no comparing the two at all. Besides Situ Haoyan, the most ashen-faced person was the current Nine-Furnace Divine Emperor. He was also Yang Yun's own father, Xianxia. As Xianxia looked at Yang Yun sitting on that jet-black throne, it was like he was living in a dream. Although he knew that Yang Yun had been keeping his cards deeply hidden, and he also faintly understood that Yang Yun had obtained a massive lucky chance, he didn't think that such a day would ever occur. Really, this was a nightmare. Silence. A pall of quiet fell over the entire grand hall. No one opened their mouths to speak. The only noise was the sound of liquid slowly dripping into the goblet of bone. This sound was incomparably clear. It was the blood essence of Wuxia and Yanglaotian. Father, are you trembling? Yang Yun suddenly looked up and faintly smiled at Xianxia. What kind of character was Xianxia? Although he had inherited the throne of the Divine Emperor less than 500 years ago and still hadn't developed the aura of one who controlled the entire world, he had still overseen all matters of the Sky Spill Continent's top divine kingdom. He had seen many magnificent scenes. Even so, because of a single person, his heart and body trembled. This person was his son. The mental impact Yang Yun had given him was just too great. You traitorous son, you will actually kill your great-grandfather? This will not be tolerated by the heavens or earth. Although Yang Xiaohe's voice was harsh, everyone could hear that there wasn't the least bit of vigor in his words. It was nothing more than a front of a faint-hearted man. This was the suppression of absolute strength and aura. Humph! Not tolerated by the heavens or earth. If a father kills their child, that is divine will, but if a child kills their father, then that is not tolerated by the heavens or earth. Yang Yun's eyebrows shot up as a mocking expression crossed his face. Yang Xiaohe, if you tried to kill me right now instead of uttering all that nonsense, then I would have at least shown you some respect. But what a pity! You are afraid. Fear fills your heart, and any words you say cannot hide the utter horror you feel. For you to try and maintain your sad and hypocritical illusion, you are truly disappointing. Yang Yun's few words aimed for blood, violently thrusting into Yang Xiaohe's most fragile weakness. Yes, he was truly afraid, and he truly did not dare to resist Yang Yun. Since Yang Yun dared to treat Yang Laotian like this in front of all the heroes of the world, then killing him would be no simpler than slaughtering a chicken or dog. Those ridiculous emotional bonds between a father and son were currently nothing more than a joke. After being seen through by Yang Yun, Yang Xiaohe paled. Even his fingers shook. But what could he do against Yang Yun? What if he really tried to desperately battle Yang Yun? The result of that could be imagined. He would inevitably be humiliated once more in front of Yang Yun's strength. After that defeat, he would surely be disposed of. With Yang Yun's ruthless decisiveness, how could he possibly be lenient? At that moment, Yang Xiaohe had never been so shamed before in his life. In front of all the heroes of the world, a noble divine emperor of the highest divine kingdom had actually been forced to swallow such an insult by his own son. This was complete humiliation. You? Yang Xiaohe clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh until they drew blood. At that moment, he felt his own heart of martial arts weakening, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. You do not deserve the title of Divine Emperor. Yang Yun shook his head, his voice filled with contempt. There are two types of hero. The first does not fear pain or death. For glory and honor, they can descend into hell and withstand the cruelest pain. Such a person lives an honorable life, willing to die as a martyr. I admire that type of person. The second can adapt to any situation. Hatred, shame, humiliation, they can tolerate all, eating the food of pigs and dogs, enduring those insults that the world cannot bear. Also that they can one day reverse their fate. This type of person is similarly worthy of my admiration. As Yang Yun slowly spoke these words, no one knew that he was exactly this second type of person. As for the humiliation he was forced to endure in the past, not even Yang Laotian knew about that. Yang Yun, just what do you want? As Situ Haoyan saw Yang Yun force Yang Xiaohe into a dead end, he suddenly stepped forwards, directly facing Yang Yun. The deciding factor of a divine kingdom's true strength was not the number of divine sea powerhouses they had, but the strongest divine sea powerhouse that they had. This was because the differences in strength between various divine sea powerhouses was just too great. For instance, in front of Yang Yun, characters like Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin could simply be ignored, much less with the strange demon youth also here. If Yang Yun and the strange demon youth joined forces, the two of them were truly invincible. They already had the qualifications to dominate the entire Sky Spill continent. Situ Haoyan had no choice but to admit defeat in front of them. Yang Yun's eyes crossed over the crowd before settling on Situ Haoyan. He calmly and slowly enunciated. From now on, those who follow me will find prosperity, and those who defy me will find death. The four divine kingdoms may retain their original national boundaries, and I will not annex any influence. Everyone must obey my orders. Those who violate my command, death. As Yang Yun spoke, an invisible force field erupted out from him. His battle spirit condensed into 20-some tracing marks that directly flew into bodies of these divine sea powerhouses. When the ancient devil still had a mortal form, the level of his battle spirit had even surpassed Lin Ming's. He had achieved a perfect silver battle spirit. Thus implanting a battle spirit mark was as simple as turning a hand. What have you done? A tracing mark. Do you think I would let you all freely run away? Yang Yun sneered. His words caused all of the martial artists present to feel despair swell up in their hearts. With this tracing mark within them, it meant they would forever be slaves. If they ever tried to revolt against Yang Yun, he would hunt them down even if they fled to the edges of the world. Even if all of them joined forces to resist Yang Yun, it still might be useless. Now I will issue the first order. Everyone is commanded to capture Lin Longjin. If you find out his location, then do not rashly do anything but inform me first. The person who can inform me of his location, not only will I bestow upon them permanent freedom, but I shall also grant them divine realm cultivation methods and divine realm spirit pills. Chase down Lin Longjin. This order caused all of the martial artists present to gulp. They didn't think that this would be Yang Yun's first order. No one wished to be under the control of others. If they could take back their freedom while also obtaining pills and cultivation methods from the divine realm, then that truly was a great temptation. The Sky Spill continent was far too broad. No matter how thorough and far-reaching the ancient devil's methods were, there was simply no way to search every nook and cranny of the Sky Spill continent, not to mention that Lin Ming had gone deep into seclusion in the middle of a desolate mountain hill. The capture order for Lin Ming continued, even until a year later. Bang, bang, bang. In a remote and desolate mountain range over 1,000,000 miles away from the 4 divine kingdoms, a barren hill suddenly trembled as if an earthquake was passing through. After several breaths of time, this hill suddenly exploded in a shower of stones, lightning violently surging into the skies. A youth dressed in white with long black hair rushed out from the ruins of the hill. The youth's eyes were sharp and swift. He looked to be around 19 or 20 years old. This youth was Lin Ming. For the last year, Lin Ming had gone into arduous closed-door seclusion. Although his cultivation didn't grow by much, his foundation had become much more solid and his fervid true essence had calmed down, becoming more solid and substantial. Even the minor flaws that had accompanied Lin Ming's rapid rise in cultivation had been eliminated. Lin Ming's understandings of the concepts of space, time, and thunder had gone a step further. His comprehensions in the thunder concepts had grown by the greatest degree. Of the 12 Thunder Dao fruits, Lin Ming had completely eaten one of them, and had also perceived the thunder law's traces on that Dao fruit, thoroughly comprehending those mysteries. After closing up for 1 year, my cultivation has been stranded at the peak of 3rd stage life destruction, but my strength has risen even more. Now, if I were to face that elder son, then I would definitely be able to instantly kill him. Lin Ming really wanted to find and kill that person to use their blood essence to open the magic cube once more. However, he suppressed this idea. If I go to the Holy Demon continent now, I should be able to kill the master of the blood slaughter steps. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Without using the Godspeed boat, he launched forwards at extreme speed, rushing out like a rapid hurricane. The 12 thunder escape symbols whistled within Lin Ming's body, violently shaking. Combined with the gate of wonder and golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed had reached a nearly incomprehensible degree. His body dashed through the air like a falling meteor, his speed savagely tearing the air around him and creating a horrifying sonic boom. From afar, the sound of his travel was like a billowing thunderclap. The forests underneath Lin Ming were pressed down by the terrifying wind pressure, causing massive amounts of trees to snap off and all the vicious beasts to flee in panic. What amazing speed! It feels like I'm filled with power. I really want to find someone to fight right now. A month later, Lin Ming finally rendezvoused with Demon Shine at the Demon God Imperial Palace Dimensional Realm. This was only a wisp of Demon Shine's soul. Demon Shine's main soul was still residing within the giant Leviathan where he was managing the beast. In this past year, The giant Leviathan had traveled countless miles through the sea. At this rate, it might even reach the holy demon continent sometime soon. In the deep seas, the water depth reached over 100 million miles. Here, there was plenty of food for the giant Leviathan. After devouring some sea beasts, it had even become more powerful. "Is everything all right?" Lin Ming asked. One of the main reasons he called Demon Shine over here was because it would be much easier to transmit messages. It's going very well. Heh. When this saint does things, you can rest assured. Kukuku ha ha ha. Demon Shine grinned. After adventuring with Lin Ming in the past, he had gathered up a great deal of aggravations and grudges. Because his strength was momentarily weakened, he had no choice but to be cautious at all times, lest he alarm the master of the blood slaughter steps. Before Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, he even had to act as a servant for half a year. Although it was only Lin Ming that was pretending to be confused, the arrogant and bossy Demon Shine found it difficult to endure such an insult. This time he definitely had to give vent to all of these gathered grudges. This time, entering the Road of Emperor, we will fucking roll our way in. Let's see just who dares to stop us. The blood slaughter steps was controlled by the giant demons, Goliaths, and imps. This was all in order to ensure the continued interests of the steps master. 12-winged heavenly demons were strictly forbidden from developing, and humans weren't even allowed to become high lords. Once a human martial artist became an 8-winged heavenly demon, they would face all sorts of troubles and resistance. As for entering the Road of Emperor, that was even greater wishful thinking. When Lin Ming was at Polaris Tower, if it hadn't been for Demon Shine's help then, he would have been turned into a slave, much less thinking about entering the Road of Emperor. Indeed, this time we will fight our way in. Those who block our path will die. Lin Ming's heart surged with a sense of heroic pride and valor. Prior to now, although Lin Ming's strength had rapidly grown, whether he was at the Sky Spill continent or the Holy Demon continent, he still had to be careful as if he were walking on ice. Because his strength was not at the highest levels, he inevitably was subject to the control and commands of others. But now, he had the strength of a true Emperor-level powerhouse. Within the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent, his strength could be considered at the highest levels. Even though he still couldn't defeat White Demon and Yang Yun, by relying on his strange and extraordinary speed, he would still be able to successfully escape. It could be said that within this entire planet, it was difficult for anyone to be a threat to Lin Ming. After entering the broken dimensional realm, Lin Ming activated the ultra-long-range transmission array. In the next moment he had vanished into a vast and boundless white light. Holy Demon Continent, Blood Slaughter Steps. The Blood Slaughter Steps had a 100,000-year history. This was the killing paradise of the Holy Demon Continent. Not only was there strong and pure infernal energy here, there were also no rules. As long as one had strength, they could freely kill whoever they wished. But this land was also cursed. Because of this mystical curse, any high-stage life destruction, high-star demon king, or anyone else above that strength would fall under that curse once they entered the blood slaughter steps, finally perishing. Over many years, numerous demon emperors had fallen within the blood slaughter steps. Of just the famous and recorded demon emperors, there were more than 10. All demon emperors that stepped foot into the blood slaughter steps would die. This was nearly an ironclad rule that could not be broken. However, there was an exception, and that was anyone that had managed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon and obtain the death god martial intent. This sort of character could simply ignore the curse of the blood slaughter steps and would even have the ability to threaten the rule of the blood slaughter steps. The most representative person of these characters was the Eightfall War Emperor. The Eightfall War Emperor had caused the Steps Master to have many restless nights where he found it difficult to even eat. This was because the Eightfall War Emperor was simply far too strong. Even in the Holy Demon Continent that was larger and had far more masters than the Sky Spill Continent, the Eightfall War Emperor had a strength that approached invincibility. Of course, besides the Eightfall War Emperor, there was also another human that had managed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. That was Lin Ming. At this time, within the center of a blood-red temple in the blood slaughter steps, an armored giant demon was regally sitting on top of a throne. a metal wine cup in his hands as he slowly took sips from it. This wine cup was filled with a thick, bright red liquid. This was human blood. The giant demon was the steppes master, also known as High Lord Divine Demon. He had a blood feud with Lin Ming over the death of his child. Ho! A flame lit up in the dark grand hall. This was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. The steppes master grasped the sound-transmitting talisman. After hearing the message inside, he frowned. For all these years, the blood slaughter steppes had been hunting Lin Ming, but this hunt had so far produced nothing. Even now it was the same. 5 years. That youth called Lin Ming seemed as if he came from nothing and then vanished into nothing. I used every single connection I had and still couldn't figure out just where he came from or what his background is. The steppes master's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent as he crushed the metal wine cup in his hands. Bright red blood splashed onto the floor. Even if Lin Ming hadn't killed his son, that still wouldn't be the reason he wanted to kill Lin Ming. The reason he wanted to kill Lin Ming was because Lin Ming had become a 12-winged heavenly demon and had thus gained the ability to freely enter the blood slaughter steppes. The steppes master did not wish to see the appearance of another Eightfall War emperor. He had to stifle this threat before it grew, even if he had to offend a holy land in doing so. After all, as long as a martial artist wasn't a 12-winged heavenly demon, not even an unrivaled emperor would be able to step into the blood slaughter steppes. So even if a holy land was offended by him, what would they even be able to do to him? This Lin Ming is a heaven-gifted, eternally rare talent. In these last 5 years, he must have reached at least the late revolving core realm, or perhaps he has even stepped into the first stage of life destruction. Moreover, because of his unbelievable talent, his strength should far surpass that of other martial artists at his level. It's likely he'll have strength equal to a 5th stage life destruction human martial artist. After another 20 to 30 years pass, he will have combat strength equal to a human emperor level powerhouse. I don't have much time left to stop him. Blood slaughter steppes. Heavenly Cloud Sky Split Tower. There were a total of 12 main cities in the blood slaughter steppes. The Heavenly Cloud Sky Split Tower was located at the center of Heavenly Cloud City. Heavenly Cloud City was the most formidable main city within the blood slaughter steppes. Duanmu-kun had come from Heavenly Cloud Tower. Since ancient times, Heavenly Cloud Tower had produced the most talents and also the strongest talents. Heavenly Cloud Tower had a total of 16 High Lords, whereas Polar Sky Split Tower only had 12. And in terms of Tower Masters, the Tower Master of Heavenly Cloud Sky Split Tower was much more formidable than the Tower Master of Polar Sky Split Tower. Of course, to the current Lin Ming, all of this was nothing more than floating clouds. Lin Ming arrived at the gates of Heavenly Cloud Tower. The Heavenly Cloud Tower was over 10,000 feet tall and was situated on top of a 60,000-foot mountain precipice, bringing the total height to over 70,000 feet and hovering within the primal chaos heavens. This was why it was called Sky Split Tower. The front gates of Heavenly Cloud Tower were over 200 feet high, cast in a massive copper frame with countless buckles. Altogether, these gates likely weighed over 80,000 to 90,000 genes. The gates to the Heavenly Cloud Tower were guarded by 2 rows of giant demon guards. Each of them was filled with a robust vitality, and their figure and form was strong like a mighty dragon. Their cultivations were at least at the demon general level, and every single one was at least 10 feet tall and was wearing black treasure armor. They gave off an inexplicable pressure, making those with a weaker aura lose all courage to pass the gates. Halt! Show your blood slaughter token. 2 giant demon guards grasped their war halberds and crossed them in front of Lin Ming, blocking his path. The blood slaughter token was a city entrance token to enter the blood slaughter steppes. Lin Ming had once obtained one, and the token had ended up fusing into his body, forming the source of infernal energy and serving as the basis for killing others to accumulate their infernal energy. Now Lin Ming had already become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Normally, he kept it within his body and would manifest it in the form of the death god force field. If Lin Ming didn't summon the 12-winged heavenly demon, it would remain undetectable. Thus, these 2 rows of giant demon guards didn't recognize that Lin Ming was once a trial challenger. Make way! Lin Ming's steps didn't stop. As he walked forwards, An invisible force field spread out from him. The 2 rows of guards were suppressed by this force field, making them gasp for breath as if all air had vanished. Before they could react, Lin Ming had passed through them, about to shove open the gates leading to the tower. You bold! As the guard captain just shouted out these words, he immediately shut up as his eyes went as round as large copper bells. Disbelief began to cloud over his face. At that moment, those 80,000 to 90,000 gene-heavy gates, those massive copper gates that needed dozens of people to open, were actually pushed open by a single hand. As the gears of the bronze gates were forcefully pushed open, they even began to issue loud ka-ka-ka sounds as if they couldn't withstand the pressure. This scene simply left everyone stunned. Who is he? The several guards were all shocked. How was this a human? He was simply a dragon in human form. Quick! Hurry up and inform the managing deacon. These guards naturally didn't have the qualifications to directly speak to the High Lords. They had to transmit a message through several layers of authority first. But by the time the news was sent out, Lin Ming had already reached the transmission array that connected Sky Split Tower's first floor to the second floor. Bang! A terrifying energy exploded upwards and the protective array formation that surrounded the transmission array was directly shattered to bits. Lin Ming stood on the transmission array and activated it with brute force. As for the deacon that managed the protective array formation, he was scared witless. The deacon felt that Lin Ming looked familiar, but he just couldn't place where he had seen him before. In fact, 5 years ago, the Steps Master had once issued an arrest warrant for Lin Ming throughout the entire Blood Slaughter Steps. But before even half a year passed, the Steps Master was able to confirm that Lin Ming had already left the Blood Slaughter Steps. Thus the capture zone had changed to the wider Holy Demon Continent. In the Blood Slaughter Steps, the arrest warrant slowly faded away. There were always massive numbers of individuals that left and entered the Blood Slaughter Steps. In fact, a majority of these people in the Blood Slaughter Steps Sky Split Towers had entered in the last 5 years. They simply didn't recognize Lin Ming. Even though this current deacon had seen Lin Ming's arrest warrant, in these last 5 years Lin Ming had already passed through life destruction 3 times and had reformed his spirit body. His looks had become more perfect, his aura was swifter and sharper, and he was now a handsome youth with jade-like looks, ethereal and otherworldly. It was simply impossible for others to recognize him for a time. Moreover, they never imagined that Lin Ming would actually have the gall to return to the Blood Slaughter Steps to raise trouble. As the deacon of that level reported the news, Lin Ming had already reached the transmission array on the 2nd floor. You actually dare to cause trouble at Sky Split Tower? You really don't know how to write the word death. The deacon responsible for the 2nd floor's transmission array was a giant demon. The deacon grasped a large axe, his entire body as hard and dark as granite. His face was cruel and barbaric. The deacon was unable to see just what Lin Ming's cultivation was. His understanding of humanity's cultivation system was limited to begin with, and when that was added with just how high Lin Ming's cultivation was as well as his restrained aura, it was impossible for him to see through it. How dare you? Are you deaf or something? The giant demon deacon burned with rage as he chopped down with his axe. However, there was suddenly an explosive ringing that filled the air. Without Lin Ming moving a hand, the giant demon deacon was sent flying backwards like a broken sack. All of his inner organs ruptured as he vomited blood in the air before smashing against a wall hundreds of feet away. His axe, his armor, and all of his meridians were shattered to bits. It was unknown whether or not he was still alive. Everyone watching was dumbfounded by this scene, causing them to freeze in place. That giant demon deacon was a 1-star demon king, the equivalent of a human early revolving core powerhouse, and even a bit stronger than that. And yet, such a 1-star demon king was actually instantly swatted away without the other party even moving a finger. Just what kind of power was that? A life destruction powerhouse. Could that be a human life destruction powerhouse? Otherwise, there shouldn't be any reason why we can't see through his cultivation. A Goliath guard said with rising panic in his voice. That's impossible. All life destruction powerhouses that enter the Blood Slaughter Steps will encounter the mystical curse here and die a miserable death. Who wouldn't treasure their own life and actually come here? An imp deacon chimed in. Yes, he should have a late revolving core cultivation with strength equal to the weakest of life destruction powerhouses. Humph, but let alone the fact that he isn't at life destruction. Even if a true life destruction powerhouse were to come here, they would still die for the violation of causing trouble. Our Skysplit Tower has the strongest High Lords of the 12 Skysplit Towers. The higher-ranking High Lords can definitely contend with a human life destruction powerhouse. For this fellow to come here, even dragons must hide and tigers must lie low. Moreover, our Heavenly Cloud Tower Master is the strongest existence amongst all of the 12 Skysplit Tower Masters. He is only inferior to the Steps Master himself. Let's follow him first and wait for the High Lords to come and kill him. Otherwise, we will be executed for being derelict in our duties. After seeing what happened to the giant demon deacon, the other guards and deacons didn't dare to do anything against Lin Ming. That would be the same as suicide. And as they hoped, the High Lords of the Heavenly Cloud Tower soon appeared. And once they appeared, there were actually 5 at once. The one leading them was the second-ranked High Lord of Heavenly Cloud Tower. As for the top-ranked High Lord, although he had indeed received the news, he felt that 5 High Lords was already more than enough to handle the situation, so it was unnecessary for him to do anything. For all of the High Lords to show up just because a single human powerhouse was causing a mess was simply making too great a fuss over nothing. It would even be quite a shameful matter once others were to know of it. The High Lords have come. Ha ha ha. This boy is already dead. Let's enjoy the good fun to follow. The guards and deacons hurried to surround and cordon off the area. Each of them brandished their weapons and took position to make sure that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to escape. With the High Lords supporting them, they weren't afraid at all. Who are you? How impudent! The second-ranked High Lord of Heavenly Cloud Tower had much better sight than these guards and deacons. As he saw Lin Ming, he could see that his strength was unfathomably deep. Otherwise, he would have already killed Lin Ming here with a single slap. Why would he still be wasting his time speaking nonsense? As his eyes stopped on Lin Ming's eyes, he was alarmed for a moment but couldn't identify why. Although many High Lords had participated in the previous adventure to the Eternal Demon Abyss, most of them had been killed off by Lin Ming. None of these 5 High Lords had seen Lin Ming's face before. I am here to enter the Road of Emperor. Get out of my way. What? Enter the Road of Emperor. The 5 High Lords were stunned as they heard this and then immediately began chuckling. This was just like a beggar suddenly demanding to enter the royal palace, telling the emperor that they wanted to conduct a treasure hunt in the imperial treasure vaults. How ridiculous! Just who do you think you are? The Road of Emperor is the highest level mystic realm of my blood slaughter steps. Do you think you can enter just because you wish to? Let alone the fact that you are a nobody. But even if you slaughtered your way up Heavenly Cloud Tower and became one of the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars, with your status of being a human you could still give up any hope of entering the Road of Emperor. Second brother, why are you wasting time talking with him? This sort of person obviously came here to die. Haha. He is indeed an idiot. If you want to enter the Road of Emperor, then let me guide you to the right path. All you have to do is release your spiritual sea and allow me to plant a slave seal within you. Perhaps then I will allow you to enter. Ha 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 ha. The 5 High Lords recklessly taunted Lin Ming. Lin Ming only sneered and said, The Road of Emperor is an ancient ruin left from 100,000 years ago for the future generations. Since when did it belong to you lot? Humph, nothing good can come from talking with a fool. This person isn't simple. Let us use our infernal energy and kill him with everything we have. Okay. The 5 High Lords cried out together. Behind them, heavenly demon phantoms began to form in the air. These were early 10-winged heavenly demons. With the rules of the blood slaughter steps, one could become a High Lord as soon as they became a 10-winged heavenly demon. But a High Lord could not form a middle-stage 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo, or else a portion of their infernal energy would be forcefully dispersed. The truth was that even without this rule, it was nearly impossible to go from a 10-winged heavenly demon to a 12-winged heavenly demon. That was because in order to complete this final step, One had to slaughter a massive number of High Lords and absorb their infernal energy. Where would there be so many High Lords that freely allowed themselves to be killed? Go! The 5 High Lords suddenly stormed outwards, and the heavenly demon phantoms behind them also followed suit. All sorts of powerful attacks rained down at Lin Ming, completely enveloping him. But Lin Ming didn't even move. As the 5 10-winged heavenly demon phantoms rushed out, another heavenly demon phantom formed behind Lin Ming. This heavenly demon phantom was several times larger than the High Lord's 10-winged heavenly demon phantoms. As the 2 rows of crimson blood wings slowly spread out, one could actually count that there were 12 wings. This was a 12-winged heavenly demon. The 12-winged heavenly demon was the true form of the death god force field. After the heavenly demon phantom formed, a terrifying infernal energy erupted outwards, flooding out like a bloody tsunami that impacted into the skies. What? A 12-winged heavenly demon? How is this possible? Ah! The 5 High Lords all issued out screams of pain and misery. At that time, they felt the heavenly demon phantoms behind them being forcefully ripped away by an immense strength. It was like someone had cut apart their backs and was pulling out their spines. The pain was unbearable, excruciating. My heavenly demon tattoo. My infernal energy, no. Pitiful screams of horror and despair filled the air. The heavenly demon phantom behind Lin Ming suddenly swept out its 12 wings, forming a crimson vortex. The 5 10-winged heavenly demon phantoms were completely sucked into this crimson vortex and crushed by the tremendous force within, turning into the purest infernal energy that was absorbed by the 12-winged heavenly demon. Puff! The 5 High Lords all vomited mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying backs. They heavily hit the ground, all of their organs and meridians torn to pieces. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even moved a single finger. The heavenly demon tattoos were forcefully erased from the 5 High Lords, greatly reducing their strength. This deprival also diminished their fires of life until they were like the last flickering flame of a candle in the wind. At this time they had been turned into garbage without much of a lifespan left over. This was the great power of the death god force field, to extinguish all life vitality. The Azura force field, omnidirectional suppression of an enemy's physical body, true essence, dantian and soul. The death god force field, to cut off the enemy's source of life. But as for what the Prime Emperor force field was, Lin Ming had no idea. He only faintly knew that it was the strongest of the 3 force fields. If he could fuse all 3 together and form the complete heavenly demon force field, then he would be able to crush and kill Divine Sea Supreme Elders. The heavenly demon force field was highly likely to be related to that nameless great emperor from the eternal demon abyss. But that nameless great emperor had already reached an unimaginable boundary. It was likely he was a top-level existence of the divine realm. After wasting away 5 High Lords with nothing more than a thought, Lin Ming casually strolled forwards. The present him now had sufficient strength to directly enter the road of Emperor. All gods that blocked him would die. All Buddhas that blocked him would perish. As Lin Ming walked forwards, the guards who surrounded him were scared to the point that their legs trembled, nearly toppling over like their legs were made from jelly. This youth was able to instantly kill 5 High Lords. Was this even human? He was simply like an abyssal demon. Against such a monstrous demon, all of them were terrified. They even thought of helping the 5 High Lords to surround and kill Lin Ming. After seeing Lin Ming stroll away, none of them were able to summon the courage to flee. Against such an existence, a mere thought was enough to kill them all. No matter if they were 10 times faster or 100 times faster, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Each and every guard was wet with sweat, with limp and shaking limbs. Their faces were ashen and their souls seemed to flee from their backs. They stood there, paralyzed where they were until Lin Ming finally left. That youth is actually a 12-winged heavenly demon. He is actually a 12-winged heavenly demon. A 12-winged heavenly demon was a legendary existence but also a taboo existence. They never imagined that this human who came here today was a 12-winged heavenly demon. He must be Lin Ming from 5 years ago. The Great Steps Master has already issued a warrant for his capture, and yet he dares to return to the blood slaughter steps. Lin Ming confidently strode into the 4th floor of the Heavenly Cloud Tower. There was no one here waiting to stop him. After killing 5 High Lords with nothing more than a glance, at this time no one dared to leap to their deaths. Even if every single master of Heavenly Cloud Tower combined forces to attack Lin Ming, they would simply instantly perish. The 5th floor. The Road of Emperor was already very close. At this time, news of Lin Ming's appearance had reached the Steps Master. Pong! The Steps Master crushed the arms of this throne to dust. Lin Ming, he actually dares to return. He probably thought that just because he developed some supernatural power that he would be able to dominate me. How ridiculous. I shall show him just what it means to be a frog in a well. When Lin Ming had left the blood slaughter steps, his cultivation had only been at the early revolving core realm. To cross from the early revolving core into life destruction in just a mere 5 years, one had to have an eternally rare heaven-gifted talent and foundation, and also must have experienced great lucky chances repeatedly. The Steps Master guessed that Lin Ming truly did have a destiny that defied the will of the heavens. With his first stage life destruction cultivation and his monstrous talent added on top of that, his true strength likely reached the level of a 5th grade life destruction martial artist. To such a top master, instantly killing 5 High Lords was nothing at all. After all, in the blood slaughter steps, all High Lords did not reach life destruction, 4-star Demon King, or an equivalent rank. Otherwise, they would possibly come under the influence of the curse. The Steps Master lit a sound-transmitting talisman, and then left the blood slaughter divine temple, using a movement technique to fly towards Heavenly Cloud Tower at full speed. What? He wants me to delay for time so that Lin Ming cannot enter the Road of Emperor? How can I delay anything at all? After the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master received the Steps Master sound transmission, he nearly flipped over the table he was sitting at. Although he was far stronger than the 16 High Lords, he absolutely could not reach a degree of strength that could kill 5 High Lords with a single glance. Facing Lin Ming meant that he would be as good as dead. This is stupidly unreasonable and outrageous. What the fuck can I possibly do? If I encounter a monster like Lin Ming, then even betting my entire life wouldn't do anything at all. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master was from the Goliath race. He had immense strength and normally wouldn't even fear the heavens. But, facing such an impossible and ridiculous order, he couldn't help but curse out loud. The Steps Master was flying here from the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple and would need at most a quarter hour to arrive. How could he possibly delay Lin Ming for a quarter hour? But Tower Master, this is the order of the Steps Master. If we do not follow it, then we will be disposed of. Beside the Tower Master, an imp martial artist suddenly spoke up. He was the most trusted friend of the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master. The Steps Master was an extremely cruel, violent, and malicious individual. All who dared to disobey his orders would suffer a truly miserable fate. Shit. 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 I really hit the shit jackpot this time. I have no idea just how strong this boy's true strength is. Perhaps he might even be able to contend with a quasi-emperor powerhouse. How can I even think of delaying him? The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master cursed again. He could only brace himself for this crisis and go to the Road of Emperor. But, just as he reached the Road of Emperor, he heard a massive explosive sound. The spells that sealed away the Road of Emperor had been shattered by Lin Ming's halberd. These sealing spells were added to the Sky-Split Tower after it was founded. They weren't part of the original structure. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming had the strength of an unrivaled emperor, he still wouldn't have been able to force his way through them. But even so, the toughness and firmness of these spells was staggering. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master was frightened witless as he saw Lin Ming easily rip them apart. Young hero, please hold on. If there is some matter, then we can surely discuss it. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master shouted out, making his tone as polite as possible so that he wouldn't provoke Lin Ming's ire. However, Lin Ming only swept his eyes over him. The icy cold meaning in them caused the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master's body to feel cold, as if his soul itself had frozen. The Death God force field was able to cut off all life vitality. Even if Lin Ming wasn't actively galvanizing it, it still wasn't a power that the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master was able to resist. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master had originally wanted to delay Lin Ming with some nonsense banter. But before he could actually speak, he gulped over and over before sputtering. If you don't know the law formula to open the road of Emperor's array formation, there is no way for you to enter. As he spoke, the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master took several steps back until he reached a safe distance. This distance was only for comfort of mind. If Lin Ming wanted to kill him, he would die with nothing more than a thought. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master was thinking about how to tell Lin Ming the law formula to open the road of Emperor, and also to switch it a bit so that he wouldn't be able to open it for a period of time. This would give him time and also satisfy the Order of Steps Master. However, he discovered that Lin Ming simply ignored him. Lin Ming had already began turning the outer runes of the road of Emperor, and with a ka-ka-ka sound, the array formation was solved by Lin Ming. What? The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master gulped, his eyes perfectly round. He was left completely speechless. It seemed as if there was nothing Lin Ming couldn't do. The truth was that the outer array formation of the Road of Emperor was only a simple gate. It was like an ordinary gated fence installed outside of mortal palaces. It wasn't difficult to open at all. Those people that had first discovered the 12 sky-split towers were able to solve it, much less someone like Lin Ming. Thus, in just half an incense stick of time, the gating array formation of the Road of Emperor had been opened by Lin Ming. He calmly stepped onto the crimson altar and sprinkled his blood onto the ground. A red light enveloped him and he was swallowed up by it. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master and his trusted High Lord Confidant were left behind, flabbergasted. But they were also helpless. The Road of Emperor only allowed a single person to enter on their own path. No one could follow them. Since Lin Ming had gone in, there was no way of chasing him inside. They could only wait for him to come out. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master quickly sent out a sound-transmitting talisman to inform the Steps Master of the sudden turn in events. He could only anxiously wait to bear the anger of the Steps Master. A quarter-hour later, a sharp sonic boom rang out in the skies, accompanied by a massive explosion outside of the Heavenly Cloud Tower. The Steps Master had finally arrived at Heavenly Cloud City, and the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master, as well as the other 11 surviving High Lords, hurriedly ran out to greet him. The Steps Master's eyes flashed with a gloomy killing intent. He was well aware of just what Lin Ming had planned. In fact, he had already approximated Lin Ming's current strength and didn't expect that the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master would really be able to delay Lin Ming. Lin Ming, do you really think that after entering the Road of Emperor you will be able to become a peerless emperor and gain strength that surpasses mine? You are far too naive. The Steps Master sinisterly grinned. Those that pass through the Road of Emperor can indeed become peerless emperors, but do you think that the Road of Emperor can be walked so easily? You were far too impatient. Perhaps if you wanted another 20 years and your cultivation reached the 5th or 6th stage of life destruction, nothing would have been able to stop you from passing the Road of Emperor. But now it is simply impossible for you to completely cross it. I shall wait outside and lay down a great array formation for you. You are now nothing more than a pigeon in a cage. Let me see just how you'll escape this time. In the last 10,000 years, beside the Eightfall War Emperor and a few other individuals, no one had been able to walk far down the Road of Emperor. Not even the Steps Master himself had the strength to reach the end of the Road of Emperor. Moreover, obtaining the recognition of the Road of Emperor was the most important part, or else no one was able to cross it. The Steps Master didn't doubt Lin Ming's talent, but his cultivation was far too low. Only 5 years had passed, and Lin Ming was likely only 24 years old or so. Even if his talent was recognized by the Road of Emperor, his strength would still be lacking. Everyone come and assist in laying down the array formation. The day he emerges from the Road of Emperor is the day he dies. After the Steps Master issued this order, he sat down in front of the Road of Emperor's gate. He closed his eyes, meditating and adjusting his condition to its peak state. Since Lin Ming had gone in from here, he would sooner or later have to come out from here. The Steps Master planned on personally killing Lin Ming. He had to do this no matter what means he was forced to use. At this time, within the Road of Emperor, Lin Ming stood at an entirely similar crimson altar. There was a 10-foot wide wooden plank road in front of him. This plank road was suspended in the air, ghostly and ethereal, extending into the infinite distance until it disappeared into the darkness. There was no support that held up the plank road, and underneath this road was nothing but an endless abyss. It was impossible to see just what lay at the bottom. It was possible that this abyss even connected to the eternal demon abyss. If he fell here, he would fall to the very center of the world, beyond all salvation. On the sides of this plank road were lights that floated in the air, around 100 feet away from each other. These lights were all given off by strange lamps carved from black rock. They were held up by some mysterious strength. This was where Lin Ming had first comprehended his battle spirit, the Road of Will lights. After 5 years, Lin Ming had once again stepped onto the Road of Emperor. Every 100 feet on this road there would be a light, a quiet and ghostly blue flame that slowly burned. These will lights had burnt for 100,000 years without diminishing, like they would continue to burn for forever. Under every light, there was a carving of a person, each carving corresponding to an unrivaled genius of their generation. These people were either emperor-level powerhouses or chosen prides of heaven that could easily become an emperor-level powerhouse, except that they had perished as they were growing. Every heroic elite that stepped onto the Road of Emperor would be recorded here for all of eternity, as if their souls had been left behind. This was the mysterious Road of Emperor. It was unknown who had been the one to build it. Who? Every time that Lin Ming passed a light, it would naturally extinguish. And every single one of these early lights were the young geniuses that had died early with relatively weak wills. As Lin Ming slowly advanced forwards, he began to feel the pressure of the Emperor wills. Hua! A purple light emitted out from a will light, covering Lin Ming. Afterwards, Lin Ming felt as if his soul and body had been separated, and in the next moment his consciousness had entered a world of will. This was the world of will of an ancient supreme elder, and Lin Ming was facing the pressure from their battle spirit. Kill! 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 A 10-foot-tall demon grasped a halberd as he barreled towards Lin Ming with overflowing killing intent. Lin Ming remained motionless. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Whoosh! A silver-white divine sword shot out from between his eyebrows, directly splitting apart that demon and the world behind it in half. Ka. The world of will collapsed, completely destroyed. Lin Ming hadn't even taken a single step. The disparity was simply too great. Let alone these battle spirits that had been weakened through the passage of 100,000 years. Even if these war emperors came back to life, they still wouldn't be Lin Ming's match. Ho! The will light extinguished. Lin Ming continued to face the next will light. This time, a Goliath Supreme Elder appeared. This will was a bit stronger than the last demons, but to Lin Ming it was only the difference between an ant and a cockroach. He instantly killed them all the same. See? A silver-white battle spirit continued to cut forwards, splitting apart all. Every time it slashed forwards, a world of will would break. These battle spirits weren't even able to contend with Lin Ming, not even a single round. A silver-level battle spirit was extremely rare for a divine sea powerhouse. It had completely vanished from the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming's advance was unstoppable. Even Gu Zhao's will that had stopped Lin Ming for 7 days and caused him to struggle and exert an enormous amount of energy was still cut apart by his sword of will, without the slightest difference from the others. As Lin Ming continued forwards, light after light was extinguished, all the way until 100 had been snuffed out. At this time, Lin Ming finally arrived at a split in the road. Here, the Road of Emperor that continued into the endless darkness divided into 2 paths, each leading to a different place. Right in front of him was the same Road of Emperor, with will lights that lit up the sides. But on a diverging path was another Road of Emperor, this one surrounded by stone tablets. These were respectively the Road of Will lights and the Road of Emperor stone tablets. If a trial challenger found it difficult to continue, this choice of diverging paths would appear in advance so that a trial challenger could choose. making it so that their trip here wasn't wasted. 5 years ago, Lin Ming had chosen the road of will lights, but talents like Feng Xin, Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, and the others had unwisely chosen the road of Emperor Stone Tablets. However, Lin Ming hadn't been able to persist for long on the road of will lights. Although he had ultimately managed to comprehend his own battle spirit, he had still been defeated early. The pressure from the road of will lights had rapidly risen. He had no idea just how terrifying it would become the further he went. This time, facing the same choice, Lin Ming still decisively chose to step on the road of will lights. He wanted to take a good look at just how far he could go with his current silver battle spirit. As Lin Ming stepped down the road of will lights once again, he immediately felt a great pressure fall down over him, even suppressing the world of will. Lin Ming guessed that this was a manifestation of a single facet from the Prime Emperor martial intent. As for what the complete Prime Emperor martial intent was like, he had no idea. The Azura martial intent and Death God martial intent aimed to suppress a martial artist in the physical real world, but the Prime Emperor martial intent was aimed at the world of will. If one's soul was too weak, then their spiritual sea would directly collapse, turning them into a mindless zombie. Now, the first world that Lin Ming encountered on this new road of will lights was the battle spirit of a 2-star demon emperor. This battle spirit even contained a wisp of that demon emperor's remnant soul. It was simply incomparable to the previous wills. 5 years ago, Lin Ming had also faced such a battle spirit and had been instantly killed where he stood. He simply didn't even have a single chance of resisting, and ultimately had no choice but to leave the road of Emperor. Shua! The silver-white sword of will slashed out, directly chopping the enemy to pieces. However, not only did they not die, but it even seemed as if they were reforming. This will form seems to have been enhanced by the Prime Emperor martial intent. Otherwise, it shouldn't have been able to withstand my sword. Lin Ming maintained his calm and slashed out with the sword of will once more. With a pong sound, the will form completely collapsed, turning into pure energy that vitalized Lin Ming's battle spirit. This road of Emperor is truly mysterious. After slaying the battle spirit that I couldn't exterminate last time, I feel that my will has become a little bit stronger. It feels like I'll break through to the silver small success level soon. Lin Ming had broken through to the 3rd stage of life destruction, and his battle spirit also grew along with his cultivation. He was very near to developing a small success silver level battle spirit. This breakthrough had originally only been a matter of time, but now his battle spirit was stimulated by the road of Emperor, digging out the hidden potential within so that the breakthrough approached much faster. One lamp, one world. All of the will lights were cut apart by Lin Ming's sword of will and extinguished. Nothing was able to stop his forward's advance. In just a mere 4 hours, Lin Ming had stamped out 200 will lights. As he continued, the will lights became more and more vivid and vibrant, as if they could burn down everything. Not just that, but the lights in front of him began to change color. From the light blue, it looked like melted metal and finally began to exude a blazing silver light. Silver battle spirit? As Lin Ming looked at the glittering silver light that lit up a world of will, the phantom of a great emperor appeared, startling him. Had he already reached the will lights on the level of silver battle spirits? This road of emperor remembered all peerless elites that had ever entered. And among these unrivaled heroes, there were even some whose achievements didn't stop at the Divine Sea realm, especially those powerhouses that had lived 100,000 years ago. Their battle spirits were also contained in the road of Emperor. It wasn't strange if they reached a silver-level battle spirit. Kill! A great emperor that shined all over with a silver light grasped a silver-heavy sword as he rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's mind stirred. The sword of will cut forwards. Kacha! The sword of will collided with the dazzling silver-heavy sword. Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake. He actually hadn't been able to cut apart his opponent's sword. What a tough will. Even after 100,000 years have passed, his will is still so formidable. He should be an unrivaled powerhouse that surpassed the Divine Sea. Chain of stars. Lin Ming's thoughts changed and his battle spirit turned into countless star fragments that shot towards that silver will form. In the world of will, one could use any attack they could imagine. Ping, 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 ping. Silver light flooded outwards. A series of clanging metal strikes filled the air like a storm, deafening. Lin Ming exchanged over a dozen moves with this silver-white emperor battle spirit. He managed to split apart his opponent's body several times, but that will form was able to mend itself every time. After 30 moves, Lin Ming finally wore down his opponent's will and completely extinguished it. The silver light battle spirit melted into a pure will energy that flowed into Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if some faint barrier that covered his spiritual sea finally shattered. The mist that surrounded his battle spirit suddenly converged onto it, became more solid. Now it seemed no different from a true silver spear. The cold spear light became even more keen and fierce. Silver battle spirit small success. Ha! Congratulations, Lin Ming. Third stage life destruction and a small success silver battle spirit. You should be able to easily form a gold battle spirit when you step into the divine sea. And perhaps you might be able to form a gold battle spirit before you even reach the divine sea. This road of Emperor is truly wonderful to develop the potential of your battle spirit. Before now, your cultivation increase had been too fast, so the growth of your battle spirit wasn't able to follow. Although you had the potential, you still hadn't been able to achieve a small success silver battle spirit. If it weren't for this road of Emperor, you would have had to constantly temper your will for several years before you could release all of that hidden potential. Demon Shine's wisp of soul exclaimed from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The potential of a battle spirit was 80 to 90% inherent to a martial artist. Of course, there were a minor number of heavenly materials that were able to directly enhance a battle spirit's potential, such as the Twin Life Thunder Crystal. However, this sort of heavenly material could only be found through a stroke of divine luck. They were simply invaluable treasures that couldn't be purchased. Although a martial artist's battle spirit was set, that didn't mean they could unleash all of this potential. In order to enhance a battle spirit, one needed to constantly gain experience and temper their will. The higher level a battle spirit was, the more difficult it would be for it to grow. If one's experience was insufficient, then a martial artist might not be able to release their full potential even after tens of thousands of years. When a martial artist reached old age, their strength, body, blood vitality, and fires of life would all start weakening. Only their battle spirit would not decline. For instance, someone like Situ Bonin was already on the verge of death, but his achievements in the aspect of battle spirits actually surpassed many other talents. Lin Ming's battle spirit had immense potential, but it actually lacked experience and tempering. This road of Emperor just happened to be the best place to hone a battle spirit. Lin Ming understood all of this and was greatly anticipating walking down this road of will lights. The more formidable the will forms he faced, the more his battle spirit would grow. Time passed. In just the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Lin Ming had completely immersed himself in combat within the world of will. At the very beginning, all battle spirits were instantly killed by Lin Ming. Following that, it gradually became a struggle between two opponents on the same level. And now, Lin Ming was even finding himself being suppressed by the battle spirits of the will lights once again. The 215th will light had cost Lin Ming 20 days to pass. After suffering grievous wounds countless times, he only then managed to reluctantly exterminate it. Next one. Lin Ming let out a heavy breath. Because he had overexerted his will, his complexion was slightly pale. As his slightly tired eyes gazed at the carved image of the next will light, his eyes immediately widened. The 216th will light, the Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor. It's actually the Demon Emperor? Not only was Lin Ming bewildered, but even Demon Shine was completely stunned. The Demon Emperor was once the most famed character of the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. He had formed the 6th grade sect, the Demon God Imperial Palace, and became the highest under the heavens. His strength far surpassed the current Old Man Good Fortune, Yang Laotian, and all the others. Just the legacies he casually left behind had been able to form the foundation for the Azura Divine Kingdom, and that was only a minor portion of his inheritances. It really is Master's will light, Demon Shine quietly mumbled. He could feel the energy coming from the will light. This was undoubtedly the Demon Emperor. After being sealed in the magic cube for such an unimaginably long time, now that Demon Shine felt this all too familiar energy and aura, he was suddenly filled with a deep emotion. Let's go take a look. Once Lin Ming felt that he had almost recovered his energy, he steadfastly entered into the Demon Emperor's world of will. This was an endless plain. The land was dark black with bones buried all over. Kill! Lin Ming had just set foot on the ground when an incomparably horrifying energy field came crashing down from the sky, spreading throughout the world. The entire world of will seemed as if it couldn't bear this brutal energy, trembling as if it neared collapse. As Lin Ming was shrouded in this energy, he wasn't even able to move. He was about to use his sword of will to break out of the shackles of energy, when at this moment, his pupils shrank. A golden red halberd light was thrusting straight towards his forehead. Gold battle spirit. Pong! Lin Ming's will form was easily shattered into a rain of blood, wildly falling down. What an amazingly tyrannical aura! Although his body had shattered, Lin Ming's will had become much tougher and wasn't destroyed by just this. In fact, the first time he entered the road of Emperor, there were countless times his will form had been torn apart in the world of will. My will is everlasting and forever. Even if you have a golden battle spirit, it still is not your true self. There is no way you can kill me. If one's will was completely and thoroughly annihilated in the will world, then they would also die in the real world. A sharp light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, and in the next moment his body began to slowly reform itself. You have this king's aura on your body. Just who are you? In front of Lin Ming stood a large phantom, its body over 50 feet tall. Its entire form was ethereal and phantasmal. It had a grim and fierce appearance. As it was enveloped in the haze of golden light, it looked just like a savage god. As the Demon Emperor's phantom floated in the air, his powerful pressure extended in all directions, suppressing all. The truth was that this pressure was also a type of force field. When a powerhouse reached a certain level in their cultivation, and their inner energy became formidable enough, this type of force field would naturally form. It would make those that were weaker simply unable to step near or even look straight at them. Before the Demon Emperor had died, he had reached a boundary that was hard to estimate. If he had personally come here, then even if Lin Ming reached the Divine Sea Realm, he would still find it hard to withstand. But now, the Demon Emperor phantom floating in the air was only a faded will form. It was no problem for Lin Ming to withstand this will pressure with just his silver battle spirit. Third stage life destruction. Silver battle spirit? Two ghostly blue flames lit up in the Demon Emperor's pupils. He obviously found this hard to believe, especially that an energy akin to his own emanated from Lin Ming's body. Just who are you? Before Lin Ming could open his mouth to speak, a faint red shadow emerged from his body, curling up in the air. Master, it is me. It's me, Demon Shine. Do you remember me? Demon Shine said with a subdued and meek tone. Facing the dual pressure of the Demon Emperor and the Prime Emperor force field, this mere wisp of Demon Shine's soul avatar found it difficult to withstand. His voice trembled. To see the Demon Emperor once more, Demon Shine felt both excitement and fear. Demon Shine. The Demon Emperor seemed as if he had fallen into a long recollection of his memories. This was not the main soul of the Demon Emperor, but rather only a tiny piece of spirit mark and incomplete remnant soul, so he didn't immediately recognize Demon Shine. I remember the War of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. I reached the end of my road, and you and I both perished together. I never thought that someday I would see this part of the world again. The Demon Emperor looked up to the heavens, muttering. From the time he first appeared, when he had only killing intent in his heart, he had now recovered some degree of sanity and intelligence. After all, the Demon Emperor was the Demon Emperor. Even if he only had a tiny piece of his residual soul left over, he could still find himself. Where am I? The Demon Emperor suddenly asked. Lin Ming was startled. Did the Demon Emperor not know where he was? Lin Ming answered truthfully. Senior is within the road of Emperor. You have been sleeping within the will lights. Will lights, road of Emperor. The demon emperor revealed a thoughtful expression. After a long period of time, he finally remembered. The road of Emperor. I remember. This is the Samsara road. Samsara road? Lin Ming was shocked. The word samsara left his heart cold. What is the Samsara road? This is the Samsara road created by Empyrean Primordius. The demon emperor sighed as he said this. Samsara, Empyrean Primordius, you were one of the strongest kings of the divine realm, and your ambitions were greater than the skies, but unfortunately, you tried to go against the will of the heavens and finally all your efforts became for naught. The demon emperor expressing such a feeling caused Lin Ming's heart to skip a beat. Empyrean Primordius? Could that be the master of the great emperor's heart? Was the road of Emperor named the Samsara road? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. The road of Emperor was an incomparably mysterious land. All peerless geniuses that entered here would leave behind will lights after they died. Under these lights, a carving of their image would be formed. Such enigmatic matters left Lin Ming beyond surprised. Now that he heard the demon emperor call the road of Emperor the Samsara road, he could faintly feel that the road of Emperor, eternal demon abyss, and sea of miracles contained a heaven-shaking secret. But just why would Empyrean Primordius arrive at this world where the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent were located? Could there have been something special about this planet? He hurriedly asked, Senior, could you please explain in detail what the Samsara road actually is? Samsara. As the demon emperor mentioned this word, he found it hard to maintain his calm. The so-called samsara means that after the journey of life and death, one can reincarnate in the 6 paths of eternity, continuing the cycle of life and death. However, this is only a legend. Perhaps in ancient times this type of samsara actually existed, but currently it does not. What? Lin Ming was floored. He had always doubted whether the path of samsara actually existed, but he had never dared to affirm or deny this. After a martial artist died, they would still care about their soul and wish they didn't fade into nothing. They wished that they would be able to survive on in this universe, holding out on a faint hope that they would reincarnate somewhere. Thus, the demonic path murder techniques that sucked out a person's soul and refined it were extremely nasty and sinister killing techniques. Even the demon envoy of before had combusted his soul only as a last resort so that he could plant a Death Reaper curse onto Lin Ming. This was because after doing that, they were destined to never enter the cycle of samsara. But now Lin Ming learned from the demon emperor's own mouth that after death, there was no samsara. How could he not be shocked? Humph, about just what samsara is like, there are very few who actually know anything at all. There is a theory. That is that after a mortal dies they may enter samsara, but a martial artist cannot. This is because a martial artist cultivating martial arts is a practice that defies the heavens' wishes. Thus, after they die they will be cursed by the heavens, unable to enter the cycle of samsara. When their physical form dies, they will truly perish, turning into absolute nothingness. Lin Ming hadn't yet recovered from the initial shock when he was left speechless by the demon emperor's next words. A mortal could enter samsara, but because a martial artist's very existence defied the will of the heavens, they would be cursed after death and unable to enter samsara? Did that mean that all who practiced martial arts were destined to travel a path of no return, struggling to cross the final stage, betting everything to reach the peak of all martial arts, with the only other choice being to become nothing more than ashes? But since ancient times, had there really been anyone that had ever managed to reach the true peak of martial arts? And even if there were, how many people could there have possibly been? There was no martial artist that would not be shocked, or even feel an intense fear, after hearing the demon emperor's theory. Even Lin Ming, who had a firm will and steady mind, was the same. Hee, little devil, everything I said is merely a guess. No one can guess just what it is like. But, even my guess is one of the greatest secrets of the divine realm. The road of Emperor you are walking on is exactly the samsara road that Empyrean Primordius created. The reason he created the samsara road and Yellow Springs River was all to establish a true path of reincarnation for the countless martial artists of the boundless universe. But what a pity, he actually failed at the end. What? Lin Ming was stunned. How many worlds did the boundless universe actually have? It was simply innumerable. Then, how many martial artists must there be in the boundless universe? Even grains of sand in the desert, or drops of water in the ocean, wouldn't be enough to describe it. And to establish a road of reincarnation for so many people. What sort of boldness and daring must that have been? Just what boundary had Empyrean Primordius reached? Senior mentioned the Yellow Springs River. Could that be the Yellow Springs River in the Eternal Demon Abyss? Yes, that is the Yellow Springs River. The Demon Emperor nodded. A martial artist's soul and body are one and the same. Once one's life is over, their soul will disappear, vanishing forever. Thus, the soul cannot be used for samsara. But to place the old soul into a newborn body is only seizing that body. It is not true samsara. After one's soul perishes, they are doomed to die. The only force that can approach immortality is the martial arts will. That is also called the battle spirit. A powerful battle spirit can last for several million years, or even tens of millions of years. Empyrean Primordius created the samsara road all in order to transfer the will of martial artists into it. This was so that a martial artist's spirit mark would be contained in the martial arts will, forming will lights and being permanently sealed away, all to wait for the samsara in the future. This samsara road is in truth a divine relic. However, the refining of this divine relic is not complete. If it were to be completed, then there really might be a chance of establishing a true road to reincarnation, to have these spirit marks bearing battle spirits serve as the road to samsara. This was the goal of Samsara Road. However, Empyrean Primordius only managed to accomplish this for martial artists that had comprehended a battle spirit. There was still an immeasurably long road to go. However, in the end, he didn't manage to defy the heavens. The Demon Emperor heaved a deep sigh as he spoke here, as if he felt sad for the defeat of such a divine emperor. The Demon Emperor's words today were like an explosion in Lin Ming's mind, leaving him completely shocked. He never imagined that this was the reason that the Road of Emperor existed. Senior, this junior would like to know just how Empyrean Primordius was defeated. I do not know. The Demon Emperor shook his head. Then why would Empyrean Primordius form the Samsara Road on the holy demon continent of one of the countless worlds of the lower realms, but not in the divine realm? I do not know. The Demon Emperor shook his head once more. Junior, I have already told you what I know, and as for the rest, I do not know that either. Now tell me, just why do you have my aura coming from your body? As the Demon Emperor asked this, Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat and he nearly jumped up. If he revealed that he had swallowed one of the Demon Emperor's soul fragments, would he take revenge against him? Facing the Demon Emperor's question, Demon Shine didn't even speak a single word. Although he was the Demon Emperor's contract beast, the truth was that his status wasn't high. When the Demon Emperor was at his peak strength, Demon Shine basically never appeared in battles. At most, he was a loud supporter that tagged along from behind. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, this junior cannot reply to that question. The reason why Lin Ming couldn't answer was not because he feared the Demon Emperor. In truth, the current Demon Emperor Phantom was no more than a wisp of the Demon Emperor's will form combined with a wisp of his remnant soul. He had already lost over 90% of his spirit mark and no longer posed any threat to Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's will wasn't a match for the Demon Emperor's will form, he could still leave this world in order to protect himself. He didn't reply to the Demon Emperor's question because of the magic cube. Such a divine object had already caused two great superpowers within the divine realm to annihilate each other. If others were to learn he had obtained it, then that would definitely not be a good matter. I see, well, I can already make a guess even if you don't answer. Demon Shine's divine soul should have been torn apart with me and sucked into the divine crystal magic cube. Since he's with you, then that object must have something to do with all of this. Humph! The Demon Emperor coldly snorted. This cold snort actually contained a deep and abiding unwillingness. In the past, He had followed Tian Mingzi's army and entered the Verdant Feather Holy Lands together with him. In the end, not only did he not obtain anything, but he even paid with his life. Even so, the Demon Emperor didn't know just what the divine crystal magic cube was or what uses it had. The existence of this divine crystal magic cube was itself a mystery. Tian Mingzi had paid a great price in order to attract many masters to struggle for it. This secret had been kept hidden from all of the world kings and empyreans. But now, this lucky chance was obtained by this junior in front of him. The Demon Emperor would be lying if he said he wasn't envious. Your destiny really leaves me jealous. You have a silver battle spirit at only the 3rd stage of life destruction, and your foundation is as solid as it could be. You dual cultivate body and essence, and you've even already opened the 8 inner hidden gates. Compared to when I was your age, you are at least 100 times better than me. When I walk down this road of Emperor, I only managed to extinguish 113 will lights. Compared to you, the difference between us is like clouds and mud. The Demon Emperor sighed as he spoke here. The word genius couldn't even describe how Lin Ming had managed to grow to such a degree in this situation. Of course, there had to be massive lucky chances, but just lucky chances wasn't enough. He would need to have an iron will and immense talent in order to do so. Without those, there would be no number of lucky chances that could boost a person to the peak of martial arts. The martial artists of the lower realm start at a much lower point than the martial artists of the divine realm. Because of the catastrophe from 100,000 years ago, the planet of the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent devolved into one of the inferior worlds in the 3000 boundless universe. If I had half your talent in the past, then I wouldn't have been reduced to this situation. If I didn't diverge in my cultivation path and cultivate life destruction once again, causing me to delay a massive amount of time, then even if I couldn't become a holy lord, I could still have become a quasi-holy lord. The Demon Emperor's voice was filled with great unwillingness. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. Diverge cultivation paths and cultivate life destruction once again? Not wrong. I reached the Divine Sea after 7 stages of life destruction. In the Sky Spill continent that is already an extraordinary character, but in the divine realm that is nothing at all. A 7th stage life destruction means you will be destined to a limited potential. Thus, the only choice I had was to diverge from my cultivation and redo life destruction. The Demon Emperor's words left Lin Ming bewildered. The path to the Divine Sea was filled with dangers, but even after reaching that boundary, the Demon Emperor had still diverged from his cultivation, taking a long and arduous path to cultivate life destruction once again. Not only had the Demon Emperor done this, but he had even made wonderful achievements afterwards. He was indeed amazing. When he was at the Sky Spill continent, he must have obtained several heaven-defying lucky chances. If this were so, then perhaps not only the Demon Emperor did this, but even Emperor Xianxia. This was the suffering of martial artists from the lower realms that ascended upwards. Lin Ming rejoiced that his foundation was extremely solid, so he wouldn't have to follow such a long-winded detour. Forget it, you are after all a martial artist that comes from the Holy Demon continent, so you also share a similar origin with me. I have already died, and the memories of this tiny bit of remnant soul will not be able to last forever. Since my legacies have all been inherited by you, you can be considered a half-descendant of mine. For you to cultivate to such a boundary with only a 24-year skeletal age, it is already certain that you will be an unrivaled hero in the future. That shouldn't be hard at all. Even if you only rely on the great lucky chance of the magic cube, you will still be able to become a holy lord or even an empyrean. When that time comes, if you could inherit the will and hopes of Empyrean Primordius and establish your own samsara road, that would be the testament and glory of all martial artists in this universe. Since you have come here to whet your battle spirit, let me pass the energy of my will light to you. The Demon Emperor's form exploded, turning into a rain of golden light that showered downwards. This light completed gathered onto Lin Ming's will form, invigorating his battle spirit. Lin Ming felt the fog around the battle spirit in his spiritual sea slowly thicken. The battle spirit's energy rapidly increased. Once this thick fog increased and condensed once again, Lin Ming would then step into large success of his silver battle spirit. The energy from this rain of light came from the Road of Emperor, not the Demon Emperor's soul form. This Road of Emperor was originally meant to become a divine artifact. It wasn't strange that it could temper a battle spirit. The rain of light slowly faded away and Lin Ming left the Demon Emperor's world of will. Under such adversity, the Demon Emperor even managed to diverge his cultivation and practice life destruction again. Even then, he still reached such a boundary. He truly was a hero of his era. It's just a pity that he actually died on his road of martial arts. That is regretful. Lin Ming spoke out loud. But as for Demon Shine, he remained silent. To be able to see his master one last time, he was filled with emotion. Lin Ming had passed the Demon Emperor's will light without the need for battle, and he had even obtained information pertaining to the eternal demon abyss and the Sea of Miracles. He continued forwards and discovered that after the Demon Emperor's will light, there were only 3 will lights left. But these 3 will lights, especially the last 2, were much larger than the will lights before them. They were like raging torches with flames that reached the skies, illuminating the entire space around them. And on the side of the road in front of Lin Ming, there was actually a tall stone tablet rising hundreds of feet into the air. Large characters written in the ancient common language of the divine realm were written with flourishing brush strokes. Each character was extremely large and they occupied most of the stone tablet. The masterless rivers of star in the endless cosmos. I shall rewrite the infinite history. Each of these words exuded an endless and potent energy, making all those who read them feel as if they had lost their minds. Even though Lin Ming had a silver battle spirit, he still found it hard to look directly at them. Such assertive words and such dauntless brush strokes. Could these words have been left behind by the Empyrean Primordius that the Demon Emperor had mentioned? Lin Ming took a deep breath. As he watched those conflagrating will lights at the end of the Road of Emperor, he felt a stirring emotion in his heart. Could that final will light be a battle spirit left behind by Empyrean Primordius? If so, then just what degree of formidability could it have reached? If Empyrean Primordius wanted to create his own samsara road, he should have also left a turning point for his own samsara. Before the last and most vibrant will light, there were also 2 will lights in front of that one. Just who had left those behind? Oh! Outside the Road of Emperor, at the entrance to the heavenly cloud sky-split tower, 4 old men were milling around. They had black array flags in their hands as they were in the process of laying down a great array. Every array flag surface was as dark as ink, filled with ghostly energy as if they contained countless sinister spirits and were refined with suffering souls from hell. There was a total of 360 array flags in this set. As they were laid down, a terrifying and dreadful ghostly energy filled the skies. The entire nearby space was filled with the resentment of 1,000,000 spirits and demonic flames lit up everywhere, making it so that no one alive could approach. Humph, this 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array is laid down with 360 array flags. Each array flag is equivalent to a peak low-grade heaven step treasure. And the array disk I used to back up this entire array is a high-grade heaven step treasure. I have spent an immeasurable amount of energy to lay down this array and even took abyssal flames to constantly refine it. Once this array formation is laid down, and with myself managing it, even a human late divine sea powerhouse would be lost within. For me to use all of this to deal with you, you can be proud of yourself even in hell. The steps master maliciously grinned. The 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array was in truth a great defensive array. This was because it took far too much time to arrange. Because it required at least half a month of effort to form, it simply wasn't able to be used for attack. Usually, the 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array formation was laid around the blood-slaughter divine temple as protection. Even if the Eightfall War Emperor were to arrive, although it wouldn't be able to last forever, it would still be able to persist long enough for the Steps Master to run away. This was the Steps Master's ultimate life-preserving means. But now he had moved it over here, all for that 1 in a million chance that Lin Ming might manage to stumble through to the end of the Road of Emperor and become an unrivaled Emperor-level powerhouse. Now, with the 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array here, even if Lin Ming managed to become an Emperor-level powerhouse, he would still die. A newly crowned Emperor-level powerhouse simply had too great a disparity with a late divine sea martial artist. Against this 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array, Lin Ming would have no ability to resist. Humph, you have at most a first-stage life destruction cultivation, and you actually dream that you can pass through the road of Emperor? Even if you do complete it, your true combat strength will still only compare to the weakest of peerless Emperor powerhouses. You are truly an eternally rare heaven-gifted talent. If you had hidden yourself and patiently waited 20 years before coming to find me, then perhaps I really would have been ruined by you. But you were blinded by your own vain arrogance and greed, thinking that you could enter the road of Emperor to increase your strength. But the truth is that you have only brought about your own destruction. Since you want to die so much, then let me fulfill your wish. In a total of 16 days, the 4 old men finally finished arranging the 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array. Then they guarded the 4 directions of the array formation, each of them spitting out their source blood essence to activate it. At this moment, the entire 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array began to howl with sharp whistling sounds. The 4 old men that had spat out their blood essence appeared a bit pale. This was their life's blood essence. Just how precious was that? Doing so would reduce their lifespan. All of this was done so that they could guarantee that Lin Ming would die. The Steps Master had stopped at nothing, stooping to the most extreme measures to ensure absolute safety. This was indeed his last chance to kill Lin Ming. He did not worry that Lin Ming had the ability to contend with him. He only feared that Lin Ming would be crafty and use some tricky methods to escape. If the Steps Master allowed Lin Ming to escape this time, then it would be impossible to ever catch him again. After the great array formation was laid down, the Steps Master personally guarded it, without leaving the area at all. Like this, half a year passed, without the least bit of movement from the road of Emperor. However, the Blood Slaughter Steps Master didn't lose any patience at all. The first time Lin Ming entered the road of Emperor, he had stayed in it for 7 months. This time in the road of Emperor, he should stay for an even longer period. The Steps Master personally guarded the area, waiting for that sudden moment when lightning struck and Lin Ming emerged. To a Demon Emperor-level powerhouse, a single round of closed-door seclusion could last for several years or even dozens of years. For the Steps Master, waiting a few years was no problem at all. Bang! In the road of Emperor's world of will, Lin Ming's will turned into a stream of light as he smashed into a golden statue. The violent impact caused his entire body to split apart. Break! Bolts of lightning, the power of fire, the power of space, and the time laws recklessly washed downwards, completely enveloping that golden statue. Ka-ka-ka. Cracks began appearing in the golden statue. Lin Ming had already exchanged over 600 moves with it, constantly barraging it and constantly breaking it apart. He exhausted every single one of his techniques before forcefully grinding that gold statue to nothing. It's finally over. Lin Ming's shattered will form began joining back together. His mind was dizzy and his footsteps were muddled. It felt like the first time he had drawn his body inscription symbol and had overdrawn his soul force in the process. The will light that had followed the Demon Emperor's one had stranded him here for a full half-year. During this half-year, Lin Ming had been constantly fighting, carrying on a life-or-death battle with this golden battle spirit. This nameless Supreme Elder had clearly lived over 100,000 years ago. Before he died, his boundary was also much higher than the Demon Emperor's had been. If his complete will form had been here, then Lin Ming simply wouldn't have had any ability to resist. Lin Ming relied on his unyielding perseverance and tenacious will. After constantly breaking himself against that golden battle spirit and continuously polishing and tempering his battle spirit again and again, only then did he eliminate it. And in the process of this battle, every time Lin Ming's will form was broken, his battle spirit gained more and more experience. During this half-year, his battle spirit became more solid, more real, and increasingly sharp, as if it were faintly about to break through to the silver large success level. Lin Ming's battle spirit was just like a treasure spear. The materials and array formation used to forge it were all top-class of top-class ingredients, but it simply hadn't been sharpened. With a deep foundation, the potential would be immense. But if it wasn't sharp enough, then a battle spirit wouldn't be able to display its true strength. First, he had to sharpen and whet his battle spirit, creating a keen edge. This would allow Lin Ming's battle spirit to quickly bloom in terrifying glory. And in this world, the best place to temper a battle spirit was likely this Road of Emperor. It had been created by an Empyrean from the divine realm, and could even be refined to complete a divine artifact. After the gold battle spirit shattered, it turned into pure energy that nourished Lin Ming's battle spirit. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the mist around the spear-shaped battle spirit became increasingly thick, as if it were condensing into droplets. His battle spirit was now near the silver large success stage. He was only separated by a thin layer of film. He would break through at any moment. And at this time, there were still 2 will lights left. Lin Ming looked at the end of the Road of Emperor and let out a long breath. As he looked at the next will light, he saw that the flames were a deep blue color. Looking at this light, he discovered that it was easy to fall into an illusion when watching it and be trapped for eternity. It resembled the smoky waves of an endless sea. This will light contained an unblemished and hallowed energy. It was calm and profound, yet containing a deep power. Lin Ming sat down in meditation, entering the ethereal martial intent to adjust himself to his best condition. Then, he resolutely entered the will world of that ghostly blue fire. This world of will was located at an unfathomably deep seabed. The dark blue seawater seemed as if it were carved from the purest gems. Exquisite small fish swam through the water, and Lin Ming knew that these fish were phenomena transformed from the purest will energy. At the seabed, the sand looked like crystal-clear pearls. There were fascinating and bewitching jade shells that were scattered over the ground, making the entire landscape seem like a dream. And among this sand, there was a massive shard of chilling ice silently laying there. Lin Ming gazed at this ice shard and was suddenly shocked. Sealed within this shard of ice was a young veiled woman. This young woman was curled into a round fetal position, grasping both of her knees. Her long and slender legs shined like clear crystal, and her beautiful face rested between her knees. Her long black hair hung down like an inky waterfall, covering up her body. This young woman appeared exactly the same as the goddess from the eternal demon abyss. If the penultimate will light contains the sealed will and spirit mark of the goddess, then is Empyrean Primordius sealed within the last will light? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. These final 2 will lights were actually from supreme elders. It was impossible to imagine just what degree of formidability their will forms reached. Empyrean Primordius sealed away the goddess will form here. Did he think that after the goddess died, she could reincarnate through the samsara road? And in the eternal demon abyss, there is also the great emperor's heart that is sealed within the goddess. That heart is able to destroy all evil spirits and beings that dare move against the goddess corpse, and is even able to preserve her lifelike appearance after 100,000 years. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He harbored a deep respect for this goddess that was deeply sleeping in this shard of ice. Within, it looked as if she had merely fallen asleep. Even her long eyelashes appeared as if they were gently trembling. Sunlight spread through the deep blue seawater, illuminating the entire land with brilliant splendor. A faint silver sheen of light glinted off of the skin of that young woman, making her seem as beautiful as a fading dream. Senior, Lin Ming tried to communicate with the goddess will form but failed. His perception simply wasn't able to penetrate through that shard of ice. Even so, he could feel a powerful will contained within the goddess body. This was not a gold battle spirit, but an existence that surpassed even that. Demon Shine, what is the boundary above a gold battle spirit? Lin Ming suddenly asked. That is the blue soul battle spirit. The battle spirit will become dim and ethereal like smoke, and it will return from gold back to its original color. There is no way I can see through this goddess boundary. Demon Shine helplessly spread his doggy paws. Lin Ming's mind stirred. If he could take out the goddess-sealed spirit from this will light and then fuse it into her sleeping body within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, would the goddess then be resurrected? Without a doubt, Empyrean Primordius made many preparations for the goddess rebirth. Could it be that he wished for a successor to revive her? It could even be that Empyrean Primordius had left behind his life's inheritances within the eternal demon abyss and the sea of miracles, all in order for destined individuals to find it. Empyrean Primordius placed the goddess life on a higher level of importance than his own. I wonder just what this goddess was to him? Lover? Daughter? Lin Ming shook his head. These two explanations were not necessarily true. An Empyrean had a seemingly limitless lifespan. What scenes or events would they not have experienced in their lives? Would they really be captivated to such an extent by something like a lover? As for a daughter, that didn't seem as if it could be justified either. As long as a martial arts supreme elder desired, they could have tens of thousands or even millions of children in their long lives. If I can reach a high enough boundary on the road of martial artists, perhaps I really can defy the will of the heavens and change the fate of life, reviving the goddess. At that time, I will discover just what Empyrean Primordius Samsara Road is, and just what secrets are contained in the eternal demon abyss. As Lin Ming thought like this, he left the goddess world of will. The goddess will form was completely different from all those he had seen. It did not attack him, nor was there any way he could communicate with it. Since there was nothing he could do, he could only step back. But as Lin Ming left the world of will, he suddenly felt a wave of energy break into his body like a gushing tide. The battle spirit in his spiritual sea rapidly condensed, and the thick mist around it became increasingly solid at a breakneck pace. His battle spirit had instantly broken through to the large success silver level, and the flow of energy did not stop there. From the early large success silver level, it rapidly climbed to the peak of large success. Break large success silver. You damned brat. It seems you'll have the momentum to break into the gold battle spirit level before you reach the divine sea. Demon Shine said from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. There's also a final will light. How about we go take a look? Lin Ming nodded. If he was right, then the last will light was the spirit mark left behind by Empyrean Primordius himself. Empyrean Primordius had wanted to create the road to samsara. It was impossible that he wouldn't leave behind a hope for his own revival. As his will touched the last will light, Lin Ming arrived in a new world of will. Here all he saw was chaos around him. Gray currents of chaos flooded the entire space, vast and endless. Besides that, there was nothing else. Lin Ming didn't even see Empyrean Primordius spirit mark here. Is this grand mist energy? Demon Shine was shocked. With his talent, it was naturally impossible for him to contact source law energy like grand mist energy. But with the knowledge that Empyrean Primordius had left behind this last will light and also with the gray currents in this chaos space, he could approximate just what this was. Primordius was the same as chaos, and thus also the same as grand mist. Empyrean Primordius was the Empyrean of chaos, the Empyrean of grand mist. Grand mist energy. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He naturally knew what grand mist energy was. The fables said that when the universe first formed, it had all started with nothingness, with nothing in space, the beginning of all. This was also the beginning of all energy. Matter had not yet developed. This was the absolute beginning. After the absolute beginning, there was chaos. Yin and Yang hadn't yet divided. The heavens and earth hadn't been created. And there was nothing in the universe but chaos origin energy. This natural origin energy was called grand mist energy. Grand mist energy had once filled the entire boundless universe. But afterwards, this grand mist energy turned into the yin-yang primal chaos, the energy of the sun and the moon, the 5 primal elements, and all of the various life forms that existed, causing that grand mist energy to be almost completely consumed. Now, a mere wisp of grand mist energy was something that approached the source of the great Tao. Its value could be imagined. However, grand mist energy was something that was impossible for Lin Ming to refine at his current level. Even gathering just the tiniest speck of it was nothing more than a fantastical dream. This grand mist energy seemed to have been refined by Empyrean Primordius and was also related to his source laws. It was not possible to gather this grand mist energy. Because there was far too much mass compressed into grand mist energy, it was similar to black holes in the universe. With so much material energy compressed to such a high degree, its weight was unimaginable. The tiniest trace of grand mist energy could crush vast mountain ranges. A wisp of grand mist energy could use its own weight to slice apart stars. Even if Lin Ming was able to move some grand mist energy into his spatial ring would instantly disintegrate. This was because the space couldn't withstand such a weight. A black hole could disintegrate all space because space couldn't withstand the pure condensed mass. Welp, it's over. Let's pack up and get out of here, Lin Ming. These things are not something that you can obtain. Since Empyrean Primordius Samsara Heavenly Tao failed, it's possible that he might have enemies. But, since he dares to leave these will lights behind and also this grand mist energy, there is naturally something that he is relying on. With your current ability, you certainly cannot gather this grand mist energy. Of course, I'm also guessing that Empyrean Primordius should have left his legacy here. If in the future, if you can inherit Empyrean Primordius' legacy and establish the road to Samsara, you might even be able to obtain all of the inheritances that he left behind, and perhaps you may even be able to revive Empyrean Primordius and the goddess. Demon Shine's speculations were reasonable. Lin Ming was lost in thought for a moment, and then with a sudden thought, a sharp light burst out from between his eyebrows. The spear-shaped battle spirit from his spiritual sea howled outwards. Lin Ming, you... Demon Shine was startled as he saw Lin Ming's spear-shaped battle spirit fly into the incomparably heavy grand mist energy, trembling as if it could shatter at any moment. Since he was destined to not be able to receive this grand mist energy, Lin Ming planned on using it to temper his battle spirit. A battle spirit was invisible and intangible. It was originally impossible to hone it with material matter. Normally, it would only be able to be tempered in the world of will where it would also grow. But grand mist energy was different. In this universe, besides time and space, everything had been formed from grand mist energy. This included even battle spirits. Grand mist energy was the source of all things and also the source of all battle spirits. Thus it could also be used to temper a battle spirit. A battle spirit was known as immortal and indestructible. But, to use the star-crushing grand mist energy to wet it would actually be filled with layers of dangers. Lin Ming didn't dare to be too bold or reckless. He moved his battle spirit to the very edge of the wandering grand mist energy to absorb just the tiniest bit of it. Even so, that thin and sheer grand mist energy caused Lin Ming's battle spirit to violently tremble as if it would shatter at any moment. Lin Ming paled, his forehead wet with sweat. Facing such an immense pressure, it was hard to withstand it even though his will was tough. You madman! If you use grand mist energy to temper your battle spirit, just what degree of formidability will it reach? Demon Shine couldn't imagine it. This was the final lamp on the road of will lights. There had never been anyone who had ever made it this far before. The lights themselves were not a test, but rather a great lucky chance. Lin Ming sat on the periphery of the grand mist energy. He was impressively prepared to start cultivating here. Although he couldn't gather the grand mist energy, comprehending the source laws here would be far faster. Demon Shine, I will close up here and also break through the fourth stage of life destruction. I'll need you to be my protector. Although he asked Demon Shine to be his protector, the truth was that he didn't need a protector. In the road of Emperor, there would be absolute safety. Like this, Lin Ming went into seclusion. He tempered his battle spirit, meditated on the grand mist energy, and prepared to break through to the next boundary. There were enough spirit medicines in his spatial ring as well as top-grade spirit essence stones. As long as he didn't encounter a bottleneck, he would be able to continue cultivating. Time slowly passed. From spring to winter, flowers bloomed and withered. Like this, another half-year passed. Lin Ming had already stayed in the Road of Emperor for over a full year of time. In addition to training at the Sky Spill continent, Lin Ming had continuously cultivated for 2 entire years. He was now 25 years old. In these 2 years, his martial arts cultivation passed the 3rd stage of life destruction and presently he was preparing to attack the 4th stage of life destruction. A hazy cloud of flesh and blood was shrouded in the chaos space. Floating within this flesh and blood was actually a dark crystal nucleus. This was Lin Ming's revolving core. The most perfect path to cross life destruction was divided into 9 stages. The first 3 stages rebuilt the mortal body, the second 3 stages shattered and recast the revolving core, and the last 3 stages of life destruction reformed the soul. From the 3rd stage of life destruction to the 4th stage of life destruction, that was to shatter the revolving core and then reform it. Although it wasn't a large boundary, it was actually greater than a small boundary. Lin Ming had gathered strength for an entire half-year for this reason. He had consumed 2 top-grade spirit essence stones as well as a number of heavenly materials, all in order to accumulate the required origin energy to finally attack the 4th stage of life destruction. Now, his body had already exploded into a fog of blood and flesh, but his black crystal nucleus still hadn't shattered. This was Lin Ming's black hole revolving core. To have a black hole revolving core meant that one's foundation had reached the limit of solidity, and the degree of highly compressed energy within had also reached the limit. Compared to an ordinary revolving core crystal nucleus, it was far more durable. If someone managed to kill Lin Ming now and obtain his revolving core crystal nucleus, then this revolving core itself would be the most precious of treasures. It could be used to forge a top-grade pill furnace. Breaking into the 4th stage of life destruction from the 3rd stage of life destruction was several times more difficult than breaking into the 3rd stage of life destruction from the 2nd stage of life destruction. This was particularly true for Lin Ming. The truth was that he was already able to shatter his revolving core, but to break it down even more thoroughly was much more difficult. There were many divine realm talents that after reaching the black hole revolving core boundary would need an elder to assist them in breaking through to the 4th stage of life destruction. Lin Ming naturally didn't have such luxurious treatment. His thoughts moved and his battle spirit actually moved a trace of grand mist energy above his revolving core. Using this incomparably heavy grand mist energy that could crush even stars, he would crush his revolving core. This was an insane procedure. But Lin Ming didn't do this randomly or recklessly. He estimated that since grand mist energy was the source of all life and matter, then it shouldn't conflict with any other type of material energy. If that were true, then it shouldn't conflict with the energy in the revolving core crystal nucleus either. At the same time, grand mist energy contained a nearly immeasurable amount of mass, similar to a black hole. And Lin Ming's revolving core crystal nucleus was also similar to a black hole. Both of them shared extremely similar aspects of laws. To use grand mist energy to drive the shattering and reforming of the revolving core was a risk-filled method, but it was also a great lucky chance. After reforming his revolving core with grand mist energy, that would far more thoroughly temper Lin Ming's black hole revolving core, making it approach a true energy black hole. Gotcha! Cracks began to appear on the revolving core. Then it completely shattered. A wisp of grand mist energy followed in, changing the circulating of energy within. The grand mist energy did not come into conflict with the highly compressed power of thunder and fire within the revolving core. The chaos laws were undoubtedly much stronger than the laws of the 5 elements. This was because chaos gave birth to all things. First there was time, space, and chaos. Then the 5 elements came later. This was also the reason why space and time laws also dominated the majority of other laws. Using grand mist energy to shatter and reform a revolving core was a sort of lucky chance that even geniuses from the divine realm wouldn't have access to. Time slowly passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. When Lin Ming had crossed the first 3 stages of life destruction, he only needed several days for each stage. But for the 4th stage of life destruction, he had used an entire 3 months. The energy from Lin Ming's revolving core crystal nucleus experienced countless incredible changes after interacting with the grand mist energy. Finally, after 3 months of time, a vast and ancient aura overflowed into the world. Lin Ming's shattered revolving core energy began to form a cyclone together with the grand mist energy. The cyclone spun around and around as it began to compress together, emitting bursts of brilliant light and heat. This sort of light and this sort of heat was actually blue in color. Its temperature was comparable to the center of a sun, even though it was just a tiny speck. The light continued to radiate for several hours. The light changed colors several times, and the volume would constantly expand, reaching a critical point before suddenly collapsing, slowing, and then inflating once again. With an explosive banging sound, Demon Shine, who had been standing guard, jumped up in shock. A flaming light shot outwards, blazing and blinding, able to even kill all other senses. Demon Shine was only a soul form. All he could do was defend his soul source at that moment. He couldn't see what happened to Lin Ming, nor could he help. After several quarter hours of time passed, Demon Shine's senses finally began filtering back. As he opened both of his eyes, he could see that right in front of him was a walnut-sized revolving core crystal nucleus, its entire body jet black like liquid ink. After several breaths of time, it vanished into the void, twisting all nearby light so that one couldn't see it. As Demon Shine was dumbfounded, a vigorous and familiar voice sounded in his mind. Demon Shine, my cultivation has reached large success. It's time to leave. You want to leave? Lin Ming, you don't want to walk the road of Emperor Stone Tablets. Demon Shine was startled. Lin Ming still hadn't walked down the road of Emperor Stone Tablets. That road seemed to be easier to walk down than the road of Will Lights. Those who had passed the road of Emperor had likely taken this road. But Lin Ming had chosen differently, remaining on the road of Will Lights until he reached the very end. If he wanted to, he could also return and walk down the road of Emperor Stone Tablets. Once he reached the end of both roads, Lin Ming's cultivation would rise once again. Even Demon Shine couldn't imagine what it would be like at that time. Let's go. I'm not in a hurry. I'll enter the road of Emperor Stone Tablets next time to enlighten myself. I've already been training for 2 years and 3 months straight, and I've realized far too many things. I won't be able to process all of this without fighting. If I continue to further enlighten myself, then it won't be good if my mind can't digest all of it. As Lin Ming spoke, Demon Shine also nodded. The life of a martial artist was to struggle and fight. Theoretically speaking, if a martial artist had enough pills, top-grade spirit essence stones, a solid enough cultivation foundation, no bottlenecks, and even the guidance of famed masters, then they could always continue training. But even in the Divine Realm's super holy lands, there had never been a genius who had gone into seclusion during the Xianxia realm or revolving core realm and had closed up and trained straight to the Divine Sea in a single go. If martial artists were compared to the generals and commanders of the mortal world, then laws, comprehensions, and training were just like military tactics, and true battle was actual battlefield combat. If one never engaged in a true battle in real life, then all they would be was an armchair general. No matter how much they comprehended or how great their teachers were, all of that would be useless. That was because they would overthink the situation, thinking themselves infallible and invincible, straying off of the correct path and falling into disaster. There were many armchair generals that wouldn't lose in debates, but would be defeated on the battlefield. Those that cultivated the martial path were the same. Good. Your cultivation has already continued for 2 years and 3 months. You haven't cultivated for that long before. Coming back to the road of Emperor Stone Tablets in another year or 2 wouldn't be a bad idea. Not just the road of Emperor Stone Tablets, but there is also the last Will Light on the road of Will Lights. I will come again to visit the chaos world that Empyrean Primordius created. That is truly a miraculous place. The harvests that I obtained there cannot be described in words. Lin Ming and Demon Shine's exchanges had all been between their consciousnesses. Lin Ming hadn't yet formed his physical form. The revolving core crystal nucleus still floated in the air, staying hidden at some times and appearing at other times. Demon Shine didn't know just what was happening, but Lin Ming was actually aware that in this vast universe there was a phenomenon known as a black hole, a celestial body similar to grand mist energy. The truth was that a black hole wasn't black, but rather invisible. A black hole had the ability to swallow all matter and all energy. Even a divine realm holy lord would perish if they accidentally strayed into it. If light were projected inside, that light would also be swallowed up. And because its force field was too powerful, it would cause all light passing around it to distort. Anything hiding in that distorted light would be invisible. A martial artist could use a similar law of space distortion to hide. But a black hole was a far higher level and a more sophisticated method. It was nearly impossible to detect with one's perception because one's perception was also a type of energy. Even something like perception could be sucked up by a black hole and lost forever. Lin Ming knew all of this because he had perceived it from meditating in the chaos space. A black hole simultaneously involved high-level laws of chaos, space, and time. When Lin Ming first heard Old Man Good Fortune describe the different levels of space laws, there had been 10 of them. Space distortion, heavens divide, dimensional slash, space disruption, spatial genesis, space storm, black hole vortex, 10th space dimension, world destruction, and world creation. The black hole laws occupied the area of the 7th level concept of space, black hole vortex. This was a 7th level law, a height that Lin Ming could not see even if he wanted to. He had only managed to find some clues of it in the chaos space. In the 3-month process where he had shattered and reformed his revolving core, Lin Ming's perception had entered into a unique detached state. It was like he stood at the same precipice as a divine realm supreme elder, able to see many things that he could never have imagined before. This even included part of the ancient natural changes of the universe. This also included the formation of black holes. Although this sort of thing couldn't directly improve his strength, it was still able to widen Lin Ming's horizons. It was an incomparably rare experience for his soul and mind that would have an inestimable use when he tried to perceive the source of the great Tao in the future. It could even be said that Lin Ming's current harvests from the chaos space surpassed any harvests and lucky chances he obtained from precious mystic realms, including time-worn Phoenix City and even the Temple of Marvels. The other harvests were mostly obtaining heavenly materials that shortened Lin Ming's cultivation time. If he had enough time, then he would have been able to make up for all of that. It was only the experience in the chaos space that had essentially changed Lin Ming's thinking. When Lin Ming had used the grand mist energy to reform the black hole revolving core, the flaming bright revolving core crystal nucleus had formed a cyclone of energy that emitted a sun-like light and heat. It had expanded and collapsed again and again as it formed the black hole revolving core crystal nucleus, simulating the natural formation of black holes in the universe. A black hole was formed from a cyclone of matter, slowly condensing into a large celestial body. Then it would burn, igniting all elements and becoming a star. Over an immeasurable amount of time, this star would slowly burn out until the moment it finally collapsed under its own gravity, when it would form a black hole. If Lin Ming hadn't seen this process then, he simply wouldn't have been able to condense his revolving core crystal nucleus to such a degree where it would produce phenomena similar to a true black hole. It was even able to swallow light for a certain amount of time and become invisible. Through all the myriad laws, a human body could be described as its own small universe. All changes that govern the stars in the universe could also be reflected in the human body. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh about just how incredible the human form and universe were, and how they were all connected together. Of course, Lin Ming's current revolving core crystal nucleus could in truth only be counted as a tiny miniature energy black hole. The difference from a true black hole couldn't even be described with the comparison of clouds and mud. If he could truly form a black hole that absorbed both matter and energy, then that really would be ridiculous. At that time, if someone killed Lin Ming, took out his revolving core crystal nucleus and casually tossed it into a star, then that revolving core crystal nucleus would swallow all of the matter within that star until that star was destroyed. That would truly be collapsing moons and sinking stars. Let's go. As Lin Ming's voice faded, he had already turned into countless particles that began to form a body with the revolving core crystal nucleus as the center. In the rapidly shaping storm of energy, the skeleton formed, then muscles, skin, facial features, and finally hair. Everything had been restored to its previous state. Compared to when he passed the 3rd stage of life destruction, Lin Ming's appearance hadn't changed too much. It was only that his temperament was more restrained and it was impossible to detect any terrifying energy exuding from him. But, if one carefully probed with their perception, one could see that there seemed to be another universe sealed within his body, profound and endless. At this time, Lin Ming resembled a young and elegant scholar. But there was actually a great dragon slumbering within his body. Once it awoke, the heavens and earth would tremble. Shwa! At the end of the road of will lights, there was a dark portal. At the center of this portal, an invisible energy had gathered together, forming a terrifying force field storm that was able to suppress all divine senses, the soul, and perception. As Demon Shine looked at this portal, he was so scared that he wanted to flee. He didn't doubt that if he passed through this portal, he would surely die. Did someone mess up here or something? Who would actually dare to cross this portal? I fear I will perish even if I stay in your spiritual sea. As Lin Ming saw this, he smiled. He soothingly said, "This is the final reward from the Road of Emperor, the Prime Emperor Force Field." Empyrean Primordius was truly an Empyrean worthy of respect. Not only had he refined the Road of Emperor to such a degree, but Lin Ming was even able to take this force field as a reward. Heavenly Cloud Sky Split Tower. Outside the Road of Emperor, over a dozen people were gathered, all of them bowing or saluting. Even the Steps Master had restrained his usually imperious and domineering aura. There was even the slightest bit of respect in his demeanor. There were not many people in the entire Holy Demon continent that could have the Steps Master act this way. This was because after withdrawing into the Blood Slaughter Steps, there was simply nothing anyone could do to him here. As for those that could enter the Blood Slaughter Steps, none of them could defeat him. And those that could defeat him couldn't enter the Blood Slaughter Steps. But there were always exceptions. For instance, the Eightfall War Emperor, or this person currently in front of him. In front of the Blood Slaughter Steps Master, there were 4 amazingly beautiful Fey women. All of them had a cultivation at the early revolving core realm, and their figures were tall and buxom, all of them seeming as if they were carved from the same mold. The 4 of them were actually quadruplets. For quadruplets to all manage to enter the early revolving core realm, that was an extremely rare occurrence. However, if an emperor-level powerhouse were to diligently raise them, then it wouldn't be too difficult as long as their talent wasn't too poor. All 4 women were dressed in the thinnest strands of silk, revealing the abundant spring scenery of their bodies. They lifted a warm, covered sedan in their hands. A maid standing near the sedan slowly lifted up a thick curtain, revealing a 5-foot-tall elderly imp. This old imp grasped onto a peach walking stick as he slowly stepped down from the sedan. He looked like an old man on the verge of death, but the Steps Master didn't dare to show him the least bit of contempt. This was because this old imp had also formed a 12-winged heavenly demon, and he had once held the title of Steps Master. This elderly imp ruled over the Blood Slaughter Steps for almost 2,000 years. Afterwards, he continually failed to make a breakthrough in his boundary. Thus he left the Blood Slaughter Steps to seek his own lucky chances and close up in cultivation. Although he had less than 1,000 years of life left, and his strength had already started to wane, his cultivation had still reached a 3-star Demon Emperor. That was equal to the Late Divine Sea, but less than a 7th-stage Life Destruction Late Divine Sea Master. Even so, a starving camel was still larger than a horse, and the imp race also excelled at soul attacks. The imp race were naturally gifted in the aspect of soul force and will. Both of those were things that didn't weaken with age. Thus, in a true battle, the current Steps Master had to admit that he wouldn't be a match for the previous Steps Master. A year after Lin Ming officially entered the Road of Emperor, the Steps Master began to feel a faint foreboding sense in his heart. Even with the 10,000 ghost soul devouring array laid down and himself personally assuming command, he still didn't feel relieved. There was always this niggling feeling at the back of his mind that he was missing something. He never thought that he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ming. He only feared that Lin Ming would somehow manage to escape. If Lin Ming escaped, then the Steps Master would truly lose his mind. Beside the Eightfall War Emperor, there were still several 12-winged Heavenly Demon Emperor-level powerhouses. They were all powerhouses of the Imp, Giant Demon, and Goliath races. But these individuals had terrifying statuses, and nearly all of them had returned to their own lands. In fact, it was unknown whether many of them were still alive or not. The Steps Master had paid a great price in order to move this old imp in front of him. All of this was to absolutely guarantee that Lin Ming wouldn't escape. With the 10,000 ghost soul devouring array, the old imp and himself, the Steps Master believed that against such a powerful lineup, no matter how talented Lin Ming was, there was no way he could possibly escape. This was where he would die. The Steps Master didn't think that Lin Ming was an idiot. Since he dared to enter under the eyes of the public, he naturally had to have some secret method he was relying on to escape. The Steps Master invited the old imp here to add an unknown variable to the mix. If Lin Ming didn't anticipate this new variable, then he would die in a miserable manner. Lin Ming? Brat Luosha, you really are becoming more and more pathetic. A mere lowly 25-year-old life destruction human junior actually caused you to put on such a show. You even brought out the 10,000 ghost soul devouring array, called me over, and also decided to personally garrison this area. To prepare such a great battle formation. Don't you think that will make the other holy lands laugh at our blood slaughter steps? The old imp directly called the steps master Brat Luosha. Moreover, his words were filled with an admonishing rebuke, causing all of the nearby supervisory deacons of the blood slaughter divine temple to feel a chill crawl up their spines. They didn't say half a word for fear that Luosha would grow angry. But they never imagined that not only would Luosha not rise up in rage, he would instead begin to patiently explain the situation. In the past, the reason that Luosha was able to become a 12-winged heavenly demon was undoubtedly his talent and struggling, but he also had this old imp supporting him from behind. Not every Emperor-level powerhouse would have Emperor-level powerhouse appear amongst their descendants. This was the old imp's failure. Although he was a lustful individual who fathered countless children, all of his descendants so far had been wasteful good-for-nothings. He could only pass on the position of steps master to something else. Otherwise, if he were to pass the position to his descendants, they wouldn't have been able to maintain the status quo and would eventually have been exterminated. Thus, Luosha had always been respectful to the old imp. Even being reprimanded a bit wasn't too big a deal. You don't know just how terrifying Lin Ming's talent is. He is a genius that far surpasses anything the Holy Demon Continent has seen so far, and his origin is extremely strange too. My most talented and extraordinary son died under his hands, and before I was able to react, he had managed to escape the blood slaughter steps. At that time, his cultivation was only at the early revolving core, but he still managed to face off against an encirclement of 3-star Demon King level High Lords and actually killed most of them off. Then, he became a 12-winged heavenly demon and managed to escape. Such a cunning child definitely has some sort of life-preserving method. And after he entered the road of Emperor, his strength must have risen once again. I'm not scared that he can threaten me, but what I fear is that he will use some strange method to escape from here. That is why I asked Senior to come here and use a soul attack to lock down his spiritual sea, so that he can't do anything at all. After suffering a loss, the Steps Master had learnt from his mistakes. He wouldn't underestimate Lin Ming again. But the old imp hadn't encountered Lin Ming before. No matter how others described Lin Ming, he couldn't believe that a mere life-destruction boy could set off any type of unmanageable ruckus. Wouldn't that be the same as admitting that a 7,000 to 8,000-year-old master like himself was inferior to a smelly little baby boy? A little 25-year boy without any hair yet. This old man has already crossed longer bridges than all the roads he has traveled combined. Since you had me come out of seclusion this time, let me take a look as to just what a superhero this boy is. Once you capture him, I will suck out his soul and refine him. I will see just what lucky chances he has experienced and what secrets he has on him. This kind of talent must inevitably have some sort of amazing destiny on their body, as well as a massive number of treasures. To me, he is nothing but a little boy running towards me bearing gifts. I will show him just how great the disparity is between a 3-star demon emperor and a low-stage life-destruction martial artist. The old imp disdainfully said. Of course, no matter how much contempt was in his voice, he still entered the 10,000 ghost soul devouring array and began meditating, waiting for the moment Lin Ming emerged to strike him. And as the heavens were planning to test his own haughty rhetoric, on the third day after he arrived at Heavenly Cloud Tower, at the exit of the Road of Emperor, the skies above the blood altar began to fluctuate. Hee, this boy has finally decided to come out. 1 year and 3 months. I want to see just how much he's grown in there. Bang, bang, bang. The crimson blood altar's trembling became increasingly intense. Even the connected Heavenly Cloud Tower began to shake. Above the crimson blood altar, a black vortex appeared out of thin air, and a powerful aura suddenly flowed out from it, causing all of the High Lords and supervisory deacons present to pale. If it wasn't for there being 2 Emperor-level powerhouses standing here, they would have already turned around and fled. The old imp's smile froze on his face. Did that boy actually manage to pass the road of Emperor? Just as this thought flashed through his mind in that split second, the black vortex suddenly folded in on itself, vanishing out of sight. A white-clothed youth flew out at that moment, floating high above the crimson blood altar. After 2 years and 3 months, his long hair was hanging down to his waist. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming suddenly appeared, Steps Master Luoxia's eyes began to burn with a blazing hatred. As the Steps Master, he certainly hoped that he could pass the position on to his own descendants. But Lin Ming had killed his most outstanding son, the Polaris Tower Master. And for him to raise another descendant that was capable of reaching the Demon Emperor realm, wasn't that easier said than done. 10,000 ghost soul devouring array formation. Rise. With a loud shout from the Steps Master, 360 array flags from all over began to violently tremble. Lin Ming then discovered that the road of Emperor's Crimson Blood Altar had been surrounded by a gray array formation. Woo woo woo. 10,000 ghosts cried out. Countless ghosts and resentful spirits filled the space. Deathly energy blocked off all. Senior. I got it. Humph, a 4th stage life destruction cultivation. Even if you had the strength of an early divine sea master, that wouldn't matter either. The old imp's robes began to rise without wind around him. Behind him, a massive 6-armed ancient demon spirit phantom appeared. This ancient demon spirit had 3 horns that pointed forwards. Its face was vicious and its teeth were blue. Each of its 6 claws held a magic tool. There was a battle drum, a bronze bell, beads, an iron needle, a hammer, and an ancient mirror. These 6 weapons were not common weapons. It was extremely strange. And around this 6-armed ancient demon spirit, there were countless lives. There were humans, devils, fae, and all sorts of vicious beasts, each and every one of them kneeling in worship, awe and reverence on their faces. Even the surrounding high lords, tower masters, and supervisory deacons couldn't withstand the pressure of this 6-armed ancient demon spirit. They were forced to kneel on one knee. The force field surrounding them was like a spiritual storm. It was too terrifying. High Chaos Devil Arts. Senior, you have successfully cultivated the life incarnation of the High Chaos Devil Arts. The Steps Master was shocked. This was no trivial matter. To the imp race, this was one of their highest supernatural divine powers. One had to have a soul force and will that reached the highest limits. Once one successfully cultivated this technique, they could rely on this 6-armed ancient demon spirit to shatter the enemy's spiritual sea. The power of this attack was endless. No wonder Senior is so confident. It's because you've already cultivated the life incarnation boundary of the High Chaos Devil Arts. Once the incarnation appears, not even immortals will remain. The Steps Master's confidence sharply rose. Just this life incarnation should be more than enough. Junior, you should be honored to die under the life incarnation of my High Chaos Devil Arts. The old imp cackled like a demented madman, and the ancient demon spirit behind him suddenly rushed forwards. I think that your soul force isn't too bad. Be a good little boy and serve as the food for my High Chaos Devil Arts life incarnation. Eating you should be quite nourishing. The Chaos Demon Spirit wielded all 6 weapons at the same time. The copper bell rang with a deafening sound. The battle drum beat to an overwhelming tempo. A demonic melody came crashing down from above, onto Lin Ming. Chaos Demon Spirit? Lin Ming's lips curved in a taunting smile. I just returned from the chaos space, and even after 8 months there, I only dared to take a trivial amount of grand mist energy to temper my body. Since when has the idea of chaos become so cheap? A mere little ghost spirit actually dares to call itself chaos? If you are chaos, then what am I? As Lin Ming spoke, the spear-shaped battle spirit in his spiritual sea shot out, howling into the wind. After being tempered for half a year in the chaos space, Lin Ming's battle spirit had reached the peak of silver large success. But its power was actually not limited to just this. Whoosh! The originally silver-white spear-shaped battle spirit had taken on a silver-gray color after being tempered in the grand mist energy. Although it seemed simple and light, it was actually incomparably heavy. A wisp of grand mist energy was able to demolish stars. The chaos world that Empyrean Primordius built was an extremely stable space. It was certainly able to seal grand mist energy within it. But how could the space of the lower realm's boundless universe withstand such a power? Especially in the full onslaught of the battle spirit. Wherever it went, space began to collapse. Massive space fragments could not withstand the force of the grand mist energy and directly shattered to pieces. This caused the supervisory deacons and tower masters to be panic-stricken. They had seen attacks that were able to break space, but to rely on just a battle spirit to shatter space. Was that even possible? A battle spirit was the manifestation of will, a virtual and intangible thing. In other words, it was equivalent to Lin Ming's thoughts alone being able to shatter space. What? Is that a perfect bronze battle spirit? No. That is a silver-level battle spirit? The old imp's eyes suddenly turned as round as twin moons. This was the first time he had ever seen such a silver-gray battle spirit. A bronze battle spirit was a greenish-gray color, but a silver battle spirit was said to be silver-white. He had never heard of a battle spirit situated in between both colors that was a silver-gray. And most importantly, just how was Lin Ming's battle spirit able to break apart space? The spear-shaped battle spirit's attack was too fast. Although the old imp realized that something was wrong, he still didn't have enough time to respond. With an explosive kacha sound, the spear-shaped battle spirit collided with the six-armed ancient demon spirit, causing that demon spirit to crack apart like glass. Countless fragments of energy scattered downwards like flower petals. A large portion of these fragments were drawn towards the spear-shaped battle spirit. Grand mist energy was amazingly dense, and the denser an object was, the greater gravity there was. This battle spirit was in some ways similar to a black hole. Lin Ming's spear-shaped battle spirit directly sucked in a small part of this old imp's will energy and smashed it apart. It was naturally impossible to absorb others' will energy, but using it as nourishment was not a problem. For instance, while it was impossible to turn a tiger's strength into one's own, it was still possible to cook the tiger into bone soup to feed the body. Puff! The six-armed ancient demon spirit was connected to the old imp's spiritual sea. As the demon spirit was suddenly shattered by Lin Ming, the old imp vomited out a mouthful of blood, his face whiter than paper. Lin Ming's strike was the same as breaking apart the supernatural powers that the old imp had cultivated arduously for such a long time. At the same time, it greatly damaged his soul and will, causing a massive amount of mist to disperse from the perfect bronze battle spirit in his spiritual sea. The light of that old imp's battle spirit dimmed. It had forcefully degenerated to the bronze small success level. For his battle spirit to suddenly drop two small boundaries, his soul forced to shatter, and countless cracks to appear in his spiritual sea. The old imp found this hard to believe as he saw all this happen. In fact, if it were a late divine sea giant demon powerhouse who had come, they wouldn't have been reduced to such a miserable state by Lin Ming. But the main problem was that imp martial artists all specialized in will and soul force. To encounter Lin Ming and engage him in a battle of soul and will was the same as running into the end of a spear. This could only be described by two words: courting death. You. The old imp was paler than death and both of his eyes were bloodshot red. Behind him, everyone else, including even the steps master, were left dumbfounded. This old imp had a 3-star demon emperor cultivation. In the entire holy demon continent, his strength belonged to the upper echelon, and in terms of soul attacks, the imp race far surpassed all others. But even in this case, the old imp's chaos demon spirit life incarnation was actually crushed by Lin Ming's battle spirit in a single exchange. The steps master was stunned for a moment before suddenly recovering. He threw out the array disc in his hands. 10,000 ghosts killed together. Crimson blood extermination. Hoo. Countless grieving spirits shot towards Lin Ming. At the same time, the steps master extracted a war lance from his spatial ring. As this lance appeared, countless blood lights appeared in the air like innumerable fireworks setting off at once. With the sound of billowing thunder, he stabbed at Lin Ming. For a time, blood fog filled the skies. This strike contained the infinite resentment of the 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array formation. Could be said to be the absolute advantage of location. The Steppes Master was only a 2-star demon emperor. He was inferior to the old imp in terms of strength. But, with the might of the 10,000 ghost soul-devouring array supporting his attacks, the power of the strike could actually compare with that of a 3-star demon emperor to a certain extent. Most importantly, this was a physical and energy attack, not a soul force and will attack. It would not be suppressed by Lin Ming's battle spirit. In other words, for Lin Ming to face the Steppes Master's attack was much more difficult than facing the old imp's chaos demon spirit. After all, he was only at the 4th stage of life destruction. This was a disadvantage that was difficult to make up for. As this monstrous spear that filled the air with a blood fog thrust at Lin Ming, behind him, a crimson lotus began to bloom. The traces of red lights formed a divine red lotus that began to slowly bloom. This red lotus seemed to contain the power of the great Tao's laws. At the same time, it contained an indescribable sense of suppression, as if the center of the lotus passed straight into the depths of hell. As the red lotus appeared, even a faint red mist appeared around it, as if it had become a completely different world. It was an unfathomable feeling that contained the breath of the great Tao itself. One flower, one world, one petal, one divine God, the last portion of the heavenly demon martial intent, the prime emperor lotus flower. As the red lotus appeared, it was like another world of laws appeared around Lin Ming. All laws, all principles, and even all energy became difficult to use. It was like the laws of time and space were completely controlled here. The red lotus was the master of this space. A divine god, that was the prime emperor. When Lin Ming truly comprehended the prime emperor martial intent, he discovered that his previous speculations that the prime emperor martial intent was aimed at the world of will had been partially wrong. The prime emperor martial intent was in truth the formation of a side world. Whether it was the physical world or the world of will, both of them were pieces included in the prime emperor martial intent. In truth, the prime emperor lotus flower's essence was the grand mist chaos space before all matter and energy had been formed. Before yin and yang had divided, before the 5 main elements had come into reality, everything in the universe had been in the form of grand mist energy. There wasn't even heaven and earth origin energy or true essence. Here, the laws of metal would water, earth, fire, wind, thunder, the concepts of life and death, the concept of vibration, the concept of starlight, all martial skills, battle spirits, divine souls, everything lost their function in the presence of this grand mist chaos space. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Ming was strong enough so that the enemy couldn't break through this grand mist space. Otherwise, none of that would matter. In the legends, when Empyrean Primordius summoned the prime emperor lotus flower, he could transform this entire part of the boundless universe into grand mist space, reproducing the true scene of when the universe first formed. After a long period of refining, all matter and energy within the grand mist space could also be reduced into grand mist energy. This was a boundary that Lin Ming couldn't even fathom. But as for Lin Ming's prime emperor martial intent, he could only cover 100 feet of space around him. Although this was a mere 100 feet, if the Steppes Master were to rush into this space, he would find it endless and infinite. What is this? The Steppes Master's eyes widened. He suddenly felt as if all the heaven and earth origin energy around him had been sucked out and could no longer be used. At the same time, the power of blood began rapidly fading from his spear. Before his attack had even reached Lin Ming, it had weakened by over 50%. The power of blood was also the concept of blood. It was a branch of the concept of life. In the chaos space when the universe was just forming, the heavens and earth hadn't even been formed yet, so how could there possibly have been life? If Lin Ming's boundary were to increase some more, he could absolutely cause the Steppes Master's attacks to vanish. At that point, he wouldn't even need to fight. Once the Steppes Master entered into his side world, he would lose all combat strength, allowing Lin Ming to freely slaughter him. Pung pung pung. With a thought from Lin Ming, all of the grieving spirits burst apart in the space covered by the prime emperor flower lotus, turning into nihility. If there was no life, then how could there possibly be spirits? In the moment that the Steps Master reached Lin Ming also attacked. His strength was not weakened by the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. This was because he was the master of this side world. To a certain degree, he had refined Grand Mist energy and had touched upon the chaos laws. A halberd thrust out and a halberd light violently swept forwards. A silver-gray, spear-shaped battle spirit fused with the halberd, turning the entire great desolate blood halberd a silver-gray color from its original blood red. Its weight became far more terrifying and its attack power rose by a large degree. After being tempered in Grand Mist energy, Lin Ming's battle spirit had gradually transformed from a purely abstract existence and had even taken on some tangible material properties. The great desolate blood halberd collided with the Steps Master's war lance. There was no fancy explosion. Silver-gray light shot out into the air, forming lights like swirling galaxies that came crashing down. An overwhelming momentum followed, magnificent and blinding. A devastating and ruinous energy scattered in all directions as if it would tear apart all. But compared to this light, the Steps Master's bloodlight was much weaker. It melted like pure snow underneath the blazing summer sun, and then was completely submerged by Lin Ming's halberd light. In that moment, all sound in the world seemed to be swallowed up. There was no medium for sound to travel in the Grand Mist space. Thus all sounds vanished into it. There was nothing left but a terrifying energy that rolled up into a storm, sweeping up everyone watching. If this weren't the sky-split tower, but rather an ordinary structure, then the entire place would have been reduced to powder already. The Steps Master painfully coughed and flew backwards, directly ejected out of the Grand Mist space. With a faint ka-ka-ka sound, cracks appeared in the war lance he held. A high-grade heaven-step treasure had broken apart like this. As the Steps Master looked at his shattered weapon, he felt incredulous. A single attack had ruined his treasure weapon. The great desolate blood halberd was a saint artifact rank weapon to begin with. It was far superior to the Steps Master's own treasure weapon. With Lin Ming's battle spirit that had been tempered by Grand Mist energy fused into the great desolate blood halberd, it had become incomparably sharp. For it to destroy a treasure weapon in a single blow was no surprise at all. Steps Master! The several tower masters and high lords present paled as they saw the Steps Master sent flying backwards and his weapon cracking apart. If the Steps Master were to be defeated here, then their fates could be imagined. But they also didn't have the courage to escape now. What if the Steps Master survived and punished them for running? Just as these thoughts appeared in their minds, the situation on the battlefield had taken a sharp turn from what they originally anticipated would happen. Lin Ming took a step forwards, directly shooting towards the Steps Master. Behind Lin Ming, a red lotus bloomed. The majesty and glory of an emperor exuded outwards, causing all the tower masters, high lords, and supervisory deacons to feel like their souls left their bodies in fear. Nobody dared believe that Lin Ming would leave the blood slaughter steps with an early revolving core cultivation, and in just a mere 6 years would actually grow to such a degree. He directly faced a 2-star and 3-star demon emperor together, and even managed to resist the 10,000 ghost soul devouring array, beating them all into the ground. The Steps Master's pupils shrank as he saw Lin Ming rush towards him. He reached out a hand to grasp the 10,000 ghost soul devouring array's array disc. To his horror and dismay, he discovered that the array disc had already lost a great deal of its spiritual power. As for the 10,000 ghosts sealed within it, a single attack from Lin Ming had left a third of them ruined. 10,000 ghosts did not seem like a high number, but these 10,000 ghosts were completely refined from extreme emperor-level talents that were at the Xianxia realm, revolving core realm, demon king realm, or fey king realm. Before their deaths, all of the sacrifices for this array disc had been great elites of their era, and after their deaths they were terrifying ghosts. Even a holy land could not produce a 10,000 ghost soul devouring array like this. There was simply no way for them to produce such a great number of talents. But this was actually not a problem for the Steps Master. To control the 12 sky-split towers was the same as controlling 12 graveyards of geniuses. However, such a 10,000 ghost soul devouring array had been 1/3 ruined by Lin Ming in a single strike. 10,000 ghosts, perish forever, explode for me. The steps master crumbled the array disk in his hands, a demented light in his eyes. The remaining several thousand ghosts in the array disk all rushed into Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. But, before the ghosts were even able to enter the Grand Mist space, all of them exploded. Bang 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 bang. Terrifying energy currents swept the world. As the present martial artists saw the steps master exterminate the remainder of the 10,000 ghosts, all of them tried to run away. But there was not enough time. In this enclosed space, a terrifying energy wave overtook them. Several high lords with the lowest cultivation were directly torn apart, bursting into a fog of blood. This was the terrifying destructive power caused by simultaneously detonating the divine souls and source energy of 7,000 geniuses. And it was also one of the steps master's greatest killing moves. Once this move was used, the entire 10,000 ghost soul devouring array would immediately be destroyed. Pong pong pong. 360 array flags began to collapse in unison. Under the control of the steps master, all of that energy fell upon Lin Ming's Grand Mist space like a torrential storm. The Grand Mist space violently trembled, and within that side world, Lin Ming also had to withstand a tremendous pressure. The Grand Mist space could wipe away laws and true essence, but it actually couldn't withstand an infinite barrage of energy. In that moment, Lin Ming felt that his prime emperor force field was like a boat in a storm, capable of capsizing at any moment. There were even small cracks that had begun to appear in the Grand Mist space. The prime emperor force field would soon be unable to persist. "Senior, this is a good chance," the steps master cried out, and the old imp who had his supernatural powers destroyed suddenly shot open his eyes, a monstrous animus and murderous intent flooding them. After his battle spirit had been forcefully knocked down 2 small boundaries by Lin Ming, all he felt now was hatred to the bone. Evil demon claw. The old imp didn't dare to use a soul attack again. Thus he used an energy attack. A massive black claw smashed down at Lin Ming from above. The 2 emperor-level powerhouses combined their attacks. At this time, Lin Ming's prime emperor force field seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened as he revolved the energy within him to the limit. Azura force field. Death god force field. Open. In that moment, an annihilating energy erupted from within Lin Ming, superimposing onto the prime emperor lotus flower. Azura force field. Capable of suppressing true essence, bodily strength, the soul, organs, and the spiritual sea. When a martial artist with insufficient cultivation was covered by the Azura force field, their spiritual sea would shatter and their heart would stop beating. Death god force field. Formed from endless killing intent. Killing intent was itself a type of energy field. When a martial artist developed the desire to kill, they would emit an invisible energy. Once this killing intent reached an unparalleled level, it could even cut off all life vitality, extinguishing fires of life. Prime Emperor Force Field. Reproducing the Grand Mist space. Here, laws were suppressed, life was suppressed, the divine soul was suppressed, all of existence was suppressed. It would shatter the vast majority of supernatural powers. True essence, origin energy, battle spirit, will, soul, all would returning to nothingness, all would return to chaos. Now, once these 3 great force fields were superimposed together, they formed the parts of the complete heavenly demon martial intent. Although this was only superimposing them over each other, it was in no way fusing the 3 together. Even so, it wasn't the same as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. With the support of the other 2 great force fields, all of the fissures within the Prime Emperor force field completely vanished. The Prime Emperor lotus flower behind Lin Ming became even more succulent and vivid. The Grand Mist space rose suddenly and sharply, expanding outwards, soaring into the skies. What a useless bluff. Watch as I shatter your force field. With the fight reaching this boiling point, the steps master put forth everything he had. He had a strong premonition that if he couldn't kill Lin Ming today, he would die here. Great demon assassination art. Apocalypse end. As the steps master, Luoxia's martial skills were endlessly varied. As he saw his concept of blood suppressed by Lin Ming, he instantly changed styles. Demonic clouds roiled around him, rumbling through the air. And behind him, the evil demon claw that the old imp sent out was swallowed up by the endless dark clouds, combining with them. A 2-star demon emperor and a 3-star demon emperor combined attacks. Their energies fused together, destroying all. By now, Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force and all 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. Deep between his eyebrows, a flaming red light flashed out, blazing like a fire. From there, a vague red phoenix phantom shot into the skies, turning into a pure energy that integrated with the grand mist space. Lin Ming had completely opened 100% of the heretical god force even as he burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix. He had exerted his complete strength in a single breath. This was because simultaneously opening all 3 force fields was far too consuming of his true essence. The Prime Emperor force field now covered 500 feet of space. If anyone were to enter this space, it would truly be entering another world, not unlike stepping into a dimensional realm. Grand Mist Battle Spirit Fusion. So, with 2 demon emperors attacking the Prime Emperor force field together, a silver-gray, spear-shaped battle spirit shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. As this battle spirit appeared, it naturally collapsed and then fused together with the Grand Mist space. A battle spirit could be used to directly kill an enemy, but it could be attached to any object. This included physical matter, true essence, and force fields. Although the Grand Mist space was able to isolate laws and will was ineffective here, to Lin Ming, who was the master of this space, none of that mattered. With the Grand Mist battle spirit combined together, the Prime Emperor force field expanded by another 300 feet. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosive sounds, in the moment that the Steps Master and the Old Imp broke into the Grand Mist space, all of their laws became invalid. Their billowing demon essence began to rapidly melt like pure snow underneath the sun. Moreover, the deeper they went, the faster their energy melted away. Even the Steps Master and the Old Imp's protective demon essence began to dissolve. This is bad. The Steps Master was shocked speechless as he watched with his own eyes as his bodily protective demon essence was melted by this strange and unknown space. Kacha! The Steps Master's black lancelight was the first to explode. Then the Old Imp's evil demon claw shattered. The 2 great supernatural powers, the attacks of 2 Emperor-level powerhouses, had collapsed before they even reached Lin Ming's body. Retreat! The Steps Master and the Old Imp rapidly drew backwards. In this Grand Mist space, they could only use brute force to tear apart this force field. Otherwise, all laws and energy became invalid. To an essence-gathering system martial artist, energy was the basis for their style of combat. How could they continue fighting if they couldn't utilize energy? The Steps Master thought that the combined strength of 2 Emperor-level powerhouses would be able to tear apart Lin Ming's Prime Emperor force field with brute force. But before the attacks had arrived, they had already melted away. The Steps Master and the Old Imp tried to escape the Grand Mist space, but how could Lin Ming give them such a chance? With a thought, the Grand Mist spread forwards. At the same time, Lin Ming launched a movement technique and chased after the Steps Master and the Old Imp. The truth was that the current Steps Master and Old Imp weren't able to summon the demon essence within their bodies. If Lin Ming could use penetrating rainbow, a single spear strike would be able to slaughter them. But supporting the galvanization of 3 great force fields into the heavenly demon martial intent was far too energy-consuming. Lin Ming only had enough true essence by opening the heretical god force and burning the blood of the ancient phoenix at the same time. There was no leftover energy for him to use in an attack. Ka. Cracks began to appear in the Steps Master's protective demon essence. It was nearing the point of collapse. His complexion immediately changed. Split up and run! The Old Imp roared out. The 2 of them chose different directions to run in, escaping at full speed. Lin Ming's Grand Mist space was less than 1,000 feet long and wide. Moreover, the Steps Master and Old Imp were both a good distance from the center of the force field. It would only take a brief moment to leave with their speed. Seeing the edge of the force field in front of him, the Steps Master's eyes turned blood red. He had already reached his limits. Lin Ming's cold gaze locked onto the Steps Master. He would kill him first. Divine sense erupted and more force field energy came crashing down. In that instant, the Steps Master's last bit of energy completely collapsed. With an explosive pong sound, his protective demon essence finally exploded. The Steps Master's expression drastically changed. "Brat, I'll die together with you." The Steps Master had already gone mad. After realizing that Lin Ming had locked onto him, he didn't even bother trying to escape anymore. He changed direction and rushed towards Lin Ming. Facing the desperate attack of the Steps Master, Lin Ming remained unmoved. More and more of the force field came crashing down on the Steps Master. The Steps Master wanted to send out an attack, but his body was empty. Where did he have the energy to do anything? The Steps Master issued a miserable scream, but even this last cry was swallowed up by the grand mist space. His clothes disintegrated like they had been worn out over endless years, becoming powder that vanished into the wind. Then his flesh began to crack apart. His meridians exploded, and pieces of flesh and blood flew into the grand mist space where they were instantly annihilated, turning into nothing. Then his muscles, skeleton, marrow, organs, brain, grand mist space turned all matter into entropy and chaos. Even time and space could come under the influence of the grand mist space, where it could easily collapse into a singularity. Yin and Yang hadn't divided and the 5 main elements hadn't even formed. In this case, once one lost the protection of energy, how could a flesh and blood physical form still survive? It would simply be returned to nothing within the grand mist space. In just several breaths of time, the Steps Master was like a sand sculpture that eroded away, his body dissipating and wafting away in countless particles of dust, with nothing left behind. The entire process had been silent. Sound needed a medium to travel through. Thus a martial artist wouldn't be able to hear anything but the sounds produced within their own body. The medium of the grand mist space was grand mist energy, an existence that was as heavy as stars. If one wanted to vibrate it and transmit sound waves, then how would that even be possible? Like that, an emperor-level powerhouse had strangely died in utter silence. He had thoroughly perished without even bones left. This terrifying scene left all the surviving High Lords and Tower Masters horrified, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Just what kind of ability was this? It was just a force field, and yet it was able to massacre a 2-star demon emperor. In the moment that the Steps Master died, the old imp actually let out a roar and ran out of the Prime Emperor force field. He was still a 3-star demon emperor after all. Even though he was old, his demon essence was still far more vast and deep than the Steps Master's. Just as he flushed out of the force field, his bodily protective demon essence exploded into pieces. Pong! The old imp's clothes all tore apart. He had felt the moment when the Steps Master had died. This had left him shaken and panic-stricken. As soon as he rushed out, he rapidly fled deep into Heavenly Cloud Sky-Split Tower. Heavenly Cloud Sky-Split Tower had been built and refined by Empyrean Primordius himself. The tower body was incomparably firm, and it was impossible for anyone to break or mar it. With the various protective arrays within, it could be considered to be layered in traps and secrets. The old imp was the previous Steps Master. He was extremely familiar with the layout of Heavenly Cloud Sky-Split Tower. He was confident that with his own knowledge of Heavenly Cloud Sky-Split Tower, that as long as he could draw a few miles away from Lin Ming, he would be able to take several transmission arrays and escape from this damned place. And now, because Luoxia had attracted Lin Ming's killing move, that had already won enough time for the old imp. With his speed, he was just like a nimble little mouse, rapidly traveling through the transmission channels of Heavenly Cloud Sky-Split Tower and dashing 10 miles away. Monster! He's just a monster! How could I have possibly encountered such an abnormal freak? The old imp hysterically shouted. How could a 25-year-old possibly be so fierce? This surpassed all common sense. Whatever Eightfall War Emperor, Demon Origin Emperor, Archaic Eternity Emperor, or even that 6-fingered Sinfei that died in the Eternal Demon Abyss, when they were all 25 years old, all of them would be nothing but garbage in front of Lin Ming. If the old imp had known all of this earlier, he would never have come here to die, no matter what rewards Luoxia promised him. As Lin Ming watched the old imp vanish in the blink of an eye and sneak into the complex maze-like roads of Sky-Split Tower like a mouse, running into all directions, his lips curved up into a smile. Did this old imp want to compare speed with him? What he feared the least was a competition of speed. Without mentioning the Gate of Wonder or Golden Rock shattering the void, Lin Ming had comprehended the third level of the concept of thunder, extreme speed. Of the 7 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, wind was famed for its speed. However, wind was not the fastest. That honor belonged to thunder. Golden rock shattering the void, mystic lightning shade. 12 different colored thunder symbols formed from threads of lightning began to shine from all over Lin Ming's body. The dazzling threads of lightning had fully fused into Lin Ming's flesh, gleaming with a blinding radiance. After opening the Gate of Wonder and stepping on golden rock shattering the void, he also activated the arcane support ability, Mystic Lightning Shade. In that instant, countless arcs of lightning crackled off of Lin Ming's body. His body suddenly disappeared as he reached incredulous speeds. The surviving martial artists felt their knees weaken as they almost slumped to the ground. In a one-on-one fight, Lin Ming was a monster amongst monsters. Even if one wanted to escape, he still had such ghostly speed. Even if someone were able to temporarily suppress Lin Ming by superiority of cultivation, as long as they couldn't kill him, then he would only need to return in 2 years to take his revenge. How could such a person ever allow his enemy to live? The dozens of miles of chaotic and convoluted roads within Sky-Split Tower had all lost their meaning underneath Lin Ming's steps. He flashed through in just a few fleeting moments, leaving nothing behind but a phantom of thunder. Transmission array. I've arrived. As the old imp saw that transmission array, his eyes brightened with joy. He would already be lucky to escape from here with his life. How would he still care about his battle spirit being weakened? The battle with Lin Ming had already cost him 200 to 300 years of his lifespan. But even when this was taken from the 1,000 years of life remaining, he still had a great deal of time to live. How could the old imp possibly give any of this up? Hundreds of miles would only take a few breaths of time for an emperor-level powerhouse to travel. But with a dark killing star chasing from behind, the old imp simply wouldn't give him that much time. But as he turned his head, he saw Lin Ming grasping the great desolate blood halberd, flitting forwards with the speed of ghosts and gods. He had already caught up to him. What? How could you be so fast? As the old imp saw Lin Ming barreling towards him, both of his eyes widened like full moons. A look of disbelief flashed across his face. He had run out for just 1 or 2 breaths of time, and yet he was overtaken by Lin Ming already? Was this kind of speed even possible? Wait! Wait! The old imp's eyes nearly popped out of his head with despair. He anxiously blurted out, I don't have any enmity or injustice with you. I was only helping out others for some wealth. I was only working for Wuxia, and I have no conflict of interests with you. If you let me go, then there are massive benefits I can give you. I can teach you the high chaos devil arts of my imp race, and I can tell you where the greatest treasures of our imp race are located. I can even give you massive amounts of demon god bones. If you kill me, then you will only be able to obtain the items in my spatial ring, and as for all of those hidden treasures I just mentioned, you will never be able to obtain them even if you search my soul. My soul force is powerful. Before I die, I can definitely self-destruct my spiritual sea. If you kill me, you will not obtain any of my secrets at all. The old imp immediately threw out several conditions that he thought were quite tempting, especially the high chaos devil arts. He believed Lin Ming would be particularly interested in that. The high chaos devil arts was a soul attack technique. The old imp discovered that even though Lin Ming had a strong soul force, he still hadn't cultivated any soul attack martial skills. If he had this high chaos devil arts, then he could increase his number of attack methods. Hearing the old imp's conditions, Lin Ming only chuckled. I don't want any of that. All I want is one thing. What do you want then? The old imp's mind raced. As long as Lin Ming was willing to put forth some conditions, then there would be hope and he could bargain with him. If the old imp could keep his life, then giving everything he had to Lin Ming would be worth it. Lin Ming grinned. I only want all of your blood essence. I wish to use it to open something. Steps Master Luoxia's body had disintegrated to nothing in the grand mist space and had been completely destroyed. There was no blood essence left over to open the magic cube with. Fortunately, the old imp was still here. As a 3-star demon emperor, his blood essence was of a higher quality anyway. You are seeking death. The old imp's heart burned with a rage. If all of his blood essence was drawn out, then his fires of life would also be extinguished. This Lin Ming was simply playing with him. Then I'll bet everything against you. Let's perish together. The old imp burst out with a loud roar, suddenly biting down on his tongue and spitting out blood essence. Behind him, the Chaos Demon Spirit Phantom appeared once more, except this time it was much weaker and fainter than before. The High Chaos Devil Arts were his life's greatest supernatural power, but this strongest soul attack of his was actually suppressed by Lin Ming. Now, he could only use material attacks. Heavenly Demon Suppression. The old imp stretched out a withered palm and slashed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming raised the great desolate blood halberd and the prime emperor lotus flower bloomed once more. He intended to use the force field to avoid the old imp's true body and attack the Chaos Demon Spirit Phantom behind him. Pong! Cracks began to appear in the Chaos Demon Spirit Phantom behind the old imp. This caused the old imp's attack to weaken by over half. By not fully activating the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower with his complete strength, this left enough energy for Lin Ming to attack. Concept of Thunderfire. Penetrating Rainbow. A highly compressed power of thunder and fire crazily gushed out from the heretical god Sprout. The great desolate blood halberd came falling down, crashing into the Chaos Demon Spirit Phantom. In that instant, the scene was similar to Sledgehammer striking a thin pane of glass. The Chaos Demon Spirit Phantom directly exploded, and Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd continued with vigor, crashing into the old imp's chest. The old imp's protective true instantly exploded as Lin Ming's halberd smashed into his chest, creating a large dent and forcing the old imp to vomit out a mouthful of blood. As the strike succeeded, Lin Ming didn't give his enemy a chance to escape. The Prime Emperor force field dispersed, and he waved the blood halberd in his hands, space cracking around it. Law of Annihilation, Chain of Stars. See, countless space fragments stabbed into the old imp's body like innumerable sharpened knives. Blood splashed into the air. The old imp's supernatural powers had been shattered by Lin Ming's battle spirit, and his own battle spirit had fallen by 2 small boundaries because of it. He had been injured in the grand mist space and his origin of life was greatly damaged. Now that he faced Lin Ming, who his most skilled soul attacks were useless against, he simply didn't have the strength to resist. You? The old imp's face was covered in blood. His body was like a broken water bag filled with space shards. He looked like a grieving spirit that had been dismembered during life. It was beyond miserable. If you want me to die, then I won't let you be any better off. The old imp fiercely slammed down on his tongue, directly biting it off. He spat out blood essence as energy erupted from his body. He wanted to burn all of the blood essence within him, so that even if Lin Ming killed him, he still wouldn't have any blood essence to open the magic cube. And an emperor-level powerhouse, even if their body was crushed, could instantly mobilize the energy in their body even if they had just a small amount of consciousness left over. Wanting to instantly kill them wasn't easy. Lin Ming sneered as he saw this. His fist came pounding out, surrounded by a dim silver-gray light. This was his Grand Mist battle spirit. Concept of stagnation. At that moment, the flow of time around the old imp suddenly slowed down. He felt as if his body had been petrified, and even his thoughts slowed down. The energy circulating in his meridians slowed down to a crawl. He wanted to burn all of his blood essence to commit suicide, but he lacked the force to do so. The old imp's eyes widened with unwillingness and despair. The concept of time. He had comprehended the concept of time. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Pong! Lin Ming's fist smashed into the old imp's forehead and thousands of vibrating true essence filaments imbued with his grand mist battle spirit broke into the old imp's body. All of the old imp's meridians shattered, and even his spiritual sea collapsed. With Lin Ming's current understanding towards the concept of stagnation, he could bring the flow of time to nearly a standstill for a split second. It was enough to completely kill the old imp and even disintegrate his soul. No matter how powerful the vitality of a demon emperor was, they were finished once their spiritual sea shattered. Plop! When the effects of the concept of stagnation ended, the old imp fell onto the ground like a pile of crushed meat, blood splashing everywhere. As Lin Ming saw the old imp thoroughly die but still retain 90% of his blood essence, he relaxed. If the old imp had really burned off all his blood essence, then that would really have been troublesome. In order to open the magic cube again, he would have to find some other emperor-level powerhouse in the Holy Demon Continent and kill them. But Lin Ming wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. He needed a reason to kill others. He wouldn't slaughter innocents. I never thought that the Prime Emperor force field obtained through the Road of Emperor could combine with the Azura force field and Death God force field, and massacre Emperor-level powerhouses in such a manner. In the Grand Mist space, all laws are annihilated, all energy is annihilated, and even all life and matter is annihilated, forcing all to return to the nothingness of chaos. But what a pity! This is truly a thorough killing method. After killing someone, nothing will be left behind. Even a spatial ring will be annihilated. Before Lin Ming obtained the Prime Emperor martial intent, he never thought that the so-called ability to massacre Emperor-level powerhouses would be like this. I can't indiscriminately use this killing method too much. Besides some tougher saint artifacts, nothing else would remain. Lin Ming shook his head. He hadn't fused the three martial intents together. He had only superimposed them on top of each other. The power was already very strong, and in addition with the Grand Mist battle spirit fused into it, and the support of the heretical god force and the combusting ancient phoenix blood, it was able to massacre all emperor-level powerhouses weaker than himself. As for those opponents that were stronger than him or were equally as strong as him, the Grand Mist space could still weaken their strength, increasing his chances of victory. To weaken an enemy's offensive power and defensive power by 60 to 70%, the result of a fight could be imagined. But the only problem was that stimulating the complete heavenly demon martial intent consumed a massive amount of true essence. It was not easy for Lin Ming to do. Lin Ming took out a small jade bottle from the extreme violet ring and received all of the old imp's blood essence into it. Then, he wiped this blood essence onto the area of his chest where the magic cube was. Until now, Lin Ming still couldn't activate the magic cube with his strength. He could only let the magic cube act as a passive form of defense. Lin Ming was very clear that the magic cube was a divine treasure that countless powerhouses within the divine realm had desperately struggled for, even paying with their lives in the process. Its function was certainly not so simple as holding soul fragments. As for what other uses it had, that still remained unknown to Lin Ming. The old imp's blood essence was absorbed by the magic cube. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt a bit dizzy before he arrived at the space within the magic cube once again. Since the time when Lin Ming killed a life-destruction powerhouse to open the magic cube, over 6 years had passed. In these 6 years, Lin Ming's strength had crossed over the life-destruction realm and reached the divine sea. It had to be known that Lin Ming had only obtained the magic cube when he was 15 years old. In the 10 years since then, Lin Ming had cultivated from body transformation to the revolving core realm in 4 years. But for his strength to rise from life destruction to the divine sea, that had taken a full 6 years. It was obvious just how difficult that step was to take. The space within the magic cube was still dim and hazy as before. Countless soul fragments floated around like stars, slowly orbiting a central sphere of light. It looked like a wonderful and strange galaxy. Lin Ming swept his perception through the area and quickly found 2 of the largest soul fragments. They were over a foot wide, much larger than the head of an average person. These 2 soul fragments were naturally left behind from the ancient devil that resided within Yang Yun's body. They contained exquisite time laws, darkness laws, and also fairly complete memories. This likely included the ancient devil's weaknesses or secrets of the eternal demon abyss. The soul fragment that Lin Ming wished to choose this time was naturally a soul fragment of the ancient devil. It would have been better if that ancient devil hadn't blown himself up. If these two soul fragments were together, then the memories would be much more complete. When Lin Ming was still at the body transformation realm, he had to be beyond careful when choosing which soul fragment to absorb, and he even had to choose the smallest ones. But the situation was different now. Besides the sphere of light in the center, Lin Ming could freely choose which soul fragment to absorb. Even if the ancient devil's complete soul fragment were here, he had full confidence that he could absorb it. Lin Ming didn't randomly choose which of these two soul fragments to absorb. First, he used his perception to investigate them. He discovered that there was a small difference in their size. The first soul fragment was about 10% larger than the second. However, the smaller soul fragment had a faint black light flowing out from it. There even seemed to be a slight difference in the flow of time around the soul fragment. On the other hand, the law fluctuations around the larger soul fragment were much weaker. Without a doubt, the smaller soul fragment contained more of the ancient devil's comprehensions of laws. I'll choose this one then. Lin Ming grasped that small soul fragment. Most of the memories in this soul fragment were about its master's early life experiences. These memories weren't of much use to Lin Ming. He was mainly concerned about abilities, techniques, and laws. These types of cultivation memories could allow Lin Ming's strength to reach yet another level. Whoosh! The soul fragment was completely swallowed up by Lin Ming and dissolved into his spiritual sea. As Lin Ming's cultivation grew, he began to understand that it was impossible for other martial artists to directly swallow up the memories of others like this. This was because every soul fragment, no matter how small or unimportant, would have a spirit mark left behind by its owner. A spirit mark was a characteristic of the source of life. If one absorbed the spirit mark of others, their personality would become muddled, possibly splitting apart. Finally, they would fall into depravity and become a zombie. But erasing the spirit mark was impossible. This was because a spirit mark was thoroughly threaded into every part of a soul, where it completely merged with the soul. If one used force to destroy it, then that would destroy the soul fragment itself. But the magic cube had some mysterious and innerable charm. Any soul that was sucked into the magic cube would have its spirit mark immediately wiped out, becoming pure memories that could be directly absorbed by Lin Ming. Lin Ming recalled the time he first entered the magic cube space and saw the scene of Xianxia using the divine crystal magic cube to instantly mince 10,000 divine realms supreme elders into divine soul fragments. Lin Ming guessed that the magic cube was likely a soul-based divine artifact. Its rank far surpassed his understanding. As soon as the ancient devil's soul fragment entered into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, it started a fierce soul storm within him. Even though Lin Ming's mind and will were firm, he still felt his mind shake as the terrifying spirit storm thundered through him, making his head ache as if it would explode at any moment. This was 1/3 of the ancient devil who had lived for tens of thousands of years. After living for tens of thousands of years, just how much had the ancient devil experienced? Just how much information was within him? It was inestimable. Lin Ming had only lived for 25 years. And he didn't even remember what happened before he was 3 years old. In truth, he had 22 years' worth of memories. With his 22 years' worth of memories, he was absorbing 1/3 of tens of thousands of years' worth of memories. The impact on his mind could be imagined. Because Lin Ming practiced alchemy and also trained in the overbearing soul tactic, his soul was extremely formidable, more so than most divine sea martial artists. Yet even for him, having to accept such an impact to his soul made him feel as if his spiritual sea was cracking apart. A person's capacity for retaining knowledge in their spiritual sea was limited. The stronger their soul force was, the greater their capacity would be. It had to be known that a martial artist with a Xianxia cultivation would have photographic memory. As for martial artists with a divine sea cultivation or above, they could quickly scan through a jade slip and memorize the contents within. What took them 1 or 2 days to memorize would be enough for a mortal to remember for an entire life. If one lived for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, the amount of knowledge they would have to contain within their spiritual sea could be imagined. Thus, if one's spiritual sea was not formidable enough and not large enough, they would have no choice but to only selectively remember useful information, discarding all else. And the ancient devil had a massive amount of memories that were useless to Lin Ming. As Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea near the point of collapse, he revolved the samsara martial intent and twisted apart all of these useless memories, leaving behind only cultivation methods, concepts, training comprehensions, and other experiences that would be useful to him. Several hours later, Lin Ming finally managed to absorb all of the ancient devil's memories. Over 90% of the memories had been discarded, and not even 10% was left. All of them were deeply compressed within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. He didn't have the time yet to look over them in depth. After obtaining the ancient devil's memories, the first ones Lin Ming looked at were actually not those related to concepts or cultivation methods, but those related to the eternal demon abyss and the Sea of Miracles. Unfortunately, things were different than he had thought. This ancient devil had followed several Empyreans 100,000 years ago to exterminate Empyrean Primordius and the force he established on the Holy Demon Continent. However, those Empyreans had vast, immeasurable armies, and the ancient devil was only a minor foot soldier amongst them. He simply didn't have the qualifications to see how Empyrean Primordius had died. Soon after the Great War began, the ancient devil had his mortal body destroyed by someone else. Afterwards, for some inexplicable reason, he had been sealed in the Sea of Miracles. But the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss had been blocked off by Empyrean Primordius' grand supernatural powers. The Yellow Springs River was a magic tool used by Empyrean Primordius to seal off the Sea of Miracles and eternal demon abyss. This legendary Yellow Springs River had been refined from the corpse of a true dragon. It was a powerful and incredible existence. The corpse of a true dragon. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. A true dragon was a god-beast of the divine realm, a creature of the same rank as a phoenix. His strength had reached an unimaginable boundary. After Lin Ming obtained just a single drop of reverse scale blood, the benefits to him had been ridiculous. And after obtaining 100 drops of normal ancient phoenix blood, he also obtained a great power. But the real bodies of a true dragon and phoenix were thousands or even tens of thousands of miles long. Just how much blood did they have in their bodies? It was unimaginable. Thinking about it, if a phoenix that was thousands of miles long burned the trillion genes of blood within its body, as well as all of its blood essence, just what sort of strength would it reach? Perhaps even destroying the boundless universe wouldn't be difficult. I see. So the reason that it became difficult for anyone to ascend from the Sky Spill continent was that Empyrean Primordius sealed off the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss with the Yellow Springs River, and a side effect of this was that the channels connecting the Sky Spill continent's world to the divine realm were also affected. After that cataclysmic war, there were no longer any powerhouses from the divine realm with a cultivation above the divine sea that were able to descend to the Sky Spill continent's world. This was because this planet has been sealed by an invisible energy field. Only a divine sea martial artist like Old Man Good Fortune can come here because his cultivation is minor and weak, and he is able to enter through the gaps in this energy field. The reason that the Sky Spill continent has gradually deteriorated from its once grand and prosperous times is that the war of 100,000 years ago affected the rules of this world. At that same time, the seal of the Yellow Springs River cut off the connection between the divine realm and the Sky Spill continent's world. Since the origin energy from the divine realm cannot seep into the Sky Spill continent, this made it so that there have been no martial artists born in this world that could surpass the divine sea realm. The late divine sea is already the extreme limit, and it is impossible to rid oneself of this curse because of the suppression of this world's rules. Even if it were me, wanting to break through this curse would not be easy. In order to surpass the divine sea, ascending into the divine realm is inevitable. Without a doubt, the martial artists of the divine realm started at a point on a completely different level from those martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. This was because the divine realm had a massive volume of origin energy. Thus it was much easier for one to break through to the divine sea in the divine realm. It wasn't like the Sky Spill continent, where a martial artist had to painstakingly absorb the minor bits of origin energy here, and yet even have the possibility of failing during life destruction, turning into nothing but ashes. Lin Ming didn't complain or blame the heavens that he wasn't born in the divine realm. This was because for a martial artist to be born in the divine realm, that in itself was also a part of their destiny. If a martial artist was born in the lower realms, then they could only say their destiny was lacking. But Lin Ming was an anomaly. He had obtained the magic cube when he was at the body transformation realm. If this weren't the sky spill continent but the divine realm, how could he have come upon such a great stroke of destiny? Could he have still reached his present achievements? Thus, martial artists of the lower realms should never think that it would be better if they were born in the divine realm. If they were already mentally defeated before they even cultivated the martial path, then these thoughts would strangle them, making them always feel as if they were inferior to martial artists of the divine realm and correspondingly making it more difficult for them to have any great accomplishments. After all, even in the abandoned and barren sky spill continent, in these last 100,000 years there had also been outstanding individuals like the Demon Emperor, Emperor Xianxia, and even Yang Yun. Yang Yun had bravely said he would bring back the golden age of the sky spill continent, restoring the glory of 100,000 years ago. But in order to do this, he first had to break the seal of the Yellow Springs River and reconnect the channels between the divine realm and the sky spill continent's origin energy. Lin Ming didn't know whether or not Yang Yun could ever succeed, but just this ambition and spirit was startling. Yang Yun had an origin of a bastard son, had been humiliated for his entire early life, and yet he had endured all of this and still maintained a heart that was higher than the heavens. A martial artist's road of martial arts was already defying the heavens' will. Do not give up, do not accept fate, defy the heavens and earth. Only by doing this could one defy the will of the heavens. As Lin Ming understood this, he felt a faint sublimating of his soul, as if his soul force had taken another step forwards. He could vaguely feel the Prime Emperor martial intent, Azura martial intent, and Death God martial intent slowly gathering as if there was a shift towards fusing together. A fusion of martial intents was a process of comprehension. If one couldn't comprehend this, it was useless no matter what sort of heavenly materials one ate up. Thinking back, Emperor Xianxia had once sat underneath a Bodhi tree and meditated for 7 days and 7 nights, fusing together 7 different martial intents and breaking through the void with his martial path. And at the time, he had only been at the 7th stage of life destruction. Such a talented individual didn't experience any kind of great lucky chance and yet was able to rely only on their comprehension to reach that step. How amazing was that? We both came from the abandoned sky sill continent. Emperor Xianxia was able to fuse 7 different kinds of martial intents, but I cannot manage to fuse together 3. Do I, Lin Ming, really have such a great difference with others? My heart of martial arts is like the sun, moon, and stars, immortal and inextinguishable. My martial arts won't stop here. It will perpetuate into infinity. Although my soul and flesh haven't yet become eternal, once I step foot onto the peak of martial arts, I will reverse the samsara of the heavens and earth and live as long as the universe exists. In that moment, Lin Ming suddenly gained insight and all of his thoughts became incomparably clear and free-flowing. He only felt a deep heroic spirit rise from within him and impact towards the highest heavens. Although Lin Ming had never given birth to thoughts that it would be better if he were born in the divine realm, he had still been in awe and wonder of the martial artists of the divine realm and the geniuses there. He was fully aware that there was no limit in the universe and that there would always be a higher mountain, a stronger person. He was aware of just how great this world was and how tiny he was. Once, Lin Ming had thought that realizing all of this was a symbol of his horizons expanding. But now, his thoughts were even purer and more defined. Even if there was no limit in this universe and there was always a higher mountain, a stronger person, so what? Even if the divine realm was endless, and there were over 1 billion great worlds in the lower realms with countless other smaller worlds, so what? My road of martial arts is to conquer all, overcome all obstacles, and defy the will of the heavens. I want to defy the heavens. I want to become a demon. I want to become an immortal. I want to step onto the peak of all martial arts and become an existence that surpasses an empyrean. At that moment, A lofty heroic spirit and daring pride gushed out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. With a loud sound of something shattering, the Prime Emperor martial intent, Azura martial intent, and Death God martial intent all began to dance in the skies of his spiritual sea. A rumbling storm formed as all three martial intents began to slowly fuse together. Azura, across the endless battlefield, the immortal champion of 100 battles, condensing pure killing intent into a pressure that could oppress an opponent's divine soul, body, true essence, sapping their fighting will, and causing fear to seep into their hearts before the first blow was even exchanged. That was the essence of Azura. Death God, countless murders, limitless bloodshed, passing through mountains of blood and death, forming a force field of killing intent that could cut off an enemy's life and extinguish the fires of life of countless people. That was the essence of Death God. Prime Emperor, absolute control of a side world, halting the laws of the world, and becoming the spiritual god of a separate space, ruling life and death, commanding all. That was the essence of Prime Emperor. Bloodshed and struggling were the life of a martial artist. There was no one that could diverge from this path. If one only closed up in training, it was impossible to become a king. Once an individual stepped on the road of martial arts and wished to reach the martial arts peak, they had to live through countless battles and become an Azura. They had to take countless lives, stepping over innumerable bodies and become a death god. Finally, they must control their own side world and comprehend the laws, becoming a prime emperor. I understand now. No wonder the Azura martial intent came from the king's cage, and the death god martial intent came from slaughtering all the talents of the blood slaughter steps and becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Even for the final prime emperor martial intent, I had to pass through the road of emperor and obtain the approval of the road of emperor, finally becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. These three great martial intents seemed as if they could stand side by side together, but the truth was that they must be obtained step by step, slowly and steadily. Each of them has a karmic effect with the others. First become an Azura, then become a death god, and finally ascend to a prime emperor. When Empyrean Primordius created the heavenly demon martial intent, this martial intent in itself contained a causal link and involved the laws of martial arts. In that moment, Lin Ming realized many things. He had unknowingly entered a state of sudden enlightenment. The ancient devil's memories weren't too detailed, but just those memories about the Sky Spill continent and divine realm let Lin Ming attain higher comprehensions. The road of martial arts was not a blind road. Gaining experience, knowledge, and expanding one's field of vision could allow a martial artist to suddenly break through bottlenecks that had stopped them previously, having them realize the principles of the heavens and earth. This was also the reason why Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Fengshen had come to the Sky Spill continent to gain further experience and grow. When one had many experiences and combined that with one's own martial arts cultivation, they could then verify these truths and enter a state of sudden enlightenment. In the past, Emperor Xianxia had undergone 7 days and 7 nights of sudden enlightenment underneath a Bodhi tree before ascending into the divine realm. Like this, Lin Ming meditated in Heavenly Cloud's sky-split tower, completely engrossed in an ethereal state. Everything that happened outside became distant, and in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, demon shine side with emotion. Lin Ming's talent, lucky chances, and perception could cause the heavens themselves to be jealous. He had just obtained the prime emperor martial intent, and yet the 3 martial intents had started to fuse together. Once the 3 martial intents fused together and formed the complete heavenly demon force field, just how powerful would that become? This child's destiny is in the Sky Spill continent. He found the magic cube in the Sky Spill continent and also obtained countless lucky chances in the Sky Spill continent. Before he reaches the peak of the Sky Spill continent and plays out his destiny to its limit, it will not be suitable for him to ascend into the divine realm. Otherwise, he will waste his great destiny. Those mystic realms, the inheritances, and all the lucky chances he has found. When that time comes, the cycle of karma and causality will influence the progress of his cultivation, making him be unable to reach the peak of martial arts. Karma, destiny, those were illusory and intangible concepts, but they truly did exist. Destiny was a part of one's talent. Otherwise, no matter how talented one was or how great one's perception was, they would not be fated to reach the peak of martial arts. One could even say that having talent and perception was because of destiny. When Lin Ming had been at time-worn Phoenix City, Fairy Feng and City Lord Guru Blueflame had considered this point. They had recognized that Lin Ming's destiny belonged within the Sky Spill continent, and he had to return to that land in order to inherit it as well as to simultaneously finish all grudges and enmity. Once he absolved the karmic ties that held him here and stepped into the divine sea, then his future achievements would be limitless. That didn't mean that Lin Ming wouldn't have a destiny upon reaching the divine realm, only that the karmic ties of the Sky Spill continent would have a certain influence on him. It had to be known that many martial artists that had ascended to the divine realm would experience bottlenecks after making leaps of progress in their cultivation. Sometimes they would even have to return to the world of mortals and finish their karma of cause and effect. Of course, doing this would mean they would have to travel a long and arduous detour. When Lin Ming had adventured through the southern wilderness, he had come to know of an individual called the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer was a supreme elder of the divine realm, who had also once come from the Sky Spill continent. After he ascended to the divine realm, there came a day when he had to enter life or death closed-door seclusion. However, his karmic ties had not been absolved yet. Thus he separated a wisp of his cultivation and produced an avatar with a late divine sea realm cultivation, spending a massive amount of strength to pass through the energy barrier of the Sky Spill continent and return. Upon his return, he left behind a set of spirit artifacts, the 72 Sorcerer Pagodas. These pagodas were guarded by Yen Mo, to allow the sorcerer's descendants that still lived in the southern wilderness to have some good fortune, thus ending his karma here. Of course, no one knew the secret of the southern wilderness besides Lin Ming. Refining the spirit artifacts that the sorcerer left behind was impossible, and no one was even aware that the 72 Sorcerer Pagodas were produced from a spirit tool. When Lin Ming had entered the Sorcerer Pagoda, he had rushed to the 7th level, obtained the reverse scale blood, and even comprehended the samsara martial intent. However, the samsara martial intent was obtained from Lin Ming experiencing the cycle of 100 samsaras and comprehending it for himself. It wasn't like the Road of Emperor where it was directly granted to him. For this alone, one could see just how terrifying Empyrean Primordius had been. Time passed slowly. In just the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged next to a transmission array, both of his eyes shut tight. His consciousness seemed to have left his body as it delved into the 9 high heavens. In a state of sudden enlightenment, one had to prevent being disturbed. Otherwise, if one was awakened from this state, then it would be extremely difficult to re-enter it. During this period, many Sky-Split Tower High Lords discovered where Lin Ming was. As they saw this death god sitting there, all of them hid away as far as possible. As for ruining Lin Ming's sudden enlightenment or anything like that, that was simply a joke. None of them had the courage to do so. In truth, even approaching Lin Ming was impossible. Although Lin Ming looked as if he were just calmly sitting there, the truth was that he had fallen into a different flow of time and space. Around his body, an invisible force field spread outwards. The power of laws was imprisoned and energy was pulled away. A constant small amount of grand mist space bred in the chaos before instantly flashing into nihility. Even if a half-step divine sea powerhouse were to accidentally enter this strange chaos space, they would be torn to shreds by the grand mist energy within, turning into ash that evaporated into nothingness. After the 5th day passed, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes from his enlightenment. In that moment, the countless lights and torches within Sky Split Tower were sucked into Lin Ming's 2 pupils, disappearing within. All of the space in Sky Split Tower suddenly turned black, and in Lin Ming's eyes, there were no longer black pupils, but rather a grand mist space filled with grand mist energy, chaos, entropy. It was as if the laws of the great Tao were breeding new stars within his eyes. Chaos divided into yin and yang, chaos gave birth to the 5 elements, chaos produced all of existence. To control the power of chaos, I am Prime Emperor. In that moment, all of Lin Ming's aura suddenly converged within himself. The invisible force field and that tiny grand mist space suddenly vanished with it. Lin Ming, have you really fused the three great force fields and formed the complete heavenly demon martial intent? Demon Shine's wisp of soul suddenly jumped out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. It can be considered the complete heavenly demon martial intent. There are still some parts one need to reinforce, but now I finally understand just how the heavenly demon martial intent should be used. If I had comprehended this earlier then, I would have been able to kill the Steps Master and that old imp much more easily. Lin Ming's thoughts moved and he flicked his fingers. A gray energy light shot out from his fingertips, shooting towards a nearby torch. As the gray energy light struck the torch, an incredible scene took place. The torch was covered by the gray energy light and then completely disintegrated, being crushed further and turning into countless pieces of dust that blew away into the wind. This is... Demon Shine's eyes widened. He certainly understood that what Lin Ming just shot out was a little piece of the Prime Emperor force field. Moreover, it also had the Azura force field and Death God force field fused into it. That tiny group of energy had decomposed matter into nothingness, completely annihilating it. If it were to hit a person's body, that would truly be terrifying. I never thought that after fusing the three great force fields, your control of the Grand Mist space would reach such a degree, Demon Shine praised. Whoever your opponent is in the future, as long as you shoot out a bit of this force field energy, then they will turn to ash. Demon Shine was well aware that if such a powerful force field were to strike his body, even a small rice-sized bit would be enough to obliterate him. And what was most freakish was that not only could Grand Mist space exterminate life and souls, but it could also eliminate true essence, abilities, techniques, and the vast majority of laws. Could be called a single move that broke all styles. Just who could block it? Facing Demon Shine's praise, Lin Ming was still as calm as before. He shook his head and said, "My Grand Mist space has limits, cannot be used to kill anyone as strong or stronger than me. For instance, just look at the wall of this heavenly cloud tower. Even though the heavenly demon martial intent struck it, there wasn't any response at all. The torch that Lin Ming had destroyed was added on later. But the main body of the heavenly cloud skysplit tower was personally refined by Empyrean Primordius. If Lin Ming wasn't wrong, then the 12 skysplit towers should be extremely high-rank magic tools. But whether or not it was a spirit artifact or some other rank of treasure, Lin Ming had no idea. A superior magic tool could form a self-contained space within itself. It wasn't strange to suppress it into the form of a tower. It was certainly impossible for Lin Ming to destroy something that Empyrean Primordius had created. Thus, when that small bit of Grand Mist space struck the wall, it broke the torch but didn't even leave a mark behind on the wall itself. You should be satisfied already. What kind of existence was Empyrean Primordius? He was an Empyrean. In the divine realm, that is a rank of character even higher than a world king. Let alone an Empyrean, I can't even imagine what a world king is like. Underneath a world king is a holy lord, and the demon emperor of the past wasn't even able to become a holy lord. You are just at the divine sea. Did you think you could actually leave behind a mark on a tower created by an Empyrean? Your current Grand Mist space, if used against top powerhouses, might not be able to instantly kill them, but it could swallow up their true essence and weaken all of their attacks and abilities. Compared to your heavenly demon martial intent, the so-called extreme violet domain, Emperor Pure Lands, or whatever blah 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 skills, they are all garbage that would blow up at any time. Demon Shine said as he nodded, seemingly panting with excitement as if he were imagining the scene of Lin Ming killing his way through the sky spill continent. He was tired of the days of hiding and scurrying about. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to return to the sky spill continent. He was now at the 4th stage of life destruction and had opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. But he still had the ancient devil's memories that he hadn't assimilated yet. If he could thoroughly perceive these memories, then his understandings of the concept of time and concept of darkness could take another step forwards. As for the other parts, while they wouldn't increase his strength anytime soon, they would still allow him to clearly understand the ancient devil's weaknesses. This was the greatest capital that Lin Ming was relying on to contend with Yang Yun. Otherwise, even though his strength had improved so much recently, he still wouldn't have any assurance he could defeat Yang Yun. As Demon Shine saw Lin Ming receive the heavenly demon martial intent back inside himself, his thoughts suddenly stirred. Don't you think it's a bit strange? If the Prime Emperor, Azura, and Death God force fields fuse together, that forms the complete heavenly demon martial intent. But why is it named after the heavenly demons? I think it would be better if it were called Chaos, Grand Mist, or even something like Primordial. It seems that would be much more appropriate. Demon Shine said as he stroked his red-furred chin. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, perhaps the Grand Mist martial intent is the true name, and the so-called heavenly demon martial intent is only a portion of the Grand Mist martial intent. When the three martial intents fused into one, Lin Ming had a faint feeling that the heavenly demon martial intent was incomplete. From Azura to Death God to Prime Emperor, these all took the killing path as a basis. Although fighting was essential to a martial artist's life, that didn't mean it was everything to them. If in this world there were demons, then it would be fair to say that there were also mortals and gods. The three martial intents that comprised the heavenly demon martial intent should only be a part of it. Only by comprehending the complete martial intent could he achieve the true Grand Mist martial intent. What? Such a kick-ass heavenly demon martial intent is only a small, incomplete part? Then just how amazing would the whole martial intent be? Demon Shine was flabbergasted. This surpassed the scope of his understanding. It's not too strange. Just what kind of character is Empyrean Primordius? In the past, Emperor Xianxia sat under a Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, fusing 7 martial intents together. If he could do that, then Empyrean Primordius should be able to fuse even more martial intents together. Remember, the heavenly demon martial intent is divided into 3 martial intents: Prime Emperor, Death God, and Azura. They are all domains, force field type martial intents, but martial intents are in no way restricted to just this type of force field. Demon Shine nodded. What Lin Ming said made sense. However, the 3 martial intents underneath the heavenly demon martial intent were not ordinary marital intents. They were much stronger. Moreover, they were the relatively rare force field martial intents. Although there were only 3 different kinds of martial intents fused together, it might even be superior to the final fused result of 7 martial intents that Emperor Xianxia had accomplished so many years ago. Also, Emperor Xianxia had to comprehend those martial intents on his own. The strength of those martial intents must have been limited. As Demon Shine was speaking with Lin Ming, 3 black-robed men cautiously approached Lin Ming, trembling. Lin Ming's vision narrowed. He noticed that these 3 black-robed men were at the peak of a 3-star Demon King cultivation. They were each just a step away from becoming a 4-star Demon King. That meant they were comparable to the weakest of life-destruction powerhouses. Who are you? Lin Ming called out. After forming the complete heavenly demon martial intent, the pressure exuding from his body was even better. With a few words that didn't even have any true essence in them, it actually fell onto these 3 men's ears like a thunderclap, even shaking their souls. It was impossible for the 3 black-robed men to withstand Lin Ming's pressure. All of them slumped to their knees. Sir Lin, we are the supervisory elders of the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. Since Sir Lin was closed up in training, we didn't dare to disturb you. But now that Sir Lin's supernatural demon blood laws have reached large success, we have come here to follow your instructions. As the 3 black-robed men spoke, Lin Ming understood what was happening. These 3 people had come here to show their loyalty to him. Since Luoxia died, the position of Steps Master was empty. As Lin Ming was the one to kill Luoxia, the position was naturally passed over to him. Control of the Blood Slaughter Steps had been seized by the giant demons, imps, and Goliaths. These races all feared the human Lin Ming, but even so, these 3 people were exactly the opposite. They came here specifically to flatter and lick Lin Ming's boots, hoping to become his trusted subordinates and obtain benefits from the change of the Steps Master position. Lin Ming disliked this type of person, but if he brought them under his control, it would be easy to use them for some tasks. Reporting to Sir Lin, the previous Steps Master Luoxia had accumulated a massive amount of treasures at the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. It is now sealed by an array formation, but some dastardly thieves are planning to undo that array formation and plunder all of the treasures of the Blood Slaughter Steps. There were no permanent alliances, only eternal self-interests. In order to curry favor from Lin Ming, the three black-robed men immediately sold out their companions. Plunder the treasures and flee? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smirk. After obtaining treasures from the Temple of Marvels, he didn't really care much for the Steppes Master's possessions. But he still wouldn't let others just take advantage of him like this. Otherwise, wouldn't others just think he was a fool? Lin Ming waved his hand and directly snatched up these three black-robed men. Ignoring their cries of alarm, he placed all of them within the extreme violet ring. Then, he grabbed the old imp's spatial ring, stepped onto the void, and flew straight to the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple. Lin Ming had stayed at the Blood Slaughter Steppes for a long time and certainly knew where the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple was located. It was just 20,000 miles away from Heavenly Cloud's Skysplit Tower. But to the current Lin Ming, this distance only took an incense stick of time to cross. Who? Lin Ming shot into the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple like a bolt of lightning. With a flick of his hand, the three black-robed men were thrown out from the extreme violet ring. At this moment, they had arrived right in front of Wuxia's treasure chamber. Here, there were several tower masters, high lords, elders, supervisory envoys, and array masters all joined together as they tried to open Wuxia's treasure chamber. As they saw Lin Ming suddenly appear, they were stunned for a moment before being suddenly horrified to the point that their souls nearly left them. Wuxia wasn't proficient at array formations to begin with. Thus the array formations protecting the treasure chamber had been mostly laid down by others. Now, the array masters had managed to undo 80 to 90% of the protective arrays, and it was only a matter of time until they succeeded. They had originally wanted to take advantage of the time when Lin Ming had closed up in training and seized the vast amount of treasures here before fleeing. But now their fates could be imagined. Really? Birds die for food and men die for wealth. Lin Ming faintly sneered. Ah! The group of martial artists were all frightened and at a loss of what to do. They didn't even dare to take a breath. As long as Lin Ming wished it, any of them would die here without a grave. You three, plant a slave seal into every high lord here. Lin Ming first said to the three black-robed men behind him. He didn't plan on killing these people. The Blood Slaughter Steppes was a giant piece of fatty meat. Every year there would be a massive amount of benefits he could use. After he ascended into the Divine Realm, he wouldn't need this wealth, but he could actually transport it to Divine Phoenix Island. After all, when Lin Ming ascended to the Divine Realm, his family would still be here. He wanted to turn Divine Phoenix Island into a divine kingdom. To do this, he would need a massive amount of financial resources. Before he ascended, he planned on making a connection between the barriers that divided the Sky Spill continent and establish a new transmission array. If he could take in the Blood Slaughter Steppes, then that would undoubtedly guarantee his family clan a higher degree of prosperity. The three supervisory elders were too startled to respond at the start. It was only when they clearly saw the scene before them that they realized they had arrived at Blood Slaughter Temple all the way from Heavenly Cloud Tower. Heavens! What kind of speed was this? Before they could exclaim in surprise, they heard the order Lin Ming gave to the three of them and were shocked silly. Plant slave seals in them? That was a bit horrifying. Plant slave seals in them? The strongest supervisory elder gulped. He could see everyone present glaring at him with hatred and fear in their eyes. The fools had now become aware that the three supervisory elders had sold them out. Yes, plant the slave seals. All who resist will die. As Lin Ming spoke, a thick killing intent poured out from his body. To these martial artists, having a slave seal planted in them wasn't that much different from dying. For these tower masters and high lords to be able to reach this step, all of them were talented and proud characters of their generation. Even if they were afraid of Lin Ming, they also weren't willing to be controlled. Separate and run away, the great Axe Tower Master suddenly shouted. However, just as his voice came out, his body suddenly shook. Then, a scene occurred that left everyone terror-stricken. Underneath the eyes of everyone present, the great Axe Tower Master's tall and robust figure suddenly disintegrated, tumbling into chunks that soon turned into a fine powder that scattered into the wind. The great Axe Tower Master had been thoroughly reduced to nothing. The entire process had happened instantly and silently. There was only the distorted face of the great Axe Tower Master crying out in muted despair. The anguish and pain on his face left a permanent impression on everyone's hearts, becoming a nightmare that they would never be able to forget. Give me your loyalty, and perhaps your freedom might come one day. Otherwise, die now, Lin Ming calmly said with placid indifference. Killing all of these people here would be a bit troublesome, but it didn't matter to him either way. A High Lord couldn't withstand Lin Ming's pressure and caved in to him. He was the first one willing to accept the slave seal. The second soon followed, then the third, fourth, and so on. Lin Ming's strength was formidable enough. They could accept being Lin Ming's slave if there was a chance of obtaining freedom in the future. That was always better than immediately dying here. If they died, then they wouldn't have anything left at all. Thus, the 10+ High Lords had slave seals planted within them by the supervisory elders. As for the leftover tower masters and elders, Demon Shine planted slave seals in them. After all this was done, Lin Ming flicked his fingers and 3 gray lights shot out, drilling their way into the supervisory elders' bodies. They were shocked. Sir Lin Yu, I have placed a seal within you that contains a bit of my heavenly demon force field. If you ever think of betraying me, all I will need is a single thought and the force field will erupt in your body, and you will suffer the same fate as that tower master just now. As Lin Ming spoke, the 3 supervisory elders felt a cold sweat stream down their backs. They had no courage or thoughts of ever daring to betray Lin Ming. In any case, these 3 heavenly demon force fields were much better than slave seals. At least it wouldn't affect their free will and control their thoughts. From today onwards, I am the Steps Master. I am the ruler of the Blood Slaughter Steps, Lin Ming slowly said with a potent force in his voice. As he spoke, everyone present bowed to their knees, completely worshipping him, their faces full of reverence, fear, and awe. To the current Lin Ming, none of them dared to give birth to any thoughts of resistance. Facing Lin Ming, the pressure was far greater than facing Luo Sha. Lin Ming took several medicinal herbs from his spatial ring and tossed them towards the 3 supervisory elders. These medicinal herbs were casually gathered by Lin Ming when he had been strolling through the open grasslands within the Temple of Marvels. While they weren't too precious to him, they could be considered highly precious treasures to others. The 3 supervisory elders were overjoyed as they saw this. Although they were considered wealthy, their boundary was still limited. How could they possibly compare with someone like Lin Ming, who repeatedly encountered lucky chances everywhere? If you follow me, I will not treat you unfairly, Lin Ming indifferently said. The 3 supervisory elders quickly bowed again, showing their loyalty. Their cultivation was only equal to some point between a human late revolving core and a life-destruction martial artist. If there was anything that could shorten the time it would take for them to become an emperor-level powerhouse, then even a slave seal was worth it. Without speaking to anyone further, Lin Ming suddenly punched at the 80 to 90% resolved array formations. Break! Bang! With an explosive sound, the many array formations that protected the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple's treasure chambers suddenly shattered. Luosha's treasure chambers had been completely opened to the world. With Lin Ming's understanding of array formations in addition to the grandmass space that annihilated all laws, it wasn't difficult for him to destroy a grand array formation that was only functioning at 20% or so. This caused everyone to remain silent, breaking through array formations like paper, slaughtering masters like chickens. Lin Ming was truly a dark star. It was impossible for them to think he wasn't even 30 years old yet, and that just 6 years ago he had broken through to revolving core. Lin Ming's perception swept over the wreckage. After determining that there wasn't any problem with the treasure chambers, he stepped inside. The Blood Slaughter Steps was a gathering land for geniuses, and the martial artists that came here every year were all rich individuals of their sections. In addition to guarding the eternal demon abyss, gathering wealth, treasures, the Blood Slaughter Steps could be said to be paved with gold. Every High Lord was ridiculously rich, and as the Steps Master who controlled all of the Blood Slaughter Steps, the degree of valuables in his treasure chamber could be imagined. It had to be known that not every martial artist needed to build a treasure chamber. Normally a spatial ring was enough. The exceptions were large sects or great characters like the Steps Master who had far too many treasures in his possession but still needed massive numbers of items to reward his followers. Only when a Heaven Step spatial ring wasn't enough would a treasure chamber. In this treasure chamber, there were 30 to 40 metal racks. Each rack was filled with Heaven Step treasures, many of which were medium-grade Heaven Step weapons. There were even some high-grade Heaven Step treasures. These things weren't useful to Lin Ming, but they would still be useful for gifting others or for strengthening the forces of Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming waved his hand and received everything into the extreme violet ring. This ring contained a true small world within it. There were palaces, a sun, grasslands. The storage capacity was nearly unlimited. Nearly anything could be placed inside. Behind these weapons was a massive amount of blood demon crystals. The dark crimson blood demon crystals were piled up and formed a small hill. Most of them were medium-grade blood demon crystals, but there was even a smaller hill that was comprised of high-grade blood demon crystals. Blood demon crystals was the common currency used by the giant demon race and imp race. Lin Ming had initially used this sort of currency to purchase items when he was at the Sky Split Tower. A high-grade blood demon crystal was worth 100 medium-grade blood demon crystals, or about the equivalent of 20 to 30 low-grade spirit essence stones. Lin Ming estimated that there were tens of millions of medium-grade blood demon crystals and around 1 million high-grade blood demon crystals. This could be exchanged for at least 30 million low-grade spirit essence stones. Such a massive amount of wealth was the total accumulation of the Steps Master for the last 1,000 years. To lose such an amount would even make a divine kingdom suffer. Lin Ming wasn't polite. He took everything into his spatial ring. Following that were demon god bones. Large and small demon god bones were like black-colored beads, all of them piled up in 2 great boxes. This was also taken by Lin Ming. As for pills, cultivation method manuals, and the rest, Lin Ming didn't have much interest in that. In terms of wealth, the blood slaughter steps was beyond rich, but in terms of pills and inheritances, they were actually inferior to the 4 divine kingdoms. What's this? Something caught Lin Ming's attention. He discovered that beside the boxes of demon god bones, there was a baby fist-sized bead. It was black all over, and it seemed to be made of wood but also not made of wood. It was like stone but not like stone at all. There were many strange demonic patterns that were engraved into its surface. This isn't a demon god bone. Lin Ming felt that were no energy fluctuations coming from the black bead. He investigated it with his perception but also didn't find anything special about it. He reached for it, wanting to take a closer look of this bead. As he took it in his hands, his eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. Good heavens! This baby fist-sized bead was even heavier than the great desolate blood halberd. What is this thing? Lin Ming was completely stunned. With his casual million gene strength, he still wasn't able to lift it. He was forced to open the gate of pain and use 2 million genes of strength before being able to take the bead in his hand. This should weigh at least 1.5 million genes or even 1.8 million genes. This is absolutely the heaviest thing I have ever seen. The black bead was less than 1% the size of the great desolate blood halberd, but it was actually 2 times heavier. Lin Ming discovered that the structure holding the strange bead was very special. The material was a metal that could be used to forge a heaven step treasure. The base was attached to the ground where a number of array formations supported it. Only then could it firmly carry the weight of the black bead. Otherwise the black bead would have fallen through the ground. According to what I saw in the Grand Mist space about the evolution of the universe, such a heavy thing can only be produced within some great stars. Within the Grand Mist space, Lin Ming learned that celestial bodies like the sun and moon couldn't last forever. The combustion of the sun would gradually burn away all of its energy, and it would slowly dim down before extinguishing into a dark star. Only the material of this dark star would have such weight. Materials from that dark star would be understandable, and even Grand Mist energy was thousands of times heavier than the dark star matter. But the key point was that this black bead in Lin Ming's hand obviously didn't come from a dark star. Lin Ming could even feel a trace of the breath of life coming from within the bead. Although it was incomparably weak, Lin Ming wasn't imagining things. If it weren't for his soul force being so powerful, he simply wouldn't have been able to sense it. This thing is alive? Lin Ming was startled. He nearly dropped the black bead on the floor. If this was possibly alive, then the gravity of this situation surpassed that of some dark star material being here. What kind of existence was this? It couldn't be a dragon egg, could it? Impossible. A dragon egg would not be so small. A true dragon has a body that is tens of thousands of miles long, so it wouldn't be strange for a dragon egg to be dozens of miles wide. Lin Ming used every method at his disposal to investigate the black bead. He even asked Demon Shine and also scanned through the memories of the ancient demon, finally discovering nothing at all. The only thing he determined was that Luoxia had obtained this black bead from the eternal demon abyss. Within the eternal demon abyss, there lived unfathomable existences. Luoxia had been the steppes master for over 1,000 years, and every 10 years he would organize high lords to explore the edge of the eternal demon abyss. Whatever strange and mystical items that these high lords first picked up that came from the eruptions deep within the eternal demon abyss should be given to Luoxia. There was no doubt that Luoxia also had no idea what this bead was. He likely thought that it was very magical, and decided to keep it and slowly study it, hoping that one day he would determine just what sort of precious treasure it was. I'll take this first. If I ask Senior Fairy Feng, then she might know what it is. Lin Ming touched his left hand and placed the black bead into the extreme violet ring. After sweeping through Luoxia's treasure chamber in a single go, Lin Ming searched through the old imp's spatial ring. This fellow had been the previous steppes master. His total wealth surpassed even Luoxia. It was only a pity that the majority of the old imp's wealth was hidden in his own treasure chamber. The contents of this spatial ring was only a small part of it. Lin Ming searched through the spatial ring but didn't discover anything as strange as that black bead. As for the rest of the normal treasures, they totaled to around 10 to 20 million spirit essence stones, and there was even a jade slip containing the high chaos devil arts. Lin Ming browsed through it. This cultivation method was much more profound than what he had imagined. It was even more exquisite than the great desolate halberd art, and wasn't inferior to some inheritances from the divine realm. Some of the concepts and laws within it were lost unfortunately, so the old imp wasn't able to display its full might. It seems this cultivation method was also found in the eternal demon abyss. The eternal demon abyss is truly a land filled with treasures. I wonder just how many people obtained their lucky chances there. This high chaos devil arts would actually be quite useful for me to study. It would give me a much better soul attack method. Lin Ming's soul was extremely formidable, but it was inferior to his battle spirit. A battle spirit was the manifestation of will and thoughts. Although related, it was different from the soul. Will was an energy wave emitted from the brain. It was a type of energy similar to a force field. There were even some mortals with a particularly powerful will that could move objects in space. These types of people were referred to as telekinetics. If these people had extraordinary martial arts talent, it would be very easy for them to form a battle spirit before they reached the divine sea. A battle spirit couldn't directly be used to attack material objects, but it could be attached to anything to strengthen its power. This applied to true essence, force fields, soul, and many other things. If Lin Ming attached his battle spirit to his soul, in addition to his samsara martial intent, his soul defense power would be incredibly powerful. Anyone that tried to use a soul attack against him would be seeking death. For instance, that old imp had his chaos demon spirit shattered in half after trying to use a soul attack. Lin Ming's soul defense was freakishly abnormal. But unfortunately, besides the samsara martial intent, he didn't have any true soul attack method he could use to kill enemies on his own initiative. This was because he didn't have an appropriate soul-based martial skill. This high chaos devil arts could change this. With Lin Ming's soul and perception as the foundation, in addition to his samsara martial intent and Saint Artifact Bracer supporting him, it would only take from 10 days up to half a month to learn this. Demon Shine, take control all of these people and clear out the blood slaughter steps in the next several months. Everyone that remains must obey my commands, otherwise slaughter them without mercy. I'll use this time period to close up and organize my harvests. The day I leave seclusion is the day we return to the Sky Spill continent. In Lin Ming's heart, Yang Yun was one of the few people that he wasn't able to understand. Almost all enemies Lin Ming had faced were individuals that had been blinded by greed. Their main goals were to gather wealth and amass treasures, or cultivate to a higher boundary so that they would have a longer life. Those like Shen Wuji and Situ Haoyan could be included in this classification. But Yang Yun was different. He was an ambitious man with ambitious ideals. These ideals could possibly be called the definition of madness. Moreover, he used every possible effort to walk towards his goals, willing to use any method to accomplish it, no matter how underhanded or unscrupulous it would be. Such a person was the most terrifying opponent of all. Every day that Yang Yun remained in the Sky Spill continent was another day that Lin Ming remained uneasy. He simply didn't know just what sort of mess Yang Yun would stir up. At this time, Lin Ming had closed up in a chamber of the blood-slaughter divine temple. The main portion of his time would be used to perceive the ancient devil's memories. What Lin Ming found surprising was that this ancient devil was actually a magnificent array master. He was skilled in demonic path array formations. Although Lin Ming had absorbed the memories of an array master in the past, that array master had been biased towards the orthodox path. If he could use these demonic array techniques to complement the orthodox array techniques, then his array formation skill would rise to yet another level. Cyclic Demon Slaughter Array, Spectral Blood Skylock Array, Yellow Springs Ghost Burying Array, Six-Path Samsara Array. Lin Ming slowly scanned through these memories. Whenever his mind began to be dazed and his thoughts a bit confused, the Saint Artifact bracer he wore would send up relaxing waves of energy into his mind like a cool spring wind. This cleared his mind, making all his thoughts much more lucid. Know yourself, know your enemy, and be undefeated. Most of Yang Yun's cultivation methods came from the ancient devil. When they inevitably battled in the future, the ancient devil would surely attach himself to Yang Yun to increase his strength. As long as Lin Ming could familiarize himself with the techniques and abilities of the ancient devil, then the battle was already half won. In the vast and endless sea, a group of sharks was shuttling through a raging storm. They were a terrifying pack of beasts, powerful and vicious, and the leader of these sharks was a 70 to 80-foot long great shark that was gray all over. Its dorsal fin cut upwards like a steel knife, and its great mouth was large enough to swallow an elephant. On the back of this giant shark, there was actually a little girl sitting there. Her body was round and slightly pudgy, and her cheeks were cute and pinchable. Her powdered body looked just like a newly born mouse. She wore a small red belly band, and there was a shining silver necklace around her neck. Her hair was wet with seawater, causing it to stick to her forehead. Her cheeks dripped with crystal-clear droplets of water, and her two meaty arms looked like lotus roots as they were squished together. This little girl only looked around 7 or 8 years old. As she sat on the back of this giant shark, there wasn't the least bit of fear in her expression. Rather, a bright smile lit up her face as she giggled, her voice like tinkling silver bells. But the tone was strangely strong. In this billowing storm, it was actually quite clear. This was also a reasonable matter. Although this little girl looked like a porcelain doll, the truth was that her cultivation was already at the bone-forging realm. She was just a step away from reaching pulse condensation. Little Gray, swim faster. Hurry up. Go, go, go. Let's get past those waves. The little girl hugged the shark fin that was even taller than she was as she shouted out in the air. Her large and intelligent black eyes were filled with excitement and mischief. And the little shark called Little Gray that she was riding seemed willing to listen to the little girl. It swam even faster in the storm. At this moment, a red light suddenly gathered in front of her, and then a little red pug appeared by her side. The pug floated in the air, its entire body covered in red fur. This was Demonshine's soul, sent by Lin Ming to oversee the giant Leviathan. "You little devil, it's time to return," Demonshine slowly said, trying to keep his voice deep and majestic. "Ah, little Red, come and play with me." As the little girl saw Demonshine appear, she began to clap excitedly. As Demonshine heard the little girl call him Little Red, he immediately sulked. But facing this little brat, there was nothing he could do. This was because she was Lin Ming's little sister, Lin Xiaoga. With all those heavenly materials that Lin Ming had brought back, Lin Xiaoga had been bathed in all sorts of liquid medicines since she was born. Now, she had already reached the 5th stage of body transformation, the bone-forging realm. If this sort of scene was placed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, then that would truly be an astonishing scene. This was because the children of Sky Fortune Kingdom lacked these sorts of heavenly materials. They would often have to wait until they were 12 years old and their bones and muscles had reached a certain level of strength before they were able to practice martial arts. Otherwise, they would ruin their not fully developed body. Demon Shine wagged a paw at the little girl, a serious expression on his face as he said, "We have to return immediately. We're about to return to the Sky Spill continent." Over 3 years had passed since Lin Ming's battle with Yang Yun and the Ancient Devil. During the first year, Lin Ming had spent that time closing up in the Sky Spill continent. Then, he spent a year and 3 months tempering his will in the Road of Emperor, perceiving the grand mist space, and enhancing his cultivation boundary. The final 10 months were spent digesting the Ancient Devil's memories in the Bloodslaughter Divine Temple's training chamber and studying all sorts of demonic path array formations, the concept of time, as well as the concept of darkness. The array formations of the divine realm were limitless and diverse. The Ancient Devil had extremely high achievements in the Tao of array formations. Even if he took a disciple and taught him without reservation, it would still take the disciple hundreds, or even thousands of years to reach a similar level of understanding, and all of this was based on the premise that the disciple's talent was amazing. There was no other way to go about this. Alchemy, refining, inscription, array formations. All of these auxiliary skills required one to remember and comprehend an immense amount of principles and theories, and then undergo a massive period of practice and failure in order to slowly improve. But Lin Ming was the exception to the rule. He was able to directly inherit the memories of the Ancient Devil. That was equal to inheriting all of the Ancient Devil's array formation experience as well as his understandings towards it. Lin Ming only required some time to fully absorb these memories and adapt them to his own body to completely transform this array formation knowledge to become his own. Coupled with some extra practice, Lin Ming could easily become an array formation grandmaster of his era. In just a short 10 months, Lin Ming's skill in array formations had risen to another level. In addition, Lin Ming originally had a foundation of orthodox array formations. His current understanding of array formations even surpassed the Ancient Devil's now. Besides, his understanding of array formations was increasing. The Ancient Devil's understandings of the concept of space and concept of darkness were also thoroughly assimilated by Lin Ming. Lin Ming now had confidence he could fight Yang Yun head-on. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still rely on his abnormal speed to escape. Since he had this assurance, he decided now was the time to return to the Sky Spill continent. And in the South Sea, during the last 3 years, the giant Leviathan had penetrated 30 million miles into the deep waters. The water depth reached thousands of miles, and the underwater pressure reached an unimaginable degree. In the endless South Sea, even the massive giant Leviathan could only be considered a slightly big fish here. If Yang Yun wanted to find them, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Wasn't it just easier said than done? Thus, Demon Shine had been passing these days with carefree leisure. Periodically, he would have the giant Leviathan surface to the shallow waters to breathe. And under his guidance, Lin Xiaoga also rapidly grew. The little girl wasn't big, but her courage was much larger than her body. For her to dare to ride on a shark, she was just like a small witch on the waters. Return to the Sky Spill continent? Lin Xiaoga's eyes widened. Although she was young, she understood more or less what had happened and also why they had to flee, becoming fugitives. Now that Demon Shine said that he was returning, there was obvious only one possibility. She excitedly asked, "Is my big brother coming back?" "Yes, we've already come back. We're at the boundaries of the South Horizon region. We're returning earlier than I had anticipated. Once we truly come back, your big brother will solve everything." Demon Shine had kept a wisp of his soul with Lin Ming. He could use this wisp of soul to easily communicate, and he also understood clearly where Lin Ming's position was. At this time, Lin Ming had just passed through the ancient transmission array. As he stood above the boundless South Sea and he watched the familiar lands around him, An incomparably complex feeling surged in his heart. He had grown up in the South Horizon region, and here he had encountered powerful enemies that had forced him to dead ends many times. This was the road that martial artists had to take. Although it couldn't be said to be taking the entire world as an enemy, a martial artist would inevitably run into increasingly formidable adversaries. One had to step on their corpses to walk forwards, or otherwise be stepped on by them instead, dying and paving the road for them. With a sudden thought, Lin Ming turned towards the 4 divine kingdoms and flew straight ahead. He no longer needed to use a tool like a Godspeed boat. No matter what type of extreme speed magic tool it was, it still wouldn't be able to keep up with 1/5 of Lin Ming's speed. Moreover, Lin Ming could maintain such speed continuously for half a month. All of the transmission arrays from here to the 4 divine kingdoms must be controlled by Yang Yun already. As long as I appear in public, he will inevitably obtain this news. That's also fine. I'll come to you and see just where the limits of your strength are. As Lin Ming flew, he simultaneously sensed the battle spirit tracing mark that he had left in Elder Sunday. He didn't know where Yang Yun was now and wanted to find him as quickly as possible. Doing so through Elder Sun would be the fastest and most efficient method. Lin Ming was certain that Elder Sun would have gone to Yang Yun about the matter of the battle spirit tracing mark in order to seek his protection. But Yang Yun likely didn't help Elder Sun to erase that tracing mark. Rather, he would purposely let it remain as bait for a trap. Once Yang Yun discovered that Lin Ming was going over to kill Elder Sun, he would definitely rush over as soon as possible. Although the bait wasn't too tempting to Lin Ming, it was still better than nothing. Lin Ming closed his eyes and calmly felt out the position of the battle spirit mark. His guess was correct. Yang Yun hadn't yet removed the tracing mark, allowing it to remain in Elder Sun's body instead. It was just that, why is it so near? That Elder Sun is in the South Horizon region, and the position is the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming was surprised. In these past 3 years, it seemed that his background and identity had been seen through by Yang Yun. Sky Fortune Kingdom, Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming muttered to himself again and again. The sudden discovery of Elder Sun in the Sky Fortune Kingdom caused him to have a brief moment of panic. That was his homeland. Luckily, Qin Xingxuan Mu Qianyu and his parents had already been transferred deep into the South Sea, and Demon Shine had told him they were all safe. The only attachment that I have left in the Sky Fortune Kingdom is the Lin family clan? Lin Ming's gaze turned cold as he thought of this. In emotional terms, Lin Ming didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Lin family clan. He had come from a minor branch and had no hopes of inheriting the family clan's property to begin with. His parents had depended on renting out a small business from the family clan, the Lin family restaurant, in order to make a living. When Lin Ming had first decided to practice martial arts, he didn't have the support of the Lin family clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bound by so many financial constraints at the start. But even though he thought that the Lin family were still his relatives and also his roots, the reason he could be born into this world was all because of the Lin family. As for being treated with cold indifference at the start, Lin Ming didn't hold any lingering grudges or resentment. In order for a family clan to exist, they had to follow the survival of the fittest and distribute limited resources in a reasonable manner. Otherwise, if everyone were to divide the pot of resources, then the family clan would perish after a single generation. Yang Yun, you really do resort to all cruel methods, no matter how unscrupulous they are. You didn't manage to find those that were most important to me, thus you decided to aim at the Lin family even though I am not too attached to them. I have already reached the point that I must kill that Elder Sun, and any trap you put there is meaningless. Even so, you placing Elder Sun in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, even with a tracing mark to reveal his location, is your message to me saying that you already completely control the Lin family clan. I suppose I have no choice but to come. Lin Ming's face darkened. He didn't need to think too much to know that the current green mulberry city had trap array formations laid down all over the land, waiting for him to jump into it. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Even though there were tigers in the mountain, he still walked straight towards it. This was the confidence brought about by strength. Let me take a good look at what traps you have waiting for me. Lin Ming coldly snorted and then flew straight towards the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was only several 100,000 miles from the South Sea. With Lin Ming's speed, he quickly saw the endless coastline ahead of him. Right after reaching the coast, there was a great wilderness. This was the Southern Wilderness. Once he crossed here, he would be at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a tiny common country that was subordinate to the Seven Profound Territory of the South Horizon region's Divine Phoenix Province. It had a populations of several tens of million and was only a standard mortal country with no sect inheritances of any kind. They only had their own ingrown system of their country. To develop a Xiantian powerhouse was impossibly difficult. This was because without resources and guidance, one could only explore the road of martial arts on their own. Any talent born there would be buried in the barren lands. And now, as Lin Ming approached Green Mulberry City, he actually discovered a strange energy atmosphere. This sort of revolving energy formation that hid the rules of the Great Tao naturally came from the hands of a top powerhouse. They really are waiting for me there. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a harsh light. With a simple thought, his figure vanished as he calmly hid away in a space distortion. With his understanding towards the space laws, hiding his body with space distortions was a simple matter. In this world, besides Yang Yun, Old Man Good Fortune, and perhaps a few others, there was no one who could find out he was here. Lin Ming followed the battle spirit tracing Mark's location all the way to the Lin family residence in Green Mulberry City. Elder Sun was indeed here, but the entire 10-mile area around the Lin family residence was blocked off by an array formation. As mortals, the Lin family descendants and anyone else simply weren't able to leave. As Lin Ming was thinking about what to do first, he suddenly caught sight of a woman's figure. His heart shook, and an inexplicably deep sense of sorrow and grief was born in his heart. The space distortion he was hiding in trembled for a brief moment, nearly revealing a flaw. This woman wore a simple blue cotton dress. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, and her skin was beautiful and smooth. Her wet hair was sticking to the side of her face, and her left sleeve hung far downwards. She raised a heavy wooden bucket as she drew water from a well. This woman was Lan Yunue. Lan Yunue. Lin Ming was lost for a moment, as if he had fallen into a long recollection of memories. When he had parted with Lan Yunue, she was still 15 to 16 years old, and her face still had a hint of young naivete. But that innocence could no longer be found on the current Lan Yunue. She looked tired, exhausted, and somewhat sad. The simple blue dress had no lace or decorations. Her hair was casually pulled up and tied back with a blue cloth strip. At this time, the winter of Sky Fortune Kingdom had just arrived. As the leaves fell within the Lin family's courtyard, they seemed a bit desolate. A faint winter breeze blew inwards, causing Lan Yunue's clothes to flap and a bleak wind to fill the air. 10 years. When Lin Ming and Lan Yunue broke up in the past, they had been less than 16 years old. The Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Seven Profound Martial House, those days had passed by like a dream. He didn't enter the Seven Profound Martial House because of Lan Yunue, but rather for himself. He fought to succeed because he wanted to prove that he was no worse than anyone else. And now he was nearly 26 years old, and his strength was infinitely close to the highest under the heavens from ancient times. He had achieved his promise and had also accomplished it to an unbelievable degree. That beautiful and pleasant with a hint of ladylike temperament Lan Yunue of the past was now giving off a sad and melancholic feeling. Although she was still as beautiful as before, and her figure was more curvaceous and abundant than in the past, her bleak eyes and worn-down face made his heart ache with a bitter pain. It was like she had become the most common woman of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Every day was filled with hard work and labor, and even if someone bullied and humiliated her, she would have no choice but to remain silent, patiently and submissively resigning herself to her fate. Lan Yunue poured the bucket of water into a large pot, lit a fire, added some firewood, and then began to boil the water. The entire process was performed silently. As she looked at the hazy steam rising from the pot, she seemed to be lost in thought. Occasionally, a once warm and happy memory would flash by in her mind and she would faintly smile. But then she would shake her head, sighing all the while. The past was covered by wind and dust, and left beneath this faint wind and dust of time, just whose shattered dreams were buried there. 10 years filled with endless life and death. Even a broken dream was an unforgettable memory, and yet meeting again was not to be. After the water was prepared, Lan Yunue used the hot water to prepare a pot of tea, and then brought it to the Lin family's front hall. Here, there was a young man and a young woman sitting in a chair, both of them handsome and pretty individuals. Beside them was a wrinkled old woman with a ruthless light in her eyes. This old woman was the Azura Divine Kingdom's royal princess, Situ Yaoshi. As for that young man and woman, they were both similar to Situ Yaoyue, hidden strengths of the Azura Divine Kingdom. They had been supplied with many resources since childhood, but the only difference between them was that they were much weaker than Situ Yaoyue. As Situ Yaoshi saw Lan Yunue prepare a pot of tea and place the teacup onto the table, she sneered and said, "You little slut, how can you be so slow in steeping some tea?" As she spoke, the young woman beside Situ Yaoshi suddenly slapped Lan Yunue without any warning. This young woman was Situ Meiyue, also a talent of the Azura Divine Kingdom. She had a 6-stage life destruction cultivation, and even though she was slightly worse than Situ Luosha, she still had hopes of reaching the Divine Sea. Even a slap that didn't have any true essence contained in it still sent Lan Yunue tumbling to the ground like piece of straw. Lan Yunue didn't speak. She only clutched her face, a trail of blood leaking down from her lips. "Grandaunt, it seems that this stupid little slut is insignificant to that damn dog Lin Ming. She was nothing but his girlfriend during his common mortal times, and they have already separated since then. She even betrayed him in the past. Lin Ming won't feel anything even if we kill her." The young woman looked at Lan Yunue with contempt in her eyes. In her opinion, a martial artist was doomed to loneliness as they walked the road of martial arts. Their concept of affection was also very faint. Moreover, Lan Yunue didn't even have any further relationship with Lin Ming. It was impossible to use her as a chip to coerce him. Lan Yunue bit down on her lips. Situ Meiyue's words twisted into her heart like a knife. Indeed, she was well aware that she was insignificant in Lin Ming's eyes. She had originally thought that her life would never intersect with Lin Ming's again, but she also never imagined she would be held prisoner by Lin Ming's enemies and used as a bargaining chip to force his hand. The boundaries of these individuals already surpassed the limited knowledge she had. Even this young woman could cause the 7 Profound Valley's highest elder to vomit blood and die with just a glance, much less this unfathomable old woman. With such terrifying enemies here, Lan Yunue held no hopes that Lin Ming would appear. If he walked into their trap, then Lin Ming's fate would be miserable no matter how powerful he had become. "What are you looking at, you cheap slut? How about I dig out your eyes right here? In my eyes you are nothing more than an ant. We are simply people of 2 different worlds. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then our paths would have never crossed. It should be your honor that I slapped you just now." Situ Meiyue's voice and eyes were filled with disdain. She was a proud daughter of heaven that had a chance of reaching the Divine Sea in the future. To someone as arrogant as her, a Hotian realm martial artist like Lan Yunue was no different from a bug in her eyes. It was already a favor for her to experience a slap from such a higher-level existence. Within the space distortion, Lin Ming's fists began to clench tighter and tighter, as if space itself would crumble underneath his hands. In that moment, he nearly attacked that vicious woman along with that hag Situ Yaoshi and would have torn them to shreds, but he contained his rising anger. He wanted to continue listening and see just what they knew about Yang Yun's plans and how Yang Yun planned on dealing with him. This cheap slut is nothing in Lin Ming's eyes, but she was still his woman once upon a time. Even though I can't find Lin Ming, taking this cheap slut as my slave and using her to vent my anger is also good. It's still a pity that I couldn't find Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. If I could catch them, I could turn them into my maids and torture them every day. And then once Yang Yun captured Lin Ming, I could throw those 2 cheap sluts to some martial artist that walks the path of obscenity and have them raped in front of him. Then I'd toss them to a pack of sex fiends until their energy is all sucked dry. Ha ha ha. I want to have that little beast wish that he could dig his eyes out. I want him to suffer a life worse than death. Situ Yaoshi's eyes were filled with hatred. She was very unhappy that she still hadn't been able to catch Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu. At this moment, the young man beside Situ Yaoshi said, "Grandaunt, let alone Lan Yunue. Even the entire Lin family clan is likely worthless in Lin Ming's eyes. If Lin Ming doesn't show up, then do we still have to keep guard here and stay with these wretched mortals all day?" These youths were part of the Situ family clan bloodline. Although their cultivation was only at the 5th and 6th stage of life destruction, they actually had the strength to stand in the destiny decree. Their future was bright and limitless. They certainly didn't want to stay with these mortals in this godforsaken land with its barren heaven and earth origin energy. These are Yang Yun's orders. Who can possibly defy them? However, it doesn't matter even if Lin Ming doesn't come. Yang Yun's calculations are magnificent. He is implementing a plan already. Probably in just another year, there will be no place on this continent that Lin Ming will be able to hide in. When that time comes, Yang Yun will be able to lock onto his position even if he climbs into the heavens or dives into the sea. He will absolutely die. At that time, I will take that little beast's soul and slowly boil it away. I want him to beg for death. Situ Yaoshi seemed to imagine the scene of Lin Ming's death, and a cruel and wide smile flashed across her face. Lin Ming looked at all of this from the space distortion he was in. His knuckles crackled in his silent rage. In his life, he had never desired to kill a person as much as he did now. Moreover, he wanted to murder them with the cruelest and most sinister method possible. Yang Yun has some great plan aimed at me, and it seems he'll be able to find me after a year. Indeed, he wasn't wasting his time while I was gone. But too bad for him, I have already returned. At this moment, Situ Yaoshi continued to say, "We must still remain on guard here for another year. Humph, we've arranged so many traps in Green Mulberry City that it will be a waste if Lin Ming doesn't show up. That boy left a tracing mark in Patriarch Sun's body, and he'll certainly discover that Patriarch Sun is at the Lin family. If he doesn't show up, then that's only because we weren't cruel enough. It seems that only cutting off a few fingers or half a palm was being too soft on them. Meiyue, chop off that cheap slut's arm and feed it to the dogs. Then grab 20 direct descendant juniors of the Lin family and cut off their arms too. I want to see just what response that little beast Lin Ming will have then." As Situ Yaoshi spoke, she casually picked up that cup of boiling tea and threw it at Lan Yunue. As Lin Ming saw the teacup that was flying through the air and also remembered the words that Situ Yaoshi had just said, it seems only cutting off a few fingers or half a palm was being too soft on them. Both of his eyes turned crimson with wrath. The memory of Lan Yunue just now struck him like a bolt of lightning. Her left sleeve had been hanging downwards, concealing her hand. She had left it hanging there and obstructing her movement, no matter whether she was boiling water or steeping the tea. He had thought that it was strange, though he hadn't been paying too much attention. But now, as he suddenly understood just what had happened, his mind nearly turned blank with fury. His perception shot out towards Lan Yunue's left sleeve, and he discovered that she only had half a palm left. All 5 of her fingers had been cut off. In that moment, Lin Ming's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he felt his heart crack into 7 or 8 pieces. In his life, he had never experienced such a profound hatred and killing intent. As the teacup flew in the air, the boiling tea water rained downwards. But as Lan Yunue saw this teacup flying towards her, her face paled. She was unable to dodge it. Even though Situ Yaoshi had only casually thrown the teacup at her, this teacup still contained the power of laws. With Lan Yunue's mere Hotian realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to avoid it. Just as the teacup was about to hit her head, it suddenly shattered as if it had struck something. Then, in Lan Yunue's bewildered gaze, the teacup turned into dust that vanished altogether. All of the boiling tea water also disappeared. This wasn't evaporation. This was truly ceasing to exist. True annihilation. This is... Lan Yunue's eyes shot open. She watched as the space in front of her tore apart, and a black-clothed young man with flowing long hair stepped out from the void. He grasped a blood-red halberd in his hands. His inky black hair nearly hung to his knees, and his aura was deep enough to overwhelm the world. His eyebrows were like swords that slanted to his temples. His appearance was handsome, his build strong yet slender. He seemed like a jade-like immortal, but his eyes actually contained a passionate rage and resentment that could make the heavens shiver. An invisible killing intent came shrouding down, locking this entire space. At this time, Lin Ming no longer cared about listening in on whatever information there was about Yang Yun. All he wanted to do now was to kill off these people present with the cruelest and most inhumane methods possible. He spoke slowly, enunciating each and every word. His voice dripped with an icy cold tone that stabbed to the bone. I want all of you to die here. I will obliterate your souls, so that you will never experience samsara. You will never reincarnate. Lin Ming. As Situ Meiyue and the young man saw Lin Ming suddenly appear, they jumped up like a cat whose tail was stomped on. Although they were normally insufferable and arrogant individuals, in the face of the eternally monstrous freak Lin Ming, just where would they find the capital to be proud and haughty? He was an abnormality that already had the power to contend with a weak divine sea powerhouse 3 years ago. Don't panic. After Situ Yaoshi was shocked for a moment, she immediately calmed down. Lin Ming's appearance here was exactly what she was hoping for. Hee. Lin Ming, you could walk through the roads of heaven, but you would rather break through the gates of hell. You clearly know there is a trap here, and yet you rush in like an idiot. It seems that I underestimated just how important this little slut is in your heart. Good. Very good. If I had known she was so important to you earlier, then I would have tortured her even more. I'd have cut open her face, torn off her nose, and dug out her eyes. And it's not too late now either. Slowly torturing her in front of you would have an even better effect. Ha 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 ha. Situ Yaoshi had already gone mad. She recklessly laughed and crushed a bead in her hand. Lin Ming suddenly felt that the world rules around him had slightly changed, as if the space had suddenly contracted around him. This is the spectral blood skylock array. The spectral blood skylock array was one of the array formations that the ancient devil was highly proud of. It could lock down the world rules of space and time in an area, trapping a martial artist within so that they couldn't leave. The spectral blood skylock array had to be arranged in advance. It would form a trap in an area of several miles, and once someone were to step in range of this array formation, one only had to crush a previously prepared array bead to activate the array. Once the array formation started, it would suddenly shrink and trap everyone within a 30-foot space, imprisoning all supernatural powers. Because this array formation was a trap, it was very easily hidden. It was hard for anyone to sense it. However, Lin Ming had perceived the memories of the ancient devil and was familiar with all circumstances of the spectral blood skylock array. If he had been more careful ahead of time and had investigated, then he would have discovered the spectral blood skylock array. But since he was hiding in the space distortion to avoid Situ Yaoshi, he naturally wasn't able to release his perception. Thus he hadn't discovered it before now. Ha ha ha, you're an idiot. An idiot. I've never seen such an idiot before. Situ Yaoshi laughed as she suddenly saw herself in control of Lin Ming. She knew that after 3 years she was likely not Lin Ming's match, but with Yang Yun's array formation here, capturing Lin Ming would be easy. Behind Lin Ming, Lan Yunue first felt surprise to see him suddenly appear, then incredulity, and then nervousness. She didn't know about the spectral blood skylock array, but she knew that these people had certainly prepared a trap for Lin Ming and were waiting for him to appear here. She cried out in dismay, "Lin Ming, hurry up and run. They've set a trap for you. Ha ha ha. You stupid little slut. You really are an idiot. This little beast was already doomed the moment he stepped into my trap. He has already been surrounded." The young man beside Situ Yaoshi began laughing crazily. For the eternally number 1 monstrous genius to perish under his hands was a matter to be proud of. Although he didn't have any hopes that he could obtain the secrets on Lin Ming's body, he still hoped he could inherit a small portion of Lin Ming's destiny. As Lan Yunue heard the young man speak, her heart faded like a dying candle. Lin Ming. Her eyes were filled with tears. She felt as if a knife were twisted into her heart. She would rather that Lin Ming be cruel and completely disregard her. She would rather her arm be cut off, She would rather be humiliated by a group of sex fiends. She would rather all of that happen than for Lin Ming to die here because of her. Humph! Disgusting bitch. Although you are stupid, you actually dare to warn Lin Ming in front of me. You really are too impatient to die. Meiwei. Yangon. I want you to tear off this slut's clothes and rip off a chunk of her meat. I'm looking forwards to enjoying her expression. Haha. All right? As the young man heard Situ Yaoshi's orders, he wickedly smiled. He was Situ Yangon. Lan Yunue clutched her arms together as she saw the two youths walk towards her. Her face paled and her eyes filled with lifeless despair. But what she worried about was not herself. She looked at Lin Ming as tears flowed down her cheeks. I am sorry. I am so sorry. My death is worthless. You shouldn't have come. Within the spectral blood skylock array, Lin Ming remained silent. His thoughts were completely concentrated on the spectral blood skylock array's array heart. The saint artifact bracer on his wrist began to shine with a golden light. The angrier he became, the clearer his thoughts were. He already understood this array. Now, he only needed to understand its arrangement of runes. Once he did that, he could pour his own true essence into it and wrest away control of the array formation. As Situ Yaoshi saw all of this happen, she was increasingly happy and satisfied, and her thoughts became that much more smooth. Because of Lin Ming, her face had been swept to the floor. She had suffered great losses that left her trembling with rage, and now she was finally able to take revenge. I originally thought that this worthless woman wasn't even worth a damn in your heart, so I never placed her in my eyes. But if I knew that you thought so greatly of her, then I would have called several freakish sex demons to rape her in front of you today so that she would beg for death. Ha ha, Grandaunt. This nephew also understands some obscenity path cultivation methods to suck up a woman's yin energy and nourish my yang energy. If you wish, I can try them out on her today. It's just that this woman's cultivation is too low, so there isn't much primordial yin energy I would be able to obtain from her. Rather, she might be the one that profits from me. Heh! Then today I will bestow upon her a lucky chance. Situ Yangon manically grinned as he jumped towards Lan Yunue. But at this moment, Lin Ming's eyes burst open with a sharp light. In just 5 breaths of time, the entire spectral blood skylock array had been completely unraveled by him. Spectral blood skylock array. Expand! Lin Ming cried out. He opened the heretical god force to the limit as he poured his true essence into the spectral blood skylock array, tracing his energy across the arrangement of runes and stealing away control of the array formation. The mere 30-foot radius spectral blood skylock array suddenly expanded to a radius of 100 feet, completely covering Situ Yangon inside. Pong! Situ Yangon smashed into the array barrier. Blood surged in his body as stars appeared in his vision. How is this? Situ Yangon was completely stunned. He had been inexplicably trapped in the spectral blood skylock array with Lin Ming. How could this be possible? It wasn't just Situ Yangon, but Situ Yaoshi and Situ Meiwei were also dumbfounded. They wanted to run away, but at this moment the spectral blood skylock array suddenly expanded outwards crazily once again. It grew out to a radius of several hundred feet, also covering Situ Yaoshi and Situ Meiwei. In an instant, the 3 of them were trapped in an unbreakable cage with Lin Ming. They were like 3 dogs trapped in a pit with a wild lion. Their fates could be imagined. What is going on here? Situ Yaoshi was frightened as her complexion turned gray. As for Situ Meiwei and Situ Yangon, they both felt as if they had fallen into an icy lake, their hearts filling with horror. The spectral blood skylock array was an array formation set down by Yang Yun. How could Lin Ming possibly seize control of it? Outside of the array formation, Lan Yunue was completely unaware of what had just occurred, but she could see from the frightened expressions of the 3 people that Lin Ming had suddenly taken control of the situation. She felt as if she was dreaming all of this. In just a mere 10 years of time, Lin Ming had become someone that could make people like this fall into abject terror. Don't be afraid. Although this little beast managed to reach the 4th stage of life destruction in these last 3 years, I can still rely on my divine sea realm cultivation to withstand him for a brief period. Reinforcements should arrive by then. No one panic. Situ Yaoshi roared out loud, wanting to see if she could send out this message to anyone listening. But at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly rushed over. Without even using the great desolate blood halberd, he directly grabbed at Situ Yangon. Like an eagle catching a rabbit, with both of them locked in this space together. There was just no way for Situ Yangon to dodge. Grandaunt, save me! Situ Yangon was scared witless. His face was paler than death. Lin Ming's hand seemed as if it had taken hold of the space around him. There was nowhere for him to dodge to. Against Lin Ming, he was nothing more than a little baby facing an adult. He had no strength to resist. Even the true essence within his body had been instantly locked down. He was unable to circulate the energy within himself. This spooked him so much that he could only cry out to Situ Yaoshi. "You little beast! Let him go! I'll be the one to fight you!" Situ Yaoshi shrieked as she took out a crimson sickle and slashed at Lin Ming's neck. But at that moment, Situ Yaoshi actually paused in her steps. She saw that behind Lin Ming, a strange and bewitching blood lotus was blooming. As that blood-red lotus fully bloomed, Situ Yaoshi felt an invisible energy field overwhelm the skies and fall over the world. This force field was desolate, bleak, and carrying with it the aura of the great Tao laws, making one unable to defy it and have no choice but to prostrate themselves to the floor in awe and worship. Covered in this energy field, she felt the last dregs of power leave her body. Her true essence collapsed and dispersed away, and she lacked even the strength to grab a chicken. It was like she had turned back into a common mortal. Let alone attack Lin Ming. She didn't even have the ability to run away. How could this happen? Situ Yaoshi said in panic. She was completely flustered. A martial artist was used to relying on their own strength. If they lost all of their strength and turned back into a mortal, then how could they not be panicked? Lin Ming didn't even bother to glance at Situ Yaoshi. He grabbed Situ Yangon like a chicken and lifted him off the ground. "You? What are you doing?" Situ Yangon pedaled his legs in the air. Lin Ming's hands were like a pincer, inescapable. Lin Ming grinned devilishly, ignoring all of Situ Yangon's miserable howls. "Didn't you say you knew many obscenity path cultivation methods to suck up her primordialine? Hee, I will make it so that you'll never be able to use these techniques again." "You? What are you planning to do?" Situ Yangon thought that Lin Ming's cold smile was like an inhuman devil's. He shouted out even louder, trying his hardest to revolve his true essence. But no matter what he did, it was useless. Lin Ming ignored Situ Yangon's struggling. He lifted him higher, positioned himself between Situ Yangon's legs, and then shot his knee upwards. Splat! With the sound of a cracking egg, Situ Yangon let out a pitiful scream like a pig that was being butchered. Sticky blood dripped downwards. He felt a horrifying pain between his legs that made him wish he was dead. Lin Ming's knee strike had destroyed his functions as a man. Martial artists' capacity to withstand pain was extremely high. They could clench their teeth and break an arm or break a leg. They could even use heavenly materials to make up for their losses. But sexual organs were different. That was also where the dignity of a man was located. The psychological trauma of losing this part was even worse than physical pain. I was castrated. I, Situ Yangon, have resolved myself to become a divine sea powerhouse level extreme talent, and now I've been castrated by another. Situ Yangon's pupils lost their focus. His lips trembled as he muttered to himself again and again. At this moment, his entire world had become dark and dreary. Lin Ming sneered. Then, with a hard tug of his arm, there was a shockingly grotesque ka-ka-ka sound as both of Situ Yangon's hands were ripped off by Lin Ming. Lin Ming crushed Situ Yangon's palms in his hands, even pulling out his bloody tendons. Situ Yangon squealed like a pig. His entire body shook. This was a fate worse than death. Like this, Lin Ming had crippled a fifth-stage life-destruction extreme genius. Without weapon, without martial skills, and without even true essence, He relied on only his physical strength to waste away Situ Yangon. This was a truly ridiculous level of strength. Lin Ming tossed away Situ Yangon like a dead dog and then turned towards Situ Yaoshi and Situ Meiyue, his face filled with a fierce wrath. At this time, both of Situ Yaoshi's legs were trembling, and Situ Meiyue was frightened to the point of curling up on herself. Her chest was violently heaving up and down, and her beautiful face was as white as paper. She painfully said, "No, don't." As Situ Meiyue saw Lin Ming walk towards her, her legs gave way and she slumped to the ground. Her strength had vanished from her body and there was nowhere for her to retreat to. She was the same as Situ Yaoshi. Underneath the effects of this strange force field, all of the true essence within her body had become stagnant. If it weren't for Lin Ming deliberately not killing them, they would have been turned to ashes long ago. "Weren't you about to tear off her clothes and hack her to thousands of pieces?" Lin Ming first moved towards Situ Meiyue. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare," Situ Meiyue cried out. She had her own pride, but that was built over a foundation of absolute strength. And now that she was shrouded in the force field and had lost all of her strength, she was no different from a mortal. If she couldn't do anything, just where would her pride come from? Outside of the array, Lan Yunue watched blankly as all of this happened. She had no idea what was going on within the array formation. Those three people were obviously extremely powerful characters that could overturn the heavens, but how come they had turned into common people in front of Lin Ming? They didn't even have the strength to resist him and were letting him mess with them as he wished. "Don't kill me, no, please. I'll do anything you want. I'll even be your slave. Please don't kill me." Situ Meiyue's heart of martial arts was originally shakier than Situ Yaoyue's and Situ Luosha's. With the threat of death hanging over her head, she was completely cowed. "Slave? Humph! I have no need for you. Let me show you what it means to reap what you sow." Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his hands and tore off Situ Meiyue's clothes. Then he slammed his palm at her chest. Pulse-cutting palm. Pong! A violent true essence rampaged into Situ Meiyue's body where it recklessly destroyed everything in its path. All of her meridians shattered and she vomited out a mouthful of blood. Her true essence was broken up by Lin Ming and even her dantian ruptured, with origin energy rapidly dissipating from her. Lin Ming's palm had completely wasted away all of Situ Meiyue's remarkable abilities. Situ Meiyue certainly knew just what had happened. Her lips shivered, her expression like a dying light. As a proud daughter of heaven, she was used to being haughty and standing above all others. To suddenly fall from the position she had in the clouds, the pain in her heart could be imagined. Lin Ming grabbed Situ Meiyue and tossed her out of the spectral blood skylock array, right at Lan Yunue's feet. He had already become one with the spectral blood skylock array, and he could open it however and whenever he wanted. "I won't kill you. I will let you keep your life. I've abandoned all of your abilities, but you've still crossed 6 stages of life destruction. Although your supernatural powers are shattered, your mortal body was still tempered after all, and you'll have at least another 1,000 years of life. From this point onwards, you are her servant. You will act as her dog and bag and never violate a single order she gives. If you serve her diligently, then perhaps I might restore some of your strength. Otherwise, I will slowly hack you apart and make you wish I had killed you instead." Lin Ming had originally wanted to do to Situ Meiyue what she had been planning to do to Lan Yunue. He would rip off her clothes and then slowly cut her apart. But as he began, he felt a tinge of disgust and loathing and thus chose a second punishment method instead. "I'll be a slave or servant." Situ Meiyue's lips shivered. For the proud and haughty her to serve a mortal for the rest of her life, that was even worse than killing her. Lin Ming, you beast. I won't let you go even when I'm a ghost." Situ Yaoshi's body trembled with anger and also with fear. In front of Lin Ming, she had no strength to resist him. "Next is you." Lin Ming slowly arrived in front of Situ Yaoshi, a fiendish grin hanging on his lips. But at this time, the sound of bustling footsteps came from the other side of the door. Lin Ming turned to see several martial artists burst into the room. Most of them were juniors from the Azura Divine Kingdom, and there was even Elder Sun, whom Lin Ming had planted a tracing mark in. What happened here? As the others outside heard the pain screams coming from inside the front hall, they used their perception to investigate. However, their perception was blocked off from this area by some unknown force. By the time these people rushed over, they just happened to see this pitiful scene in front of them. Lin Lanjian, elder son, immediately recognized Lin Ming. However, he was still accustomed to calling Lin Ming by his fake name. This was because the name Lin Lanjian was his eternal nightmare. Hey, you've all made it here. Since you've come, don't plan on leaving. A cruel smile appeared on Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming had completely fallen into a violent rage. All of these people had entered the Lin family, taken them hostage, humiliated the elderly, the women, and the children, and they even sliced off the fingers of Lan Yunue and the Lin family juniors. All of them deserved nothing but death. As Situ Yaoshi saw Lin Ming's thick killing intent overflow into the world, a rising horror emerged from within her. Yang Yun had given the mission of capturing or killing Lin Ming to her and Situ Bonan. After she experienced just how magnificent Yang Yun's array formation and methods were, she thought that Lin Ming would be instantly doomed the moment he took one step in here. In order to inherit a portion of Lin Ming's destiny after killing him, she had gathered as many outstanding talented juniors of the Azura Divine Kingdom as she could, so that they could gain some advantages when Lin Ming died. Thus, most of the people that had rushed in here were the direct descendant juniors of the Azura Divine Kingdom. All of them were related to the future of the Azura Divine Kingdom. As Situ Yaoshi saw them all rush into this god of death, Lin Ming, she began to panic. She wanted to warn all these people to run away, but just as was about to do so, she thought of Elder Sunday. Elder Sun was not a part of her Azura Divine Kingdom. She naturally didn't want him to leave here alive. If this old fellow could stay and buy some time for them, then perhaps she could be saved. Situ Yaoshi just thought of this idea. She was about to use a true essence sound transmission to order all of the Azura Divine Kingdom juniors to quickly flee, but it was already too late. Lin Ming's domination over the spectral blood skylock array far surpassed Situ Yaoshi's imagination. In just the blink of an eye, the spectral blood skylock array expanded several more hundred feet, rapidly covering everyone within it. Lin Ming reached out his hands and directly snatched Lan Yunue into the extreme violet ring. Then, he coldly looked at everyone remaining as a thick murderous tone dripped from his voice. All of you have stepped on the road to death. Lin Lanjian, just who do you think you are? Do you really think that with your fourth stage life destruction cultivation you can do as you wish in this world? You think that you can summon clouds and rain if you want? Elder Sun was panic-stricken for a brief moment before quickly reacting. As the bait to attract Lin Ming here, Yang Yun had already given him a card to maintain his own life. Howling Heaven Mythic Lion. Come out. In the blink of an eye, Elder Sun took out a leather bag from his sleeves and flung it into the sky. This was a vicious beast bag. It was a magic tool similar to a profound spirit pot. But while a profound spirit pot held plants, a vicious beast bag was used to summon beasts. The summoned beast was crimson all over and seemed like a normal lion, except it was several dozen times the size of a regular lion. As the crimson mythic lion appeared, it immediately occupied nearly half the space of the great front hall. Situ Yaoshi was overjoyed as she saw the beast appear. A howling heaven mythic lion. Haha, Patriarch Sun has actually managed to obtain such a saint beast. I will join together with you and destroy this little bastard. A howling heaven mythic lion was a saint beast equal to a peak middle divine sea powerhouse. In addition, the physical body of a saint beast was extremely tough and formidable to begin with. A howling heaven mythic lion's true comprehensive combat strength wasn't that much worse than Situ Haotian's. With a howling heaven mythic lion added with two divine sea powerhouses, even if they couldn't defeat Lin Ming, they should still be able to force a draw. If they could do this, then they could buy enough time for Yang Yun to rush over here. At that time, Lin Ming's moment of death would arrive. Situ Yaoshi finally saw a faint hope of surviving through this calamity. As long as they could all persist until Yang Yun came, then they would win. Roar! The crimson mythic lion roared out and blood-red flames and smoke suddenly wreathed its entire body. A terrifying miraculous aura surged outwards, causing all of the nearby martial artists to rapidly retreat. This was the pressure brought by the presence of a strong Saint Beast. Break the heavens! With a loud order from Elder Sun, the howling heaven mythic lion slashed two large claws towards Lin Ming's head. A Saint Beast was born with an inherently formidable physical body, and they had no need to cultivate in order to use their energy. They were equal to a dual essence and energy-cultivating martial artist. Just this claw strike was mighty enough to shake the heavens and earth. Even a divine mountain would be shorn apart by this attack. Mythic lion? Humph, the legends say that a mythic lion is the son of a true dragon. Such a beast with a meager and nearly undetectable bloodline actually dares to call itself a howling heaven mythic lion? Just die! Lin Ming sneered, and the 8 inner hidden gates and heretical god force erupted. He grasped the great desolate blood halberd and smashed downwards. On the blood halberd, the power of fire and thunder twisted together, even as the Grand Mist Battle Spirit fused into it. As the Grand Mist Battle Spirit appeared, all of the Grand Mist space around Lin Ming suddenly became stronger. As that crimson mythic lion rushed out, half of its claw energy had already been depleted. And at this time, Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd crashed into it. Dang! The great desolate blood halberd and the crimson mythic lion's claws collided. Although the howling heaven mythic lion was a flesh and blood beast, its claws were actually sharper than a heaven-step treasure. As its claws struck the great desolate blood halberd, there was a massive ringing sound of metal striking metal. However, at this time, the halberd edge suddenly flashed with a silver-gray light. A deep killing intent surged out from the great desolate blood halberd. This potent and vigorous momentum suddenly gave the halberd edge a nearly unrivaled sharp edge. This was the glory of a Grand Mist Battle Spirit. Kacha! The howling heaven mythic lion's claws were directly torn apart and shattered by the great desolate blood halberd. Blood rained on the earth. Roar! The mythic lion howled in pain. But its strength was only equal to a peak middle divine sea powerhouses. How could it possibly be Lin Ming's match? The great desolate blood halberd suddenly shot upwards and smashed into the howling heaven mythic lion's chest. With a sorrowful whine, the beast was smashed away by Lin Ming. What? Situ Yaoshi and Elder Sun's eyes widened in terror. Although they didn't think that the howling heaven mythic lion could defeat Lin Ming, they absolutely didn't imagine that a beast equal to a peak middle divine sea powerhouse would actually be sent flying backwards in a frontal confrontation. What strength did Lin Ming have in order to do this? Did his power already approach the highest under the heavens? In just these 3 years, his cultivation had only risen to the 4th stage of life destruction, and yet he obtained strength close to the highest under the heavens? Elder Sun was scared witless for a moment. But at this time, Lin Ming had already rushed in front of him. Your life is mine. The great desolate blood halberd pierced forth like a bloody dragon. Facing this chilling halberd edge, Elder Sun only felt his entire body's true essence locked within his body, unable to move it at all. He had no way to avoid this strike. No! On the brink of death, Elder Sun erupted with all of his potential. He extracted a 3-foot-long saber from his spatial ring and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the blade edge, finally managing to counterbalance the suppression of laws and energy within the Grand Mist space and allowing him to circulate energy from his dantian. The saber turned a flaming blood red. Strong winds cut through the air. True essence howled God slaughter cut. With a loud roar, Elder Sun slashed out his saber at Lin Ming. With his blood essence to utilize the God slaughter cut, this saber strike contained both a material attack as well as the ability to annihilate a person's divine soul. This was Elder Sun's ultimate killing move. It cost him a massive amount of blood essence as well as several hundred years of life to use. Moreover, even if he managed to slay his opponent, he would still suffer an enormous backlash that would harm his cultivation for a very long period of time. But now his hand had been forced. He had to use this attack, otherwise he would perish in the next moment. Grand Mist Battle Spirit. Lin Ming didn't even bother with it. The great desolate blood halberd whistled out. A single move to break all techniques. Bang! The incomparably heavy battle spirit erupted, and the crimson saber light was easily broken apart. The great desolate blood halberd struck the thick saber, and with a resounding kacha sound, the medium-grade Heavenstep treasure saber was shattered by Lin Ming's strike. After the halberd light broke apart the saber, it slightly changed direction, and with 40 to 50% of its strength remaining, it smashed into Elder Sun's right side. For a moment it was like a sledgehammer had struck a watermelon. Elder Sun's entire right half of his body had been smashed to a pulp. Bloody meat, organs, and blood-stained bones all flew outwards. Ah! Elder Sun issued out a miserable scream as his body was sent flying away. Lin Ming's strike had left him with half a life left. If it were just his arm or leg that had been torn off, then he could still restore that with heavenly materials, but with the entire right half of his body crushed and even his right lung mashed into goo, it was nearly impossible for any type of miracle medicine to regenerate this. Elder Sun's half-broken body fell with a heavy thud like a dead dog on the floor, and large mouthfuls of blood spilled out from his lips. Run away! Run away! All of the Azura Divine Kingdom juniors in the hall were frightened to the point where all the blood left their faces. A divine sea powerhouse had burnt his own blood essence and risked his life in a desperate strike, but he had still been blown away by Lin Ming as if he were a bug. Facing such a monster, who would actually dare to fight him? But this spectral blood skylock array had locked down this entire area of space. Even if they wanted to escape, where could they run off to? Lin Ming instantly vanished. After displaying his extreme speed, these people weren't even able to catch sight of his fading shadow. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming appeared behind a young man that looked to be in his 20s. This person only had a third-stage life destruction cultivation. Although he was far from being comparable to Situ Luosha, he was still less than 40 years old. Moreover, he was able to jump ranks to fight an ordinary 5th-stage life destruction master and had a faint hope of reaching the Divine Sea. Amongst all of the direct descendant juniors of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he was considered a very talented one. Pong! A fist came pounding out. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. The young man shook and blood gushed out from his entire body. His body slumped to the ground like a pile of ruined meat. He had died just like that. Lin Ming, you little bastard. I will kill you. Situ Yaoshi's hair was in tatters. She was so angry that her eyes were popping out of her head. But now she was literally out of power. How could she possibly threaten Lin Ming? You? After I finish everyone here, it will be your turn. Then, I will completely erase the Azura Divine Kingdom from this world. Lin Ming's voice was bone-chilling to the extreme. The Azura Divine Kingdom's actions had repeatedly touched his bottom line. The least he would do was kill off every single one of these young elites that had come here to ambush him and had ruined the lives of the Lin family clan. Since they all hoped to obtain some advantages from his death and also dared to come here, then Lin Ming would not tolerate the existence of any of these people. After I die, I won't let you go even when I become a resentful ghost, Situ Yaoshi hysterically shouted. Humph, you want to turn into a ghost? What wishful thinking. Do you think that you are the only one who can suck out a soul and refine it, and that I can't do the same? Lin Ming sneered. The essence of a ghost was the soul. If he pulled out her soul and refined it, even erasing the spirit mark, then where would there still be a ghost? Situ Yaoshi had always threatened that she would suck out others' souls and refine them. But today someone had turned the tables on her. For a time, her complexion turned ashen in fear. Her entire body trembled. Pong! 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 Lin Ming was like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Killing these Azura Divine Kingdom juniors was as easy as killing a chicken. Each one he ran over died with a single punch. Wait! Wait, wait! Don't kill me! I never humiliated anyone from your Lin family, a revolving core youth said with a weeping tone. Is that so? Lin Ming sneered and slammed his palm down on the young martial artist's forehead. Energy violently surged in as he mercilessly used a demonic path soul-searching technique. When a massive disparity in soul force intensity and cultivation existed between the soul searcher and the soul seer chi, there was no need to fear that a spirit mark would pollute the other. Humph! You haven't humiliated my Lin family? It would have been better if Lin Ming didn't perform a soul search, because once he did, he became furious. This young man had violently ravaged and killed dozens of young women from the Lin family. Although Lin Ming didn't know who these young women were, his eyes still turned blood red with rage after seeing how they were cruelly tortured before their deaths. Demonic path martial artists had naturally cruel dispositions. When they were young, it was easy for this type of barbaric mentality to manifest. You are so young and yet so vicious. Killing you is equal to saving tens of thousands of lives. As Lin Ming spoke, he suddenly pinched his right hand and this demonic path martial artist skull was crushed apart. Ah! Situ Yaoshi had already become crazy. She desperately attacked the barriers of the spectral blood skylock array. But with her strength and also being covered under the Prime Emperor force field, how could she possibly break through an array formation that Yang Yun had set down? As Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists began dying all around him, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot up. Situ Chuan. He found that a martial artist cowering in the corner was actually Situ Chuan. Situ Chuan. It's been such a long time. How have you been? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. At Yang Yun's Nine Flowers banquet, Situ Chuan had known that Lin Ming had the inheritance of the Demon Emperor on him, and thus openly provoked him into a fight. Situ Chuan had wanted to steal away all of Lin Ming's inheritances, but he had underestimated Lin Ming's strength and finally had to run away after being beaten up. Afterwards, at the Forsaken God Clan's dimensional realm, Situ Chuan had once again clashed with Lin Ming. He had taunted Lin Ming repeatedly and also challenged him. However, even with the demon god Heartguard mirror protecting him, he had been severely wounded by Lin Ming's single finger. The two of them could be said to be enemies that often crossed paths. Situ Chuan had been hiding in the crowd for fear that Lin Ming would see him, but after half of the martial artists died in the blink of an eye, Situ Chuan was eventually noticed. Lin Lanjian, let's not be hasty here. Situ Chuan's heart trembled. He had no idea what to say. Die! Toward someone like Situ Chuan, Lin Ming didn't even bother saying anything. His palm came slamming out. Lin Lanjian, I hope you die, you bastard. Situ Chuan's crazy screams faded in the next moment as Lin Ming's palm crushed him into pulpy meat. Pong! 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 Miserable wails filled the air as blood and flesh covered the walls. The heroic elites of the Azura Divine Kingdom were all killed off by Lin Ming. Situ Yaoshi's eyes were deep red. She violently struck the spectral blood skylock array, but there wasn't even the slightest change in the barrier. Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd and walked towards Situ Yaoshi step by step. Situ Yaoshi was slumped to the ground, her face ashen and her heart dimming with despair. She didn't want to die. She especially didn't want to die under Lin Ming's hands. If he said that he could suck out her soul and refine it, then he absolutely could do that. Thinking about sucking out someone's soul and refining it, Situ Yaoshi felt her entire body shake. She had done this procedure to her own enemies countless times already. She was well aware of just how painful it was. She wanted to abandon her own meridians and commit suicide, but the true essence within her body was completely out of her control. What kind of force field was this? How could it be so fierce? You little bastard. I was the one who ordered the fingers and palms of your Lin family's juniors to be chopped off. If you have the guts, then kill me with your palm. Situ Yaoshi madly shouted out. She wanted to enrage Lin Ming enough that he would simply kill her here. Lin Ming smiled, a smile filled with a sinister malice. You want to die? It won't be that easy. I will let you live and slowly torture you. Otherwise it will be impossible for me to swallow this anger. Just as Situ Yaoshi lost all hope, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. A bronze coffin dozens of feet long flew through the skies like a ghost. 6 large black-clothed ghost slaves each held thick chains as they dragged this bronze coffin behind them. A strange demon youth was sitting calmly on the bronze coffin, a curious smile playing on his face. It was like he was simply taking a scenic tour of the world. He seemed peaceful and comfortable. This strange demon youth was a follower of the ancient devil. His name was White Demon. He too possessed strength equal to the highest under the heavens, and possessed a greater level of strength than Old Man Good Fortune. If Old Man Good Fortune hadn't gone all out with using the heaven-perishing bead, then even he might have fallen underneath the strange demon youth's hands. Behind White Demon, there were also 8 Emperor-level powerhouses. All of these individuals were unexpectedly not human. Some of them had scales, fins, gills, several arms, or even long snake-like tails. All of these individuals appeared to be from the deep-sea races. Undoubtedly, they had been brought under control by the ancient devil. The Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent were on a spherical planet, and the 2 land continents only occupied an extremely minor part of it. The true vastness was found in the seas. The South Sea, Fog Sea, North Sea, and Red Sea, these 4 seas combined together were endlessly flowing, wrapping around the entire planet. Far more Emperor-level powerhouses lived in the sea than on land. And these divine sea powerhouses had likely come from the most mysterious fog sea that lay on the western side of the Sky Spill continent. Most of these deep-sea martial artists that came were at the early Divine Sea realm, with a small number of them at the Middle Divine Sea. There was even an old monster that was close to the Late Divine Sea. He looked like a squid. With the ancient devil's methods as well as all the countless secrets and cultivation methods he possessed, it was simple for him to tempt these deep-sea races with benefits. Coupled with his powerful strength, it was easy for him to bring all of these powerhouses under his control. As Xianxia saw the strange demon youth, as well as the several divine sea powerhouses behind him, she was like a drowning sailor that saw a piece of wood in the ocean. Her heart filled with happiness, and she began to wildly laugh. Ha ha ha! Sir White Demon, the heavens have not abandoned me. The heavens have not abandoned me. Ha 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 ha! Sir White Demon, save me! Xianxia cried out. Lin Ming, you actually dared to come here. It seems that Sir Demon Lord has far overestimated you. I thought that no matter how dumb you were, even you would know this entire place was a trap. And yet you still walked in here to die. Very well then. Let me deliver you onto the road to hell. White Demon waved his hand and crushed an array bead in his palm. The spectral blood skylock array shattered. As Xianxia saw the great array that trapped her finally collapse, she wanted to cry out in relief. To be rescued after falling into the jaws of death. That was a truly indescribable feeling. Xianxia felt a good portion of her strength return to her. She glared at Lin Ming with utter hatred in her eyes as she cried out in her mind, "You little bastard! I will make you pay a painful price for everything you've done today. When I capture you, I will have you suffer for 1,000 years." Her figure moved and she displayed her movement technique, desperately trying to escape to White Demon. But just as she moved, it suddenly seemed as if she was separated from the strange demon youth by a nearly insurmountable distance. It was like she was trapped in a bubble of space, unable to escape this area. That invisible force field once again covered over her, rapidly ablating all of her strength. Xianxia panicked. She looked at Lin Ming with horror in her eyes. "Sir White Demon, save me." When White Demon broke the spectral blood skylock array, it had truly caused the energy of Lin Ming's force field to scatter. But that was only for a brief moment. Lin Ming called up the heavenly demon martial intent and formed the complete Grand Mist space, covering everything in 1,300 miles and directly isolating Xianxia. "Humph, don't worry. As long as I'm here, there is nothing he can do to you," White Demon said with a conceited tone. Although he didn't care about Xianxia's life, he still cared about his face. If Xianxia, who also had the strength of an emperor-level powerhouse, were to be killed in front of him by Lin Ming, then what face would he have left? Lin Ming sneered, "If I want to kill someone, do you really think you can stop me? Ha! You really are stupid. You've already entered the trap that we laid down, and yet you still think you're in control of the situation? This is just a minor force field. Do you think I can't break it?" As White Demon spoke, his right hand slammed outwards. His palm formed a demon claw made up of billowing demonic energy. He wanted to tear apart Lin Ming's Grand Mist space and rescue Xianxia. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light and energy erupted from his body. The heavenly demon martial intent rapidly revolved and the Grand Mist space trembled. Faintly, a slight trace of gray energy appeared in the grand mist space. This was the elementary form of grand mist energy. Grand mist space. It was able to smash apart all laws, extinguish all life, true essence, and power of the 5 fundamental elements, turning all of that into ash that faded away. However, it didn't truly disappear, but rather transformed into the elementary form of grand mist energy. Although it was the elementary form of grand mist energy, it was still an impossibly far distance from becoming true grand mist energy. In order to practice true grand mist energy, Lin Ming would need to become at least an overlord of the divine realm before that was possible. Bang! As the roiling black demon claw smashed into the grand mist space, the space suddenly shook. The demon claw exploded into pieces, but the grand mist space actually didn't break. As for Yaoshi, who had already lost all of her strength, she was sent flying back from the aftermath of Whiteman's strike and nearly vomited blood. What? White Demon burned with a shameful anger. He had just said he would shatter Lin Ming's force field, but instead the result was that he had failed and also injured Yaoshi with the shockwaves. And at this moment, Lin Ming reached out a hand and a black vortex appeared in his palm. An invisible traction force hooked onto Yaoshi and pulled her over. Ah! Yaoshi issued loud, harrowing screams, but she was simply unable to resist this force. Her body tumbled over and over as she flew towards Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming grasped the great desolate blood halberd and pointed it towards Yaoshi's chest. No! Yaoshi screamed out to the point where her throat tore apart. But she had no strength to resist in the least. She could only watch helplessly as she approached the chilling point of the great desolate blood halberd. Puff! Blood shot out. Lin Ming's halberd cleanly pierced through her body. It shattered her spine and cut apart her right lung before directly penetrating through her chest. She was simply like a frog that had been stuck onto the end of the great desolate blood halberd. A divine sea powerhouse could survive as long as their heart and brain didn't burst apart. And Yaoshi's true essence was locked down by Lin Ming, so she couldn't even commit suicide. Fresh blood dripped down the halberd edge. Yaoshi's legs rapidly pedaled in the air as she desperately struggled to free herself. However, she was no different from a grasshopper pierced with a needle. At this moment her heart filled with despair. Sir White Demon, save me. Lin Ming, you are seeking death. White Demon was furious. He had said in front of his underlings that he would protect Yaoshi, but the result was that she had been pierced through by Lin Ming's halberd like a bug. This was simply slapping his face in front of everyone. Lin Ming stood there, with Yaoshi stuck onto the end of the great desolate blood halberd. He glanced upwards at the strange demon youth in the sky and said with a sneer, "You're called White Demon? How come it's just you? Where is your master?" After obtaining the memories of the ancient devil, Lin Ming was much more clear as to what the relationship was between him and White Demon. When a number of Empyreans descended to this mortal world in order to subjugate Empyrean Primordius, they brought along with them armies from the divine realm that were millions in number. This ancient devil had been one of the minor military officers, and this White Demon was the loyal vice-captain of the ancient devil. Afterwards, the two of them had been severely wounded by followers of Empyrean Primordius and sealed within the Sea of Miracles. With the ancient devil's understandings of the time law's concept of stagnation, he had used them to change the flow of time and withstand the passing of 100,000 years. As time passed, the seal over the Sea of Miracles slightly loosened, and they took advantage of this chance, paying an immense price to escape from that calamity. Of course, this was all because they were luckier than the others and hadn't been locked in the depths of the Sea of Miracles. Otherwise, no matter how high their cultivation was, it would have been impossible for them to emerge from it even after hundreds of thousands or millions of years. The Demon Lord is closed up right now. How could he possibly be keeping guard near the Sky Fortune Kingdom all the time to wait for you? Even so, you are far too stupid. Those who walk down the road of martial arts defy the will of the heavens. Those who break through the limits of life are doomed to live days of loneliness. Family clans, descendants, even wives and parents, all of them are nothing but passing travelers in your life. And yet for this family clan that you are not even deeply related to, You are willing to step into such obvious danger. What a joke. How can someone like you, who cannot even clean themselves from the karma of this world, possibly speak of walking down the road of martial arts or defying the will of the heavens? White Demon had stashed away all of his past arrogance and conceit. After confirming that Lin Ming's strength was no worse than his, he began to use other means to weaken Lin Ming instead. He wanted to use words to break apart Lin Ming's heart of martial arts and have his mind waver. Lin Ming coldly smiled, caustically replying, "In this world, there is no one that can divorce themselves from their karma. Those that walk down the road of martial arts must all depend on lucky chances. Thus they cannot diverge from their destiny. If their destiny is lacking, then no matter how monstrous a talent is, they will never be able to grow. They may even die. Destiny is an illusory ideal, and yet it is not at the same time. Fulfilling your wishes, passing through countless dangerous situations, having your thoughts be smooth, defeating kings on the same level. Those are the ways that you can accumulate destiny. Destiny must be hand in hand with your faith to overcome all. Only then will you be able to walk down your road. Those that cultivate martial arts must have their hearts clear of distractions. They do not like to owe debts to others because they do not wish to saturate themselves with further karma. But in the dust of mortality, all living creatures, the endless lands, splendor and destitution, glory and failure, life and death, all of these ideas are entangled together, becoming the most complex karma in your life. Just because you do not clearly understand it does not mean you can just blindly cut it off, because if your fatality with your world is never resolved, then your heart will forever be discontent. In the southern wilderness, I once experienced the 72 sorcerer pagodas, a lucky chance left behind by a true divine realm powerhouse. In order to settle his karma with this world, he spent an immense amount of strength to cast his incarnation down and return to this world. And you, a little demon cultivator, actually dares to speak of the fatality of this world. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's words brought with them an overwhelming momentum. Although White Demon once had a cultivation that surpassed the Divine Sea, and he was also a character that had participated in the Great War 100,000 years ago, in Lin Ming's words he was nothing more than a little demon cultivator, not worth mentioning at all. For Lin Ming to say these words with his fourth stage life destruction cultivation by no means stemmed from his arrogance. Rather, it came from his extraordinary experience and insight, as well as his great strength and talent that surpassed the will of the heavens. This unwavering confidence made all who heard it feel as if every word he spoke was the truth. White Demon had wanted to attack Lin Ming's heart of martial arts with words, but after experiencing Lin Ming's intense rebuttal, he had no words left to reply with. In terms of speaking of the heart of martial arts, the fatality of the world, and karmic ties, he had already lost. After being spoken to with disdain by Lin Ming, White Demon became angry out of shame. A little life-destruction martial artist like you actually dares to look down on me? You really have no idea what it means to walk into death or danger. Haha. How am I looking down on you? You said that you would protect Situ Yaoshi, and yet she is now stuck on my halberd, unable to beg for life or death. Good, good, good. White Demon viciously spat out the word good 3 times. You may not know, but a 10-mile area around the Lin family clan already has a Yellow Springs ghost-burying array laid down beneath it. I will activate the array and turn you, your family clan, and all of your so-called fatality of the world and karmic ties into ghosts of the Yellow Springs. I want to see just how smooth your mindset will be then. White Demon barked out an order, and the 8 divine sea martial artists scattered in all directions. The Yellow Springs ghost-burying array was able to melt all life into evil spirits. It was one of the strongest array formations that the ancient devil understood. Lin Ming seemed as if he already predicted Whiteman's actions. The energy within his body revolved to the limit, and the grand mist space suddenly wildly expanded outwards. The 1,300-mile grand mist space actually formed a virtual projection in the real world, covering nearly the entire green mulberry city. Extreme violet ring, receive. A giant vortex appeared around Lin Ming. Countless arcs of origin energy shot out towards the Lin family clan. Underneath the cover of Lin Ming's divine sense, all the Lin family descendants, their husbands and wives, maids, friends, subordinates, even cats and dogs were all sucked in by this energy. Their houses and pavilions were all completely pulled up and sucked into the extreme violet ring. It was impossible for these mortals to withstand such a pressure. In just a brief moment, the energy covered everyone, and the entire Lin family clan was received into Lin Ming's extreme violet ring. For a divine sea supreme elder, it wasn't difficult to place an entire city into a magic tool. However, what was difficult was finding a magic tool with a large enough inner world to contain it. This was truly a Saint Artifact rank treasure. Moreover, its grade was placed in the upper echelons of Saint Artifacts. It had to be known that even the wealthy steps Master Luoxia had to hide away the massive amount of his wealth in his own treasure chambers. This was because he didn't have a magic tool with a large enough capacity. He had never even heard of something like that before. Lin Ming's extreme violet ring could accommodate half a city worth of people. It was more than enough to gather the entire Lin family clan. A spatial treasure that can hold life and form a side world. The strange demon youth's mind stirred and his eyes locked onto the extreme violet ring. Even he didn't have such a treasure. Lin Ming, there really are far too many secrets on your body, and you also seem to have somehow understood how to break through ancient array formations. Even the spectral blood skylock array had its control wrested away by you. But this Yellow Springs ghost-burying array is different. It depends on absolute power to activate. With the 9 of us joining forces, it is impossible for you to break it. And when you fail to break it, that is when you will die. This array formation can refine all life. Even if your strength is no worse than mine, or even if you are slightly stronger than me, you will perish here. As the demon youth spoke, the 8 deep-sea race divine sea powerhouses all began to simultaneously revolve their energy. The sounds of 10,000 ghosts howled in a radius of 10 miles. The heavens cried, dark clouds rolled through the skies, and a bone-chilling wind blew through the city. Hee, little demon. After we kill this person, do not forget our agreement, a deep-sea powerhouse said. His entire body was comprised of thick tentacles. Yes, and according to our agreement, our deep-sea clan will take 20% of this boy's wealth. A deep-sea race martial artist that looked like a snake echoed. He was clear on just how rich Lin Ming was. Even 20% was a considerable amount. There is also Sir Demon Lord's concept of time jade slip. I am very interested in that. The 8 deep-sea divine sea powerhouses all laughed as they jovially joked with each other. Together, they injected their energies into the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array. The ground rumbled and ruptured, and for a time it was like an azura hell had opened up beneath them. Lin Ming could feel the thick smell of blood waft over him. It was like he had fallen into the 18-layered hells. The Yellow Springs ghost-burying array is different from the spectral blood skylock array. This is a true killing array. After it is laid down, it is activated by the stimulation of absolute energy, and there is no secret password of array runes distributed anywhere. Even if it's me, the only way I will be able to break through this is with absolute strength. But there are 9 divine sea powerhouses that are collaborating to drive this array, and their strength has fused together with the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array. It's impossible for me to resist it like this. But a sharp light suddenly burst out from Lin Ming's eyes, like a bolt of lightning crossing through the dark night sky. In that moment, the compressed energy within the heretical god sprout flooded outwards. All of the meridians within Lin Ming's body began to bulge. Gate of healing, gate of limit, gate of wonder, gate of pain. For gates were all released together. Ka. The land fractured. A crimson flame lit up between Lin Ming's eyebrows, and a golden phoenix rushed out from his body, directly impacting into the skies. In that instant, Lin Ming erupted with his complete strength. However, he did not use any martial skills. He poured all of his strength into the heavenly demon martial intent grand mist space. Behind Lin Ming, a blood-red lotus began to slowly bloom. The grand mist space rapidly expanded outwards. Although the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array was fierce, it was an array formation based on laws. It would be unable to block the grand mist space that disregarded all principles. For a time, everyone, including White Demon, was covered in this force field. Grand Mist Battle Spirit Fusion. A silver-gray grand mist battle spirit shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The battle spirit melted into the grand mist space, causing the range to increase by several hundred miles once again. The might of the grand mist space suddenly rose. Suddenly, there was a series of loud explosions as the protective true essence of 5 deep-sea early divine sea powerhouses was directly crushed apart. As for the 3 middle divine sea powerhouses, they also trembled as blood tumbled in their bodies. Although their bodily protective true essence didn't shatter, the energy they were injecting into the Yellow Springs ghost-burying array was interrupted. What? White Demon and the other deep-sea race powerhouses were all shocked and frightened. Lin Ming hadn't even moved a finger. He had merely relied on a force field to deal them all a heavy blow. How was this possible? Heavenly Demon Martial Intent. Massacre. Lin Ming coldly spat out these words. Clutching his fists together, the Phoenix Phantom behind him suddenly combined with the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower, causing that red lotus to shine with an even more dazzling and radiant light, as if a crimson sun were rising in the world. In that moment, traces of elementary Grand Mist energy appeared in the Grand Mist space and twisted together into a chaos storm. This storm was like countless immeasurably sharp knives. The 5 early divine sea powerhouses watched helplessly as this chaos storm tore through their mortal bodies. Blood and flesh rained down. Their meridians shattered, and even their bones were shattered to pieces by the chaos storm. No! Pong! 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 With a series of bursting sounds, the 5 early divine sea powerhouses were directly shattered to pieces and then further disintegrated into ashes that faded away, with nothing left behind. As for the 3 middle divine sea powerhouses, they also vomited great mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared in their protective true essence. They were frightened so much that their courage cracked apart and their minds went blank with panic. Run! Run away! But, within the Grand Mist space realized from the heavenly demon martial intent, wasn't escaping easier said than done. Pong! The middle divine sea martial artist with the weakest cultivation suddenly exploded within the chaos storm. As for the other 2, they were even scared witless as if their souls had left their body. Stuck on top of the great desolate blood halberd, Situ Yaoshi watched as all of this happened. Her face turned whiter than paper and her entire body trembled. Devil? He is simply a devil, Situ Yaoshi mumbled as blood trickled down her lips.